Hello, it's been a long, long time. Can't get you off my time.
Best to give me your loyalty. Best to give me your loyalty. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
Hello, it's been a long, long time. Can't get you off my tired mind. Shadow, let the tape rewind and finally ease my anxious eyes. Oh no, I feel you creeping in, my body bleeding sin. I'm drowning. Heaven, could you save me now from these thoughts inside my head? God, you are the devil running through my mind. I can't get on your level. I swear to God I tried. I am not under your spell. Turn around and turn ahead. You can't help me anymore. Oh my God, you are the devil. So hard to save. Hallowed by my love for you, always stop me going under. Follow every step I take, cause our walls are coming down. God, you are the devil running through my mind. I can't get on your level. I swear to God I tried. I am not under your spell. Turn around and turn ahead. You cannot be anymore. Oh my God, you are the devil. In the back of my head and I'm dead. I got the devil inside me and everything I seems red. Vision's blurry, I'm in a hurry, my skin is starting to shed quick. Call up the doctor, swallow some pills, maybe I'll wake up in bed. I'm a disaster, can I move faster? Honey, I'm over the edge. No point in stopping me, I'm not your property, gotta take care of that ledge. My friends are dead, I'm losing my head, I gotta get off of these meds. I am unstable, willing and able, give you this body to pledge. Oh my God, you are the devil. Oh my God, you are the devil.
Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sevgili mahallemin gençleri, herkese selamlar. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz, sefalar getirdiniz. Serhancığım hoş geldin. Atarsa güneş doğan demiş sevgili askerimiz. Bu arada anlamsız bir geçiş oldu ama orada. Neyse, yapacak bir şey yok. Zaten zamanında dolmasına az kalmıştı. Güzel oldu, tatlı oldu. Sahne geçişte kendi otomatik oldu. Nasılsınız, iyi misiniz? Bu arada açılışta No Name Hero aramıza katılmış. Teşekkür ediyorum. Hoş geldiniz. Sefalar getirdiniz hepiniz. Sevgili YouTube, sevgili Twitch. Hemen elle göstereyim, buraya konuşayım. Sevgili Twitch, sevgili YouTube. Hepiniz nice güzel akşamlarınız olsun. Yeni bir turnuva gününden Rainbow Six yani Blast Rainbow Six Major Atalanta turnuvasının playoff maçlarının ikinci günündeyiz bugün. Efendim birazdan 10 dakika sonra başlayacak maçlar. Ben de elimden geldiğince her yayının turnuvanı sunduğum her yayının başında dediğim gibi beraber izlemeye, ben de elimden geldiğince size sunmaya çalışacağım. Bugün tam tamına efendim bakayım kaç maç var. Önder hoş geldin. Aleykümselam, bir kontrol edelim tekrardan, bir şekilde check edelim. Bugün de 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 ve tam tamına 8 adet best of 1'den oluşan, yani tek maçlık rakiplerin kendi aralarında oynadığı tek maçlık 8 tane maç var efendim. Tabii hemen dünkü playoff'un birinci günün ardından bugün bakalım kimler karşılaşıyor. Şöyle ben o braketi de verebilir miyim ekrana? Veremem, şu an yan ekran var. Sevgili D Plus Kia ile G2 Esports oynayacak. Çok efsane bir oyun oynayan Sonics Blitz Esports, ki dün bayağı şeyi yendiler. Sonic Esport Volves'i ezici bir üstünlükle yendiler, 7-1 gibi bir skorla. Sevgili Sonic takımı da Sonic Esport'da Blitz Esport'la kapışacak. Ondan sonracıma Team BDS ile Geeky Esports karşılaşması izleyeceğiz bugün. Biliyorsunuz ki Geeky Esports'ta Türk bir oyuncu var, Seriously. Sevgili MENA bölgesinden çıkan Geeky Esports'un oyuncusu. Tabii ki kendisi bu turnuvada yer almıyor ama en azından oynadığı takım şu anda güzel performansla upper bracket'te, hatta bakayım upper bracket'te neler yapmıştı. Upper bracket'te NIP'yi yenerken playoff'larda da gitti V7 Esports'u yenerek ikinci round maçlarına katılmaya hak kazandı. Yani en azından playoff mücadelesinde ikinci maçını oynayacak diyelim. Ve onun haricinde sevgili YouTube hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, biliyorsunuz ki her yayında söylediğim gibi efendim eğer ki canlı yayından takip ediyorsanız, şu anda sessiz sedasız efendim, beğenilerinizi, like butonlarınıza tıklıyorsunuz. Çünkü 50 beğeni hedefimiz var bu yayında. Ben yayınlara gelemiyorum, arşiv olarak yapıyorum, izliyorum seni abi diyorsanız da canlı yayınlara ve videolara like butonlarını basıp yorum yapmayı unutmayın. Bir de üzerinde yeni keşfeden arkadaşlarımız varsa arasında, onlar da abone oluyor, bildirim çarklarını açıyor. Ondan sonra videolara çılgınca beğenilerini yapıştırıyor ve yorumlarını yapıştıraraktan mahallemizin genci olarak biz esnaf abilerine destek veriyorlar. Ve sevgili Twitch, size geliyorum. Sevgili Twitch, turnuvanın ilk gününden beri biliyorsunuz ki bir Twitch drop'umuz var. Drop'lar aktiftir. Eğer siz de aktif olarak Rainbow oynuyorsanız, Rainbow içerisinde kozmetik kazanmak istiyorsanız, bir adet Rainbow Six'in e-spor paketini kazanıyor olacaksanız 3 saat boyunca bu turnuvayı takip ettiğiniz zaman. Haberiniz olsun. Tabi Rainbow Six benim kanalımda uzun zamandır yok. Çok eskiden oynuyordum. O yüzden Rainbow Six severler birazcık daha geç böyle ya da müsait olduklarında damlıyorlar ama umarım ki bu yayında da bol sohbetli, bol muhabbetli bir yayın yapmış oluruz. Tekrardan herkes hoş geldiler, sefalar getirdiler. Dediğim gibi Serhan geldi. Serhan, ne durumdasın bilmiyorum. Eğer buradaysan ve hala chat'teysen yaz. Seni de özledik. Ne zaman geri dönüyorsun? Ne zaman evine geliyorsun? Ne zaman yerine, yurduna dönüyorsun? Ve ne zaman seni chatlerde aktif olarak göreceğiz? Kendisi askerde arkadaşlar. Bunu da söyleyeyim. Onun haricinde sevgili Önder, aleykümselam, hoş geldin, sefalar getirdin. Ondan sonracığıma ve daha nice güzel yayınlar olsun diyorum. Şimdi Discord'dan duyurumuzu ben hemen şuradan geçeyim. İlk önce bir Twitch Discord duyurumuzu bir geçeyim. Ve son olarak söyleyeceğim şey de aklıma geldi. Bu turnuvaya erişimimiz sağlayan sevgili Ubisoft'a da çok teşekkür ediyorum. Özellikle content creator olduktan sonra güzel oyunlar ki güzel haberler de vereceğim ileriki zamanlarda sizlere. Ubisoft'un yaptığı diğer oyunlarla ilgili güzel güzel içeriklere ulaşmama sebebiyet veriyor. Çok çok çok çok çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sevgili Ubisoft'ta da hemen şuradan ben son YouTube duyurumu da yapayım. Kopyala yapalım. Kapat yapalım. Buradan da gelelim Discord'umuza. CTRL-V yapalım. Şöyle yapalım. Buradan da bunu yapalım. Bunu almamışız. Neyse dur. Şuradan şuraya alalım. Ve bunu da şuraya yapıştırıyoruz. Yayınımız başlamıştır diyerekten. Da oğlum dur kapat. Hayır tamam ben onu istemiyorum şu an. Discord lazım bana. Başlam. Ve sonuna da bir everyone yapıştıralım. Ve oradan da duyurumuzu gerçekleştiriyoruz. Çift yayında. Bu arada Twitch'tekiler YouTube'dakiler de Twitch'e bir takip ve beğenilerini yaparlarsa çok mutlu etmiş olursunuz beni de. Haberiniz olsun. Ve bu şekilde her şey perfect pür dikkat. Tamam hazırız. Yaklaşık bir 3 dakika sonra günün ilk mücadelesine başlıyoruz. Günün ilk mücadelesi de ki benim de G2 Esports tanıdığım yani Counter Strike oynadığım dönemde de tanıdığım bir takım. Onun Rainbow tarafı. Rainbow'da oynayan esport takımı. La kim karşılaşıyor? Sevgili Kia D Plus karşılaşıyor. Bakalım maçlarda ne olacak? Evet sizler ne yapıyorsunuz? İyi misiniz? Haliniz vaktiniz yerinizde mi? Yokluğunda neler yaptınız? Olanlar yazsın. Kendini bir ön plana çıkarsın bakayım. Kimler var chatte? Şimdi burası tamam, burada tamam, burada tamam, burada tamam, burada tamam. Hah. Paket de böyle. Yani neler oynadınız? Rainbow'a baktınız mı? Ya da atıyorum abi biz Rainbow oynadık ama biraz da canımız başka oyunlar oynamak istedi. Onlara bakıyoruz mu diyorsun dediniz. Ne dediniz bakayım? Ben gene main'i de açayım da. Burada. Ben clean feed var. Tamam. Bu arada D Plus Kia'da Güney Kore takımıymış. Onu da öğrenmiş olduk. Ki zaten Kia'da boşuna sponsor olmamış yani. Kim? Maçın başlamışına şu an bir dakika. Başlamasına son bir dakika. Ben de hemen son 30 saniye kala ekranımı da vereyim. Bunun sahnesine geçiyoruz. Sesler de iyi, her şey mükemmel.
They were really impressive on console, and so I'm hoping they can replicate that on wherever we go today.
Coded on D+, obviously, they seems like the standout player, and we can't not talk about Slim Shady. Obviously, on G2 side, Alamau put up great numbers and had the character to boot, so it was great watching them play. But we got to get into this thing because everyone in the lobby is already ready. It's map veto time. Jesse, where do you think we went?
I don't know, Jacob. I thought there's a lot of good options for G2. A lot of places that they could have ended up on. I thought maybe a Night Haven because both these teams do tend to play it quite a bit. But it's a tough map ban to predict.
I like that. I think it's maybe one of the newer maps. I think both teams are maybe a little comfortable on that. So I am curious to see where this does end up.
All right, I'm ready. Production, are you ready? Is it time?
What is it?
Is it map veto time?
Ve zaman geldi. Hemen bakıyoruz. Banlana Consulate oynuyorlar. Turnuvanın başından beri en çok banlanan haritalardan bir tanesini playoff'un ikinci gününde izliyor olacağız. Enteresan bir harita olacak burada Consulate. Çoğu maçta ben görmedim. Ve G2 tarafında Clubhouse, Banka, Alet, Skyscraper banlanırken D+ tarafında da Cafe, Night Haven, Border ve Oregon banlanmış. Enteresan bir pick olmuş.
I gotta say it's a 50-50 because yes, G2 does have the most recent
50-50.
and from personal player experience, you can't really change a whole lot in a day.
Of course.
You can maybe just move someone around, maybe change a few things, but you aren't going to change the entire strat. So that alone, G2 does have that advantage. But that going into against DP and how they play, sure, they might have the structure, they need to do what's done, but it's those couple players that they maneuver around the map is what can really throw off if you have an idea and what they do and catch you off guard. So G2 really has to be on top of that and paying attention to where those players are rotating and how they're moving around the map.
All right, and it's time to see which team is actually able to keep an undefeated streak going in the Swiss bracket. It's G2 and D+ in our first game of round 2, and it's Derry Desert Shoe Holt and Tim Ace of Pyrite Lever.
Got the Timothy part again, Tim.
Evet, Dez'le Ace sunuyor bugün. Hadi bakalım.
Screw you, Jacob. You don't need to know his full name anyway. Welcome to the desk, guys. It's going to be a fun one this first game. I think there's a lot of questions about this one. G2 look on fire so far this competition. D+, I'll give you causing a bit of an upset yesterday against a pretty fat...
Bu Consulate haritası buydu değil mi? Doğru.
Flash in the pan moment, or is this actually going to be a banger where they could cause a second upset in just as many days? Unsurprisingly, Tim, everyone at home...
%77 G2 Esports kazanır demişler sosyal medya anketinde. %25'te.
They've given me reason to distrust them with their performances over the last 6 months or so.
DP kazanır demişler. Bakalım hadi hayırlısı.
So now I'm not convinced, but today I said this before we came on air. I absolutely love day 2 of Swiss because this is where we start really finding out. This is where we start separating those teams that are going to go unbeaten, that are going to head through, to those final stages, and the teams that actually looked great yesterday, but maybe it was a little bit of a blip and they're not going to look as great today. And I absolutely love that. So we'll see as the day progresses who falls into which brackets. G2,
evet, banlar geliyor. DP tarafın ilk banı G2 yaptı. Lion'ı banladılar. İkinci ban defans tarafında DP Ying'i banladı. Enteresan bir ban oldu. Valkyrie banı geldi DP tarafında. Defans pozisyonunda Valkyrie seçilemeyecek. G2'da bakalım defans pozisyonunda hangi hero'yu banlıyor? Operatörü banlıyor. Fenrir'i banladılar. Değişik oldu. Lyon'u çok görüyorduk oynarken. Lyon ve Ring en çok oynanılan hero'lardan bir tanesi tahminimce. Bakayım hatta bu şeyden, Wikipedia'dan. En çok banlanan şu ana kadar %57 ile en çok banlanan operatörlerden bir tanesi Ying. 23 kere falan banlanmış. Tabi gece lower bracket'te best of 3 maçları da var. Onlar da etki ediyor bu yüzdelik dilime. Ama yani Ying banını ben daha neredeyse 2 ya da 3 defa görüyorum. Evet. Birinci round başladı. Başlayacak daha doğrusu 25 saniye sonra bakıyoruz taraflar neleri seçmiş. Özellikle G2, Moses, Mute, Legion var. DP tarafında da Sledge görüyorum. Flores görüyorum. Twitch görüyorum. Dokaevi ve Termite var. Bakalım atak pozisyonunda olan DP bu maçta neler yapacak? Atak pozisyonunda başladığı için D Plus galiba. D Plus diyelim. D Plus'ın nasıl bir atağını göreceğiz. Evet, birinci round başladı ve son 45 saniyeden geri saymaya başlıyor şu an. Evet, bir drone kaybetti. D Plus. D Plus Kia. Alemin gene önde bir push'u. Normal base'den yani bombaların başından biraz daha önde pushlamaya çalışıyor. Alem ki biliyorsunuz G2 Sports'un en son maçtaki, bundan bir önceki maçtaki en çok kill alan oyuncularından bir tanesi.
EXO, yeah.
Exposition.
I've heard like it's called exposition, but I've heard expo.
That was what threw me. I said exposition. I thought that's not the right word.
I've heard museum. I've heard trophy.
Şu an bombanın bulunduğu bölgelerde bir oyuncu var mı onu görmeye çalışıyorum ama bakalım asıl soru ilk kill kimden gelecek? Günün ilk mücadelesi, ilk roundu ve ilk kill artık. İlk kill'i bakalım kim olacak? Bu arada bir bomba denemesi geldi Coltade'da. Canının neredeyse %40'ını aldı ama bomba killiyle maça başlamadık. O da birazcık enteresan oldu. Yani bomba killleri, ekstra killer, triple killer, double killer artı yaratacak hareketler oluyor. Takıma katkı sağlayacak. Bu arada ilk kill G2'dan geldi. Benja Master ilk killini aldı. Önde dikkatli girmeye çalışan Kotad'ı avladı. Şimdi Soldier'ı izliyoruz Dokaevi ile. Doki-san rakibinin nerede olduğunu biliyor ve bir Doki-san körken bir kill aldı ama tabii kör olmanın verdiği etkiyle de kaybetti onu. Doki-san ve ilk round'un galibi de bakalım Wogiman'dan ekstra bir oyun izlemezsek ciddi olacak ve son 10 saniyeye giriyoruz. Wogiman'dan bir kill geldi ama tabi o merdiveni bırakmaması gerekiyordu G2'nun. Öyle de yaptı ve ilk roundu kazanmış oldu. G2
G2 doing what G2 best, playing aggressive but playing together quite crucially.
Certainly are. We'll head into round 2 with G2 taking an early lead then. And these are, as I said, coming in before round 1. These are the questions that are going to get answered. D+ yesterday, their performance was excellent. I don't want to take that away from them.
Benja Master'ın güzel zamanlamasını izliyoruz. Alemin de son saniye. Benja Master tabi double kill aldı. Duvar arkası güzel bir vs atmış.
in here, great bit of trade play coming out, just ready. G2 just looks so composed.
This is what I mean, and D+, you know, had a performance that surprised us a little bit yesterday. G2, however, are looking sort of peak performance, and I feel like that's the difference. G2 are looking consistently good at the minute. D+, the questions will be answered throughout the rest of this, but that first round just makes me wonder a little bit how much they are going to be able to sort of deliver on that. They're going to be attacking console this time, up onto the top floor, so much the same. G2 I would expect to see the whole.
Evet, ikinci round başladı.
I won't say pioneer, but they've done it very,
Geçler
very well.
kapatıldı, reinforce'lar atıldı, patlatması açılması gereken duvarlar açıldı. Şu an kamera avcılığı yapılıyor Twitch tarafından.
No shield to set up though at the top of that hallway, but I think, to be honest with you, so many teams are running that now that there has to be different strats you're bringing along, and a few teams this tournament so far have made use of his army to make certain areas more defendable. In fact, D+ used it in their game yesterday when we had Yas zipping back and forth on the defensive side, causing absolute havoc along that hallway.
Yas'ı görüyoruz. Yalnız herkes neredeyse bütün G2 bombaların bulunduğu odalardalar. Bir C4 kili geldi G2'dan. İkinci C4 kili geldi. Bu arada G2 şu an oyunu bombalarla götürüyor.
In second place with Foxay with 17. He doubled second place for the number of C4 and frag grenade kills that he got at that tournament. You are going to see Benja doing this all tournament long, and it is so hard to stop him.
We've got Wookieman working up Spiral whilst Tarper is still inside of admin, just trying to take these battles, open the wall, just trying to dislodge G2 in any way possible. Sends out the flash to provide
duvarı
a little bit
açabilecek
of
mi
cover.
ki şu an göründüğü üzere
Wookieman coming up to the top of Spiral here, and Wookieman, whether by luck or measurement, is going to drop himself back a little bit.
We're 2 minutes in and they're only just getting break opened up as well.
Okay'ı bir çaldırmaya başladı.
And it's forced D+ to rethink everything, double, triple check every single step they're making. They haven't even started challenging into this main hallway yet, really. Woogie working his way up. He's definitely going to work in towards that.
Woogie oradaki sesi aldı.
Behind the vending machine. So they are starting to break it open more from the north side here than from the east, but they've still got to work their way in, Tim. These two players out towards the east, Soldier and Harper, are all that's left.
Son 30 saniyeye gidiyoruz. G2 3 vs 2. Bir oyuncunun yaşamasından dolayı avantajı yüksek defansif tarafından. Ve ikinci roundun galibi de G2 oluyor. Durumu 2-0'a getiriyor. Getiriyor.
That's going to be something they need to be careful of. That's the sort of moment that can turn around. But G2 did react well, and they got the round done 2-0.
That's where they need to adapt well in that midpoint round as well. It's all good having a plan, and the thing is, a lot of teams will plan out strats and say, right, assuming we have 5 players, this player's sitting there, they're holding that angle, this guy's watching over there, they simply can't kill us, like, this defense is great. That's all well and good until you lose a player or two, then it becomes a big issue. So with the way that they've played that out, I think, sure, Woogie's done great to capitalize. He's got the opening kill. He stepped forward with the frag grenade and secured a second. Really good play by him, and a great bounce here onto Benja towards your left. Was also ready to get swung on, which was the right idea, but G2, I thought, adapted really well by having that player behind long desk to cover that hole in their defense, and Doki then was really all that was required to hold on to the main hallway. So again, G2 just adapting their shape mid-round really, really well, even if D+, Woogie especially, did well to capitalize on the space while it was temporarily open.
Dinlenmiş bir G2 izliyoruz ve odaklanmış bir G2 izliyoruz arkadaşlar, çünkü ikinci roundu, hatta ilk roundun da bir bomba denediler ama olmadı. İkinci roundun ikili C4'la geldi. Şimdi bomba nerede? Garajda galiba.
G2 at the minute, first 2 rounds don't really look close to
yanlış görmüyorsam. Konflikte bu haritada en sevdiğim yer garaj benim. Güzel fightlar dönebiliyor.
Yeah, that's it. It's those links between each other. It's yeah, you can play somebody bottom floor and top floor as long as you got somebody mid floor in between to be that link who can support either. And G2
garajdaki arabaları kaldırmışlar mı? Bak ben onu yeni görüyorum.
Which is something that, you know, I think it was Doki said in his interview yesterday that they did. You know, was let's
Termit garajın girişini açmaya çalışacak.
Where can we get those gaps?
Managed to keep the wall closed at least for now.
Ama tabii
No, still got one in back pocket.
önceden davrandı G2 ve Termit'in bolunu
He did take the goal, the
şey yaptı, yani yok etti ve garajı korumaya devam ediyorlar. Evet, ilk kill D+'dan geldi. Dokisan'ı 3 kill alan Dokisan'ı alt ettiler. Ve peşinden de bir Lyon diyorum. Finka heal boost'u gördük. Ama bu sırada Finka'yı da kaybettik.
G2 getting caught out up on that top floor. It was Doki who was playing up there, coming out with the nitros.
C4 kill'i görebilir miyiz? Derken Alem 4. kill'ini aldı. Ooo! Double kill geldi Benya Master'dan. Yine wallbang deniyor.
Harper in the entryway to the building here. Like they've barely managed to set a foot inside Consulate because G2 have just been ready and really been getting inside the west hallway. That feels like the furthest they got inside the building, and even then it's just in through a very short walk from the window out towards yellow. So G2 again just making this.
Bakalım garaja giriş sağlayabilecekler mi? Garajın bu arada girişi de değişmiş. Bu aradaki merdivenler yoktu.
Get slammed about in this game, and so far that is exactly what is happening. I think maybe we'll see a timeout after this round as well.
You're taking a risk taking G2
4 vs 1 şu anda G2.
At the minute, yes.
Eğer Harper'ın üzerine pushlarlarsa,
We've seen some great performances. Yeah, that's the thing. We've seen some great performances, and if G2 can find the space on console,
ya da sevleyecek mi? Yani sevlemeliydi bence.
I think maybe leading into that tactical timeout, just taking the opportunity to grab a few seconds of
dedi ki ben yaşayayım, ayakta kalayım.
To do that tactical timeout, so it just extends it a bit. They sort of sacrifice the end of the round. They 1v4.
Ölmeyeyim dedi ve sevgili G2 3. galibiyetini de alıyor roundlardaki.
Won't hear too much from the Korean side, I imagine. But I was actually looking at the stats here just to check actually on the maps, because I know coming into yesterday, or even into the actual tournament, in terms of like map preference, and this is a system that a few of us use where we assign weighting to a map based on when a team bans it in each of their map bans, how often they play it, if they win it, all that kind of good stuff.
Taktiksel bir timeout geldi.
Okay, it's a really good map for them to play against.
Muhtemelen
teams,
G+ tarafından
here to not show their best maps. They'll save that for the big games when they come up against big teams. Likely in the elimination stage, assuming
kısa oyunlarda, yani 10 roundluk maçlarda çok önemli bir fark.
Sorry, 1 and 2 with the risk of being knocked out. So I think here what they're doing is, again, bringing it out against D+. It is pushing Consulate up in their rankings. Right now it sits as a top 3 win rate rise. It's actually their 4th highest win rate map. Or round win rate, so to say.
Yalnız onu nasıl hissettin sen?
It's just one they're very happy to bring out when other teams are willing to go to it and say, look, we ain't got to show much on this map. We're very comfortable playing it. I think it's very quickly going to grow into a G2 favorite. The teams are going to start.
Ne hissetti oyuncu orada? Ben onu merak ediyorum. Yani o wallbang'i atarken.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, don't forget in the interview yesterday after D+1, they played on console against Loss and they looked very, very good. And Heimberg, the coach, said, you know, we feel that console is one of our really good maps. That's why we were happy to go there. So this is a map that D+ feel confident on, feel comfortable, feel like it's one of their good ones, and G2 are just at the minute dismantling them, and that's, as you say, going to start creating a little bit of fear, I think, for teams who maybe think, yeah, Consulate could be a choice for us. All of a sudden, if you're up against G2, maybe it's not.
Yeah. Boogeyman always hovers fuse and plays it.
4. round başladı. Hemen şuradan bir Muhammed'i görüyorum D Plus tarafında. Bak'ı görüyorum, Bravo'yu görüyorum, Fulkayebi'yi görüyorum, Termate'i görüyorum. Tabii Harper Termate oynuyor 3 round'dur. Hala devam ediyor. G2 tarafında Plus'ı görüyorum, Vision'ı görüyorum, Loot'u görüyorum. Nasıl bir round olacak?
They're struggling in a lot of cases there just to get inside of the map. You know, they get in sort of into the first
Harper
room.
içeride drone
They're
gezisine
not able
çıkmış.
to build beyond that. They certainly haven't gone as far as taking any real control of anything. In terms of this round, they're not inside of admin yet. Alamau is going to be right up in the faces if they try to go in there. Again, he's going to be feeding that information back into his team. You've got Torted on the window, repelled and ready, but
they're down 5 drones already inside 60 seconds.
Down 5 drones, 60 seconds. Nobody inside of the map yet.
Son 2 dakikaya girilirken ilk kill bu arada Boogeyman'den geliyor. Yani D Plus takımından.
Great utility agent to remove as the attackers as well. Removes the C4 offside. Good start for D+.
They need now to get themselves
Bakalım
inside the map.
G2 defans tarafında neler yapacak, bir kişi eksik kalaraktan.
He's supported by Soldier out in copy as well. So D+ are starting that push across the top floor. It's going to be up to Doki on the other side to be trying to hold on. Benja supporting as well. Yas is moving up. So D+ are now getting the numbers upstairs.
Son 1 dakikaya doğru gidilirken drone'la bir
how long do they hold on for? How much time do they try to burn?
yerini tespit ettiler. Bir C4. Bu arada Benyam Master aşırı derecede C4 deniyor ya. Bir C4 daha denemesi geldi ama bir tık sola atmalıydı onu. Yani kill kaçınılmazdı orada eğer biraz daha sola atsa. Bu arada 2 kill D Plus'tan geliyor. Tokisan ve Burto'dan da 2 kill geliyor. 3 vs 3 kaldı takımda. Son 20 saniyeye doğru gidiyoruz. Bakalım D Plus bombayı kurabilecek mi? Diffuser'ı kurabilecek mi? Ooo Harper görmedi mi?
Again, D+ just never really getting into a position. They sort of did. I want to be positive about them.
D+ nasıl, niye öyle bir hata yaptı?
Previously, they went a step further. They got step 1 done.
Tabii 4-0 olunca hemen
The whole team were contributing earlier on when they were, while all chat was off screen, they were saying easier than scars. 3 of them all contributed towards
bağırışmalar, moral bozmalar.
So D+, they went a step further this time. They got top floor control. Great. What did they do with it? Not very much. No. G2 weren't playing heavily inside a site. They were keeping themselves out of those lines of sight. Even with 25 seconds left to go, when you saw Harper die on yellow stairs.
Alemden geldi yani, moral bozalım dedi ya.
To try and get down into side. But they didn't have any control. They didn't have any option to try and put the diffuser.
Güzel one shot geldi.
That wasn't going to happen. This is Harper.
Burada gerçekten körken vurmuş ve adamı görmesine rağmen körken indirebilirdi onu ya. Evet, 5. rounda geçtik. Şu an büyük bir üstünlük var G2 tarafında. 4-0'lık bir üstünlük. Tabi D+ tabii kill alıyor ama hani bir kişinin 4 kill alması en azından ilk 5 roundda yeterli olmuyor ki daha Harper'dan hiç kill yok D+ tarafında. Birer kill'le de ikinciliği paylaşıyorlar. Otot, Yas ve Soldiers 3 oyuncu. G2 tarafında da zaten gördüğünüz üzere 4-0'lığın verdiği oyununda geri dönüşünü kill'lerle almışlar. Benyam Master 5 gibi bunun 2 tane C4 kill'i Virtua 4 kill, Alem 4 kill, Uno'da bir kill var ama o da bu roundlarda tahminimce kill çıkarır. Ve 5 kill'de de Dokisam var. Wow yani. Wow yani.
Those are the kind of situations that will end rounds quite single-handedly. I love this, by the way. Back on the second floor, I spoke about them not playing the shield.
Şimdi reinforce'lar atıldı. Son 2 dakikaya giriyoruz. Dronlar kullanılıyor. Bombanın yeri tespit edildiği D+ tarafından. Clash görüyorum bu arada. Enteresan bir pick. Uno'dan. Acaba biraz daha son dakika oyuncuların, rakip takımın oyuncularını ortaya çıkarmak için mi böyle bir hamle geldiğini düşünmeliyiz. Yani niye geldi o Clash hamlesi orada? Zaten 4-0 önde. Yani biraz daha rahat oyun oynayabilirler. Tabii Clash'in de en büyük etkisi armorundaki elektrik. Bakalım son bir dakikaya girilirken ilk kill hangi takımdan gelecek? Bir flash geldi Kotut'tan. İkinci flash. Tabii o kadar flash atmaya odaklanan Kotut onu yapmasaydı Benyamaster tarafından avlanmayacaktı. İlk kill de G2'dan geldi. Soldier'dan bir diffuser kurulumu bekliyorduk ama yani kuruluyordu. Bak şimdi kurmaya başladı. Soldier bakalım. Bombayı, diffuser'ı kuruyorlar ama oraya bilecekler mi? Sayı oyuncu avantajı olarak yani oyuncu sayısı olarak avantajı var D+'ın ama tabii kill konusunda acımayan bir G2 var ve canları full neredeyse. 2 vs 2.5 atacaklar gibi, hatta 2 çeyrek atacaklar gibi bir durum var. Şu an bombanın geri sayımı 20 saniyeye girilirken hala bir Soldier'dan double kill geldi. Hala bir hamle yok diffuser'a. Bakalım neler olacak derken ilk killini de ilk roundunu da almış oldu D+. Tabii bu geri dönüşün sinyali olarak düşünebilir miyiz diye sormak lazım. Bence daha 3 fark varken erken konuşmayayım, erken söylemeyeyim. G2.
Lock it down, because we're going nowhere near there. You know, they sent Yas in there as a token force. Just have a few pot shots, make them think that that's where the push is coming from, that there's a bit of attention from the admin side, and they get in and get a very simple plant down inside of that window, and I like it from D+, not overcomplicating matters. And like I say, G2, once you've got 2 players outside of that window, it's almost impossible. Like I say, I think Uno on the Clash is just not tall enough. The shield isn't
C4'a uçmuş. C4'a diyorum. Neydi onun adı? Bombanın ismini unuttum. Neyse C4 diyelim. C4'a uçmuş pencereden çıkarken. Penceredeyken hani arka taraftan gelecek rush'ı kesmek adına önlemini almış D+. Valla güzel, başarılı bir round olmuş D+ için. Evet, 6. rounddayız. Dronlar geziyor. Bombanın yeri tespit edilmeye çalışıyor. Duvarlar darmadağın. Biz boşuna mı yaptık bu duvarları oraya? Bu arada. Hani o kadar masraf. Ahşap pahalı bir şey. Yıkmayın. Lus'u kullanan Uno'dan rakip oyuncu arayışı geliyor önünde pıtı pıtı pıtı pıtı sesleriyle.
Straight away trying to challenge up the stairs. Great angle being held by Woogie, but doesn't find the head of Benja.
Evet, son 2 dakikaya girirken hala ortada bir kill yok. Tabii ki bomba denemesi ya da bir fight gördük ama yeterli değil. Ash çünkü hızlı bir karakter ve bir anda fight'tan ayım oturmayınca kaçtı Vogi. Işık kullanan Vogi. Drone'larla tekrar bir tarama geliyor. Dokisa'nın yerini belli ettiler ama ilk kill de D+Kia'dan geldi. Benyamaster oyunun yani G2'nun en çok kill alan oyuncusunu round'un bir dakikasında kala kaybettiler. Ve bir kayıpta D+Kia'dan geldi. Tam 4 vs 4 ve son 1 dakikaya doğru gidiyoruz.
Still unifying Doki sat in here, just burning down the clock with those keeper barriers as he has done every single time they've played this top floor. I tell you what, I didn't expect to see a ghost coming at the bottom of those stairs as well. 3 players from D+ slowly starting to work their way through.
O tutturamadığı için biraz tedirgin oldu o aşamada. Bu arada double kill görüyoruz Virtue'den. Dokisa'nın önündeki adamın farkında değil tabi, yani orada bombalar havaya uçuşurken nasıl orada olmadığını fark edemedin. O yüzden de yani cross koyabilirdi orada. Ama tabii rahat oynuyor GT oyununu. Biraz daha özgür. Neden? Çünkü bir fiyat diyorum. Fiyat nereden çıktı? Bir skor avantajı var. 2 moraller yerinde. Bir el verseler, 2 el verseler. Çok problem değil.
And really, it was only one round where D+ still sent Yas out towards admin side to run distraction, really, and drag them over. In fact, Tim, we could pull in Titan for a quick chat about this one. Titan, my friend, how's it going?
Hello, hello. Thank you again for having me.
No problem at all.
Hello.
Give us a talk through that half. I really want to ask you first and foremost, though, about the very heavy mute Mozzie Solis setup you guys have got. Just complete an intel shutout. Was that part of the game plan, or just so happened to be that case where D+ were then getting shot in the back half the round?
No, it's definitely part of a basic game plan that we have. We know that they need lots of information for what they want to do, so it's just a simple sort of basic game that we want to play to just prevent that entirely. So that's general just the idea of it.
Thinking about the map Titan coming in, obviously we heard D+ yesterday say Consulate, you know, quite openly Consulate's one of our better maps. We like playing.
Ne oldu? Bir taktiksel bir pause mu geldi? Mouse geldi. Taktiksel bir pause geldi.
I mean, we know how strong we are on Consulate. They might have an imagination in their heads that they think they're good at it. I think we're proving the point that they're really not, to be honest. So simple as that. Very.
Ooh, I think I'll talk to you about some quotes you gave me the other night after this game, Titan. I can't wait to talk to you about it, mate.
Sure thing. No problem.
No worries, mate. Catch you later. Good luck for the second half.
Thank you.
I love that.
Gelmemiş. Bir yorum almışlar analiz masasından. Ve skor 5-1, 7. rounddayız. G2'nun üstünlüğünü görüyoruz ve artık bakalım. Yani şöyle, G2 atak tarafına geçti. D+ defans tarafına gitti. Pek bir varlık gösteremeyen D+ atak tarafında, şimdi defansta daha iyi oyun sergileyecek mi? Bu arada bomba A ve B bombası garajda. Şu an daha kayıplar verilmedi. G2 bombanın yerini tespit etti. Yalnız dibinde ha. Kotut o infoyu aldı muhtemelen. Zip'in sesini de duydu. Ve bir telefon araması gerçekleşiyor. Özel bir yerden arıyorlar. Okey, bir arıyor sizleri arkadaşlar. Oo. Karşılıklı kayıplar oldu. Dokisa'm ve Kotut şu anda takımlarını eksik bıraktı. Bakalım Benyamaster, Twitch, Virtue, Tournament, Alem, Bak, bunu Kapita'yı alırken Boogeyman'in Legion tercihi, Soldier'ın Echo tercihi ve Harper'ın Smoke tercihi ne karşılık aktif bir oyun sergileyecekler mi? Twitch'ten bir kamera temizliği.
Absolutely. Well, really the other thing I'm looking at is the fact there's a thermite and 2 sets of
Bak
heart
tabi
breach gadgets.
yerleri
Both the
kırıyor.
backpockets of
Alt katın
Alamo and
tavanını
Luna.
kırmış da
They
oluyor.
really
Bakalım
wanted to
orada
guarantee
bir
that they had some heart breach coming into this round. Even though it's devolved into a
rakip
little bit, I
buldu.
don't want to say team deathmatch, but it has been this bit of a frag heavy game, chasing each other around.
Son 45 saniyeye giriyoruz. Hala ortada ilk kayıplardan hariç başka bir kayıp yok. Muhtemelen G2 son saniye gidip diffuser kurmayı deneyecek. Tabii bir alevli ok at. Ah, smoke attı. Double kill geldi alemden. Harper'dan bir kill geldi. Sonra 9-8 saniye, 7 saniye ve 1 plus son saniyeye kadar defans yapmasının avantajını aldı ve bu roundu da kazandı. Skoru 5-2 yaptı.
That to him isn't a God took away hide. That is the, okay, now I need to swing. Because off the back of that flash, he knew that an execute would happen or more utility would follow. A player would make a move, whatever it might be. And he just goes straight for the breach player, finds Uno, ready to drop a smoke. His gun's not even at the ready. It's the freest kill of his life, and it leaves the diffuser down outside the garage door. So great response by D+ Kira in the moment, especially Harper there, but a good hold. And
yeni gelenler varsa da hoş geldiler. Sefalar getirdiler.
We will see as it progresses. I think the basement can be a tough one to attack onto, but to be honest, this isn't going to be any easier up on the top floor, depending on how deep.
Bakalım 7. rounda bir tekrar geri dönüyoruz. Alemin double kill'i var.
But we will see as they go whether G2 can create space where D+ were unable to. But the last round is anything to go by. It doesn't suggest that it will be as easy as
Soldier'ın da double kill'i var.
G2, I felt lacking a little bit of verticality. They didn't get in there. Garage is one where you can really get in above, get control of piano, exposition, that sort of area, rip up the floor, much like you used to on console, and create those vertical angles, make it difficult. You know, you had 2 D+ Kia players that were just stood in the same position for the entire round pretty much, and picked up those final kills.
Gördüğünüz üzere duvarlar açılmış. İnsafsızca.
You know, maybe a little bit more sort of verticality would have been useful.
Kapılar kırılıyor. İnsafsızca.
Amaru sends Grim like
Rokisan'dan bir hamlesi bekliyoruz. Daha doğrusu bir hamlesi gördük, tercihi gördük. Alemden de bir neydi o? Amaru'yu görüyoruz. Yani hızlı bir oyun oynamak isteyecekler ama
and clearly G2 is looking to make full use of the flexibility they've got that, or this is going to be a super well executed, execute with the sense and the Grim locking out the defenders entirely, and Alamo then being the one to spring somewhere and get.
Bakalım 8. roundu hangi taraf alacak? 2 dakikaya giriyoruz. Yine ortada bir kill atamadı. Oha. Bir kayıp yok iki takım içinde. Şimdi ama Alem Amaru ile bir hızlı rush gelebilir. Arkadaşlarından doğru infoyu bekliyor. Eğer zıplamayı doğru yaparsa üst pencereye bir anda rakibinin karşısında bulacak kendini. G2 evet geldi. Amaru hamleyi yaptı ama yeterli seviyede yani arkadaşlarını kaybetti. İki oyuncusunu birden kaybetti G2 ve doğru hamle olmadı aslında baktığımızda. Harper tek başına şu an ayakta kalmaya çalışıyor. Canı yok. Bir üfleseler, üf yapsalar, Ravion hoş geldin. Bir üf yapsalar Harper'a, Harper ortadan kalkacak ama tabii puşlamak yerine diyecektim ki diffuser'ı kuruyorlar. Ama tabii diffuser bir anda kurulması fake oldu ve ince bir atışla yani üflemeyle birden ettiler ve bir roundu daha hanesine yazdırdı. Skor 6-1 olması lazım. 6-2 olması lazım, özür
But that
dilerim.
I think for me, like you say, was real respect being shown. Don't go hunting for the kills, even though it's 1 HP. Let's take our time with this a little bit, and that's exactly how they've got themselves up to 6-2 match point in this first game of day 2 of phase 2.
Yeah, I think it was just
Of
recognising
phase
that
two,
situation.
too.
It's a situation we've probably all been in. You know, you get towards the end of a really explosive round, which is what that was. You're 3 versus 1, and all of a sudden everybody's just kind of
Evet,
you know,
6-2
running
oldu
around
skor.
aimlessly looking for that final kill, whilst the one defender can hold one line of sight, pick up 1, pick up 2, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1, and you've got a difficult situation.
Çok ince beklemiş adam. Ya
that
be,
G2 were just
benim
able to hit
aslında
the
bu
break
maçta
there.
özellikle çok ekstrem
Let's slow
konsantre
down, we're
oynuyor.
running around here.
Yani o
We're gonna
C4
end up
killleri
running
2
into
tane
half,
zaten
we
2
don't need
killini
to.
C4'la
Let's just
alınca
get that
enteresan
diffuser
oldu.
down. So really,
Bir de
really good
üzerine
from them.
rakibinin
That sends
yerini
us
çok iyi
into
tespit
round
ediyor.
9, and it's gonna be
O dağı da
match point
sağlam.
for
O
G2
yüzden
here. They could send themselves on
hani
to
şu an
2-0
Benjamin
in Swiss
Master'ın
if they win
aldığı
this
8
I thought that, like, trying to think
takıma
about
yaptığı
prediction
ekstra
trophy was
katkı
actually put
diyebiliriz.
G2 down to go
Tabii ki
3-0
bir önceki
in this phase.
maçlarda
You just can't trust them
gene
late,
bir
late
8
field.
kili 10 kili var ama bu
As much as
maçta
you'd love
daha
to,
böyle
it's like you just through stage
yaratıcı
2, you
hamlelerle
know,
rakibini
once
alt
bitten,
etmeye
twice
çalışıyor.
shy.
Bu arada maç
It's very
sayısına
true,
gidiyoruz
very true.
G2 için.
T-shirt says I was bitten
Eğer
by
ki bu
G2.
roundu galip gelirse G2 7-2'lik bir skorla maçı kazanmış olacak. He. D+ alırsa ne olacak? Maç D+ için bir round daha uzamış olacak. O yüzden D+ dikkatli olması, oynaması gerekiyor. Sonunda üstün atak yapması gerekiyor. Hemen tercihlere bakıyoruz. D+ tarafında Legion var, Kapkan var. Mute'u görüyoruz ki bir drone'da Mute'a yakalandı. Bu tarafında da Ace, Sledge, Twitch, Bravo ve Dokey'i görüyoruz. Çaldır Dokey'i. Çaldır Dokey'i. Çaldır. Çaldır gülüm. Evet, Doki-san rakibinin yerini biliyor. O kadar çok insertlediler ki Doki-san'ın yerini. Artık sinirlendi, gitti adamı vurmak yerine kamerayı vurdu. İlk kill de D+'dan geliyor. İkinci kill de D+'dan geliyor. Bu arada Benjamin Master Kapkan'ın trebine yakalandı. Uyuz bir şey bu arada, yani Kapkan'ın trebi. Unutuyor insan. Uno nakladığı Harper'ı şu an indirdi. 4 vs 3 aldı. Defans pozisyonunda D+ ya da atak pozisyonunda G2 diyelim. İşler biraz daha G2 için bu roundda zora girdi. Bakalım, eğer ki yani Alem takımın yıldızlarından bir tanesi, Alem bir kill aldı ama öldü. Bak, bu kötü oldu işte. Alem'in ayakta olması lazım. Ama enteresan bir şekilde de şöyle bir durum var. G2 bütün oyuncuları oynuyor. Bütün oyuncuları oynuyor. Yani kill dağılımı muazzam bu arada G2'da. Onu söyleyeyim. Evet, bir bomba denemesi geldi. Bunu rakibinin yerini biliyor. Ve Uno'dan bir diffuser kurulumu geldi. Yapma bunu. Yapma. Fake atsaydın ya. Fake atsaydın. Fake atsaydın yani en azından D+'ın ikinci oyuncusu üst kattaydı. Zaman kazanırdı. Fake atamadı. Ama yani zaten 6-2 4 puan 4 fark var. D2 ile D+ arasında o farkı da birazcık kayıplar adına, yani kayıpları tolere edilebilir konumda G2. Dediğimiz gibi D+'da maçı bir round daha uzattı kendi adına. Bakalım, gene kritik bir round. Ne kadar D+ bu roundda da etkili oyun oynayacak? Eğer ki bir tane daha şu an D+ round alırsa diyecekler ki biz vallahi yapıyoruz bu işi, farkı kapatıyoruz. Hadi 2 round daha dayanın arkadaşlar diyecek ve belki de maça tutunacaklar. Bu arada 9-10. round başladı. Gene G2 için maç sayısı. Hemen hero'lara bakıyoruz, ne var neler var. D+ tarafında, defans tarafındaki D+ takımda Legion, Mute, Frost, Echo ve Mok görüyoruz. Güzel bir beşli bu arada. Rakibi oyalayacak bir beşli. G2 tarafında da atak pozisyonunda da gene Amaru'yu görüyoruz. Sledge görüyoruz. Bak görüyoruz. Okey'i görüyoruz. Bu Unu'nun seçtiği karakterin ismini hala ezberlemedim. Onu da ezberlersem çok güzel olacak. Hatta bakayım neymiş o. Adına. Oo, Beğenmeyi gene kaybetmek üzere G2.
Tim, for those who don't know, is a frost mat magnet. You just don't know how.
Umarım kaybetmezler. Çünkü güzel oynuyor Beğenmeyi. Yani ölmesini istemeyeyim ölmesini. Hani Finka falan da yok ki heal bassın. Evet, burada ara ikiye şu an göremiyorum.
Just show they want to make sure that this is a very secure part of the map for them to get to work on the verticals. So it will still probably be another 20 seconds or so. I say that. Actually, they've already got to work.
Evet, gene tahta üzerinde tahta kalmıyor. Yani biz boşuna mı bu kadar masraf yaptık buraya? Bomba gene garajda. Son 1,5 dakikaya giriyoruz. Hala ortada bir kayıp yok ki ilk kayıp D+'dan geliyor. 5 vs 4.
Vertical superiority paying dividends. Woogieman was actually a little bit closer to an engagement than maybe you realised there. I think he's still considering getting himself up those stairs and getting a little bit aggressive, but for the time being he's just sort of holding the line and waiting.
Holding the line.
Down and we'll surely, there you go. Pick them up. They're playing at the bottom of the stairs, so Soldier has to drop away. But look at this. You know, they're like ants over a
11 dakikaya girildi.
Absolutely swarming over that top floor, looking through every vertical.
Yani G2 üst kattan garaja bir yol açtı resmen. Demirler olmasa aşağı atlayacak, yeni hatch diyebiliriz. Bir turdan bir bomba kili geldi. Dokisan'ı kaybetti G2. Ama Beğenmeyi hala yaşıyor. Boogieman'den Alem. Boogieman'den double kill geldi. Uno ve Alem'i aldı. Kritik oldu bu. Boogieman kaçırmadı. Triple kill'i görüyoruz. Ama double kill geldi Beğenmey'den. Diffuser kuruluyor şu an. Fake attı. Son 5 saniye kala bombayı kuruyor mu? Kuramadı. Beğenmeyi inanılmaz odak. Adamın nereden geleceğine dair kafasında resmen hazır. Her zaman bildiğini yapsa, duvara sıkmasa, cross'u duvarın köşesine koysa maç sayısını almamak içten bile değil yani o anda. Güzel oynadı valla. Beğenmey'in bugünkü oyununu beğendim. Bugünkü oyununu beğendim ben. Yani G2, bence G2 şu an 1-0 önde.
It was very close. Benja just one gunfight away from winning that 1v3 after picking himself up.
1v3
after going into that frost mat on entry. So here we go then. D+Kia, they get themselves another round on the board. 4-6. The fight back is on. They're going to have to win 2 more back to back though if they want to keep themselves in this.
Oh, Woogie. What a rat.
Beautiful. We love a good
Vallahi beautiful.
And what I love is the chaos that they had dancing around Pillar, not just for this one, but he wins this fight and he's like, oh, I can breathe. And then suddenly someone drops next to him and he's like, oh my God, there's another one. What do I do? Managed to win out the gunfight regardless. Still, very exciting. D+ could well be dragging us through to a much closer game than we anticipated.
We're going to be getting ourselves into every time what could be our last round. It's 6-4. G2 only need one, of course. It's going to be round.
Tekrar gösteriyorlar. Reply'ları komik oluyor.
To be fair, at the half you would not have thought that they would be pushing for every round of regulation, but once they've got themselves onto the defense, they've had a couple of close rounds, but they've
11. rounda gidiyoruz. Hala G2 için maç sayısı olan bir round. Tabii yavaş ağzımla da oynuyor olabilirim beğendim oyunu. Çünkü D Plus kendine inanmaya başladı. 2 round üst üste aldığı galibiyet bir anda D Plus takımını oyunu ortak etmeye doğru gidiyor. Tabii D Plus dikkatini bozmaması gerekiyor. Yapılacak küçük bir hata bir anda G2'ya maç sayısını getirebilir. Yani bu maçın galibiyetini G2 olabilir. İlk kill de G2 tarafından geliyor. Uno yasa aldı. Evet. Agresif bir oyun görüyoruz Virtu'dan ama tabii kill alamadan Virtu'nun kaybolması kötü oldu. Agresif oyunun zararını gördü. Bu arada 3 vs 2 kaldı. D Plus bir rounddan mı galibiyetle ayrılacak ve durumu 6-5'e geçirecek? Bunu göreceğiz. Tabii Alem yani performansı yerinde olan oyuncu şu an. Nereden baksanız 1.5'a 2 çeyrek bir versus var oyuncu sayısı anlamında. Soldier'a bir mermisi üstleyecekler ama Alem her zamanki gibi iyi ayımının ekmeğini yedi. Şimdi bir diffuser kurulumu gerçekleşiyor. Uno fake'ini attı. Soldier kendini Uno'ya göstermemeye çalışıyor ama hataydı ve 11. roundu da G2 alaraktan günün ilk maçının galibi G2 oluyor. İşte oradaki hata. Bir hata yüzünden gitti. Belki de kendilerini göstermeseler, fake'i yemeseler. Tamam oğlum dur kaşıma. Kaşıma. Kaşıma. Göğsünü kaşıyacağım gerek yok yani.
Yeah, G2 looking pretty good today. D plus Kia, props to them. They made a good go of it in the second half. You know, they really did. After G2 were well on top in the first half, they showed good resilience to fight back into it. But ultimately, G2 just had the legs. They just had that little bit more.
Round 2'nin maçlarını da Round 2'nin ilk maçını da alıyor. Sevgili G2 Esports. Umarım siz de bu maçtan keyif almışsınızdır.
Yeah, it's as simple as that now for G2. One more win will get the job done. But if I know Siege things
Günün ikinci mücadelesini de birazdan söyleyeceğim. Muhtemelen bir 5 dakikalık bir ara olacağını reji bize yansıtacak.
The D plus one-on-one.
5-10 dakika aradan sonra ikinci maça geçeriz.
Not getting knocked out in the losers best of 3 if they go down to that lower end of the bracket. Because as a reminder, only 8 teams make it out of this 16-team bracket. It can be pretty terrifying prospect if you start losing a couple of games. But Tim, I hear that Uno is ready for an interview over on the desk, so let's throw over to Jacob and the gang now.
Yeah, somehow we managed to grab Uno for the interview after G2 knock off D Plus on Consulate. Waxing, you wanted to talk to this man, and for very good reason, because that was a phenomenal performance.
Well, he's an OG like me. It's been a long time.
19.45. Yaklaşık bir 15 dakika sonra da
What's the big difference between this G2 roster versus the last?
reji kameralarını Kawasaki Scars'la Lost mücadelesine çevirecek. Bakalım başlarına neler gelecek. İki takımın. Bu arada Twitch'ten aktif olarak izleyenler varsa da bu yayını 3 saat boyunca yayını benimle birlikte izler ya da baş partlarında bir sunum tadında izlediğiniz andan itibaren Rainbow Six'te özel kozmetik alıyorsunuz. Bir adet e-spor paketi alıyorsunuz. İçinde de güzel şeyler olduğunu biliyorum ama görmedim. Umarım drop'unuzu alırsınız ve oyun içinde yani alıyorsanız da bunu Instagram'dan ya da Twitter'dan paylaşın. Dijital esnaf Instagram'da @dijitalesnaf, Twitter'da da @dijitalesnaf olarak paylaşırsanız ben de sosyal medyadan onları paylaşmış olurum. Sponsorumuza katkımız olmuş olur o vesileyle.
I think obviously I can't speak on their behalf. Like I wasn't in the team when they had previous players, but I think I bring more the end round calling and helping call. Like focusing on plans. That's basically what I do the best. Like I can call the plans, what we do, where I need people and stuff. So I think that's just been like a good addition.
You saw it was Consulate because D+ had already played this bad boy yesterday. What was going through your head when you saw that that was the map you were going to?
I think we knew that they put up a strong showing, like 7-1 or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they probably thought that we would be scared or something, but nah, like our Consulate is way better. So
Fair play.
Güzel pompa
you guys
kili.
looked like you were closing out a lot sooner. What happened in those last two rounds?
small mistakes like positioning mistakes on those attacks. I would say more like that.
Because me and Jacob were hearing you, we heard the executes going, and then just immediately you heard someone go ah or ooh, and then it just kind of like. Then just went into the next round. Then we heard DP getting hype. But you guys, what I've noticed, every single round, even if you guys lose, everyone is still cheering. Everyone is still happy.
Yalnız Vogi'yi nasıl görmemişler orada ya?
Plays into what you were talking about, just overall the vibes of the team. No one's down on those lost rounds, and that's
Çok
such an
enteresan.
important mental
İki
to
tane
have for
oyuncu
this roster.
sırtı dönük ya.
Nice classes.
Oh, I had to dress for the occasion for you guys. You guys brought it out in me.
All right, you obviously had first game of the day, which is a bit of a curse and a blessing because now you have to wait a little bit to figure out who your 3-0 opponent is going to end up being. Anything you guys know what you're going to do just in the meantime while you wait for who your opponent is? Is it all relaxed time? Is it right back to scrims?
We're gonna relax and probably watch some games and enjoy.
All right, sounds good. Anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go, dude?
Thanks.
What about your skin? What about anything?
Oh
like
yeah,
that?
buy skins.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sweet, there you go. Awesome, Uno. Thanks a lot again. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you guys.
They are now moving into the
Gözlükleri
undefeated
güzelmiş
section of this
ha.
Swiss bracket because I mean, at this point, all they have to do is wait to figure out who their opponent is going to end up being in round number 3. And this entire game, Lax, for the most part, was won based on how that defensive round went for G2 in the first place. Yeah. And once you switch sides, it was I don't want to say it was a foregone conclusion, but it was really close in the first half.
It was exactly what I thought. More what I was saying in the beginning is if they can put up that wall that they were putting up against Scars, but they did it on a defense side at first, and it was just right there. They couldn't find anything. They couldn't find a way to get into the site, into the round. They just couldn't get a foothold in where they needed to. G2 was just shutting that down, and then they swapped sides. And that's where I think what I was saying is with, how DP can, maneuver around the map, get around is what secured them some of those rounds, but still ultimately G2 was the best.
Well, G2 was not able to let them, D+ did no maneuvering in that matchup. And to dive into the specificities and how that went, we're going to Jesse with the breakdown.
Thank you, Jacob. Yes, I had a specific moment I wanted to bring you back to from this matchup, specifically on round number 2, where G2 did something a little bit interesting. They're defending the top floor, and we see D+ Kia trying to push in from admin side. Now, what they've done is they've gone ahead and they've fully reinforced the admin triple wall. This can sometimes be a bit of a double-edged sword.
Analiz odasına gidiyoruz. Bakalım analiz odasında.
Who are trying to play inside of admin. You don't have extra angles to maybe fight players who are pushing on in. But the thing about this admin triple wall is it actually has this opening at the very top of the wall, which is perfect for explosives to fly through. And G2 know this. The only real way to deal with this wall, other than getting in or trying to take that space away from them, is with ranged hard breach coming in from the window. But as you can see, there's no ranged hard breach to be seen at all coming through from D+ Kia. So they're not in a particularly good spot to deal with this setup. Now, I mentioned the explosives. Let's go ahead and see exactly how this plays out. Currently, it's Uno playing inside of the room, and look at Yas out on the window on the Twitch in a perfect position. And keep in mind as well, sound on LAN is very, very good. So Uno can hear when this rappel in comes on through. He's listening for the prompts. There it is. Nitrocell out. Boom. Perfect. Now, at that exact moment, they know they're not done. We see a little switch up going on. We see Uno go on out. We see the Warden come on in. That's, of course, being played by Benjamaster. And so with these two players, what you've done is you've reintroduced a C4 back into that same room. Look at the bottom part of your screen now. We've got the Flores also ready to jump on in. He flashes the room, but it's a Flores. That's not going to do anything. Jumps on in, exact same result.
Wow.
Perfect Nitro Cell utilized with
Benjamaster'ın C4 killini gördük.
There is some comeback in this round. We see Woogieman a little bit later on the spiral stairs. The rest of his team still over in admin side. It's a 3v5 favoring G2. But with Woogieman making some good plays, he comes in from Spiral. He's going to take down Uno with a great pick. Then he's going to be able to nade out a 4th player as well. That'll go towards the vending position, and that'll take down the Warden, who's already low HP. This looks a little bit better, right? D+, they've traded things out to the 3v3, but G2 are so proactive. First things first, they're going to have Virtue immediately grab this trade onto Woogieman. Then, if we play forward a little bit, they're going to grab immediate positions, there's the trade, to counter the rest of these two players. Take a look at what they can do on the side of D+ now. Everybody is on the admin side of the map. They've got two places they can walk in. They can go through the door, they can go through the breach. That's it. Meanwhile, G2 have set up a nightmare of crossfires for this. You got Alamau on the door, you've got Doki on the stairs, and you've got Virtue by the vending
Çok
position.
güzel
All three of them
kapatmışlar.
perfectly in spots that they can deny this admin pushing. And if we clear the
Gerçekten
screen, take
ilk
a
3
look.
roundun
You don't gotta be a wizard.
3 roundda galip gelmesini ya da ilk 4
round
roundda diyebiliriz. Çok
Çok
güzel organize ve harita hakimiyetiyle oynamış.
It's these really strong defensive setups that really push G2 over the edge and got them their win in over D+ Kia. They go up 2-0. So congratulations to G2, but there's plenty more games to play today. So let's throw it to a quick break and we get back with game number 2 for the day.
Evet. 6 dakika sonra Los Scars mücadelesinde tekrar birlikte olacağız. Görüşmek üzere.
If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the game. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically,
Baby, I'ma be there through the rough parts of it all. Holding your hand, fighting for the things that we want. Be the rock you lean on, with you by my side. Baby, when we fall, together we'll rise. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces. Show me you mean it tonight. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. and hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler. Günün ikinci mücadelesine geçiyoruz. Sizlerle birlikteyiz tekrardan gene. Bakalım bu arada sevgili YouTube tarafında 3 beğeni gelmiş. Teşekkür ediyorum. Umarım ki daha çok beğenileri önümüzdeki 3-4 saat boyunca görürüz. Araya 5 dakikalık ara vermeden önce söylemiştim. Şu iki günün ikinci maçı Kawasaki Scars'la Los arasında olacak. O sırada inşallah siz de çaylarınızı, kahvelerinizi tazelemiş olursunuz. O tazelemişsinizdir. O 5 dakika molada. Ve sevgili YouTube, size ne diyorum her zaman? Diyorum ki abone olmayı, yorum yapmayı, bildirim çarklarını açmayı unutmayın. Destek vermeyi unutmayın. Sevgili Twitch tarafında da droplar hala aktif. Güzel bir Rainbow Six espor paketi kazanacaksınız. Eğer 3 saat boyunca yayında olursanız. Haberiniz olsun. Haberiniz ola. Şimdi ben şuradan bir yudum su içmek önemli. Bu arada tüm oyuncular lobilerde son hazırlığını yapıyorlar. Beş dakika sonra maksimum 4 dakika olsun hadi. Maça başlıyor olacağız.
and put the investment into Shaika, right? So this guy is a big win condition for their team. And if he's not turned up and he's had a bad day individually, I guess it can only get better because you'd assume he's going to get a kill today. I mean, he didn't yesterday.
You want to assume that. You need to assume that, but you can't always put that hope in one person. It's a 5-man roster. Everyone has to step up. And what we saw yesterday, nobody stepped up, even their star player.
So what I'm hearing is Rec needs to find at least one frag, and we need to go to a map that's a known commodity and not something that you kind of have to bring stuff up in the ground up level on, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, for the most part.
All right, sounds good. I think it's also probably fairly straightforward for both these squads as well. We said it back in the NAL several times. Nobody understands the errors and the issues that a team has more than the team themselves. So at some point, they're going to be able to bring something else out of the woodwork if they haven't already tried something. And the beauty about best of ones in these first couple of rounds is you've got the ability to take a little bit more of those risks. But at some point, in order to avoid being in best of 3 territory, you got to do something special here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take risks. That's the whole point in being in situations like these. Even if you're changing a strat, just one map, one round, that one round can secure you a win.
I think the one good thing for both of these teams is that it's thick and fast. It's best of 1 territory. They played yesterday, straight back into it today. They don't have time to sit and ponder on the mistakes. It's not like, for example, a week of a UL or NAL where you sat, you play, and then you play in a week later, and you've got to sit on that loss for a whole week. It's just straight back into it. For Scars, I think they will have just rode it off, right? This was we just got this wrong. Start again. Well, you know, we've got a best one tomorrow. Don't even think about the G2 game. For Los, probably the same, although there is an added spice of pressure that they are still wanting to try and achieve the top 8 to get SI.
Yeah.
So I would say there's more pressure on Los. But yeah, I think for both of these teams, it's kind of just a wipe the slate clean, forget about yesterday.
Yeah, for the most part, because they only won, what? It was 3 rounds combined between both of them.
So there's no positives whatsoever,
No,
so just forget about it.
There's nothing you can take away from both those teams and say, hey, this is what looked good. You just got to wipe it away and say, hey, move past it, focus on this next game.
All right, sounds good. So basically, we just need to be like, hey, this is their actual first matchup. So what is the first map that both of these teams are going to be playing as far as round 2 is concerned? All right, so they are going to a known commodity. That's good.
Evet. Harita belli olmuş. Banka haritasını izleyeceğiz. İkinci mücadelede tabii Los'un banladığı haritaları da söylemek lazım. Clubhouse, Border, Kafe ve Kaleti banlamışlar. Gaz tarafında da Nighthaven. Ondan sonra Cuma Oregon, Skyscraper ve Consulate banlanmış. Gars'ın defans olarak seçtiği haritada bank olmuş. Bank haritasını göreceğiz, izleyeceğiz. Bakalım başlarına neler gelecek her iki takımında.
Be aware of where you can be shot from, and no doubt with Scars droning in Rack, putting him in positions, they got to be aware of it.
Yeah, they got Lost got very exposed to lurks yesterday, and like you say, Bank is huge for lurking. We saw it yesterday, and I know it's a very different game, but we saw in the Bleed game where Tad's just prone in stock against M80, that type of stuff, you know, if Scars play into that, it could well happen.
All right, well, the bright spot for both of these teams having pretty abysmal performance yesterday is somebody has to have a really good game
Oyuncular lobide hazır.
And get to the 1-1 stage when we go into round 3 tomorrow. And on cast for this bad boy, it's Derry and Timothy.
He does listen.
Ve sunum masasına geçiyoruz. Hello my friend.
Jacob, sorry to do this. I don't really like my phone.
Hello.
Can you just call him Tim? There's a reason
you call me whatever.
There's a reason I call him Tim and have done for years, Jacob. That's really inconsiderate of you. Can't believe you've done this. Here we go, Tim, back.
Jacob's gonna hate. We've got Jacob who's gonna hate throw into us, and Jack Yu loves it.
Well, she kind of throws the shade before the.
Come on.
The shade is returned by the desk later on.
It felt like a little bit of a shade.
Evet, sosyal medya yapılan ankete göre %55 Los alır demiş. %45'te Kawasaki Scars alır demişler. Bakalım sosyal medya anketi ne kadar gerçek olacak. Mesela geçen play maçlarında %80 olarak kazanacak dedikleri takım kaybettiğini gördük.
Down for a good game of Bank as well. Has said Loss coming up against Scars. Both teams not with the brightest start yesterday. I think Loss especially after a good couple of games that they had during the play-ins. They were completely flat yesterday. Maya, the star player for this team as well, nowhere to be seen really. And on Scars' side, we had a couple of moments here and there against G2 on Nighthaven Labs, but Outside of that, that was them also being completely run over by G2, who didn't really have to get out of second gear. Hoping for a very different result today, no doubt. Both of these teams want something out of it. Otherwise, it's 0-2, and you're onto your last legs. Your whole run through the playoff stage then needs to be through best of threes. If you are 0-2, or if you're on 2 losses in general, you're 1 game away from going home, and that game is always a best of 3. It can be a real slog when you start grinding through that. And in case you're wondering why we aren't in game yet, we're just waiting for one more player to get in the lobby, but they should be there in just a second or two.
I'm sure they will be.
I think it's Dash. There he is. Dash is in game. I swear every time I see him, he changes his name, by the way. Yesterday was Dash OW, today it's just Dash.
Well, I read it yesterday as The Show.
The Show, that was the original name, right?
Yeah.
And we always call him Dash. Yeah.
Biraz Lost takımından bahsedeyim ben size. Belki Play'in mücadelesini izlememişsinizdir. Play'in maçlarını izlememişsinizdir. Lost aslında Play'in maçlarının B grubunda yer alan bir takım. İlk maçı Talon'la oldu. 7-3 galip gelerek Blad'le karşılaştı. Blad'i de 7-4 yenerek upper bracket'in, yani Play'in upper bracket grubundaki, B grubundaki upper bracket maçlarının finale gelip adını playoff mücadelesine yazdıran bir takım. O yüzden yendikleri takımlara da bakarsak bir tık turnuvada kendini gösteren bir takım ve artık maç başlıyor bank haritasında. İlk banı Scars'dan göreceğiz. Atak pozisyonundaki bir operatörü banlayacak. Bakalım hangi operatörü bu banlanacak hero derken tabii ki Lost'un en çok oynadığı, aldığı Montaigne banlandı. Şimdi sırada Lost var. Atak pozisyonunda olan takım için bir adet atak operatörü banlayacak içilmemesi adına. Bakalım Scars'ın hangi çok oynandığı. Wow, Thatcher gitti. Thatcher gitti. Çok değişik bir ban bu. Thatcher neredeyse takımların sıkıştıkları anda vazgeçilmez hero'suydu. Çoğu maçta tercih yapıldı. Enteresan bir ban oldu bu arada. Lost aynı zamanda bir de defans operatörü banladı. O da Azami oldu. Ama bu kızın ismini ezberlemem lazım. Scars'dan da bir Castle geldi. Belki de bank haritasında en çok iş yapan operatörlerden bir tanesi de banlanmış oldu. Bakalım.
Add some dynamism to particular sites alongside things like the Azami. That's why they're called architects alongside things like Mira. So with Azami and Castle
bakalım neler olacak.
This could be a pretty fluid game unless we see Mira getting brought along a lot. I don't know, I like these bands. I think they're quite different.
So let's get it underway. It's going to be Loss and Scars. For me, the question mark is over Scars a little bit more than Loss. We've kind of seen a lot of Loss.
Evet. Günün ikinci mücadelesinin ilk roundunda sizlerleyiz. Atak pozisyonunda, Lost defans pozisyonunda Scars takımını göreceğiz. Bakalım Lost'taki tercihler ne olmuş? Slash tercihi var, Termite tercihi var, Black bir tercihi var, Maverick var, Twitch var Lost tarafında. Scars tarafında da Valkyrie, Smoke, Mozi ve iki operatör daha var. Tabii onların isimlerini hala ezberleyebilmiş. Ne geleyim arkadaşlar, artık onu da mazur görün.
Definitely less tight areas on this map compared to Concert like we saw in the game just a moment ago. So not going to be as effective on bank, although Solus will obviously still catch out an absolute shed load of drones. 3 already gone from the Lost Arsenal that they need to be worried about there in terms of the information.
Evet, dronlardan biri ilk 3 drone'u kaybetti atak tarafı. Bomba da zaten CC Room'da, muhtemelen bir görüş alabilirsem oraya da Reji tarafından söyleyeceğim. Beribim. Evet, ikinci maçın ilk kill'i Scars'dan geldi. İkinci kill de Scars'dan geldi. Hiç iyi değil. Yani double kill geldi Rex'ten. Lost çok ansızın yakalandı.
example. Still, for me, their rep planting his feet just inside of Staff and open and just find two kills.
Skars'dan hızlı bir başlangıç geldi. Yani Los takımı daha bir tane mermi sıkamadan ilk roundu kaybetmesi enteresan oldu.
And obviously they had their run stopped at one point or another, but still a lot of promise in this team too. And if Lost don't show them the respect needed, they will find themselves 0-2 inside of playoffs.
Yeah, Scars only need to get a couple of wins here. Get a couple of wins.
Yani buna bir taktiksel şey almaları lazım, mola almaları lazım. Enteresan oldu. Reg'in triple kill'i bir anda. Ay anam var. Hani yaklaşık bir 4 gündür, 5 gündür maç izliyoruz ve sunuyorum. Böyle bir başlangıç hiçbir takımda görmedim.
Absolutely battered them, Timmins, anyway. I can really summarize it. Here we go then. Round 2 is going to be up on our second floor. Bit of a change in terms of style. Lots of information being brought along by Scars here. So rather than playing the intel denial game, instead they want to lean into information for their own purposes. So here, looking in towards a couple of shield jigs sit and play behind, and obviously scouts out ahead. You've got the Yokai drones to play behind, the Black Eyes on side. Bunch of C4s, 3 of them, which probably means you want to
bakalım ikinci roundun ilk kili kimden gelecek? Eko drone'unu görüyoruz. Görüş almaya çalışıyorlar defans pozisyonundaki Kars takımı.
Cameraman's going to be sending the Twitch drones in again, looking for that bit of utility, just as well as information at the same time. Sees the headshot.
Twitch'in drone'u gitti.
Just sees that somebody's playing outside of stock though. Information that is important. They know they've got the shield set up there. You know that's not always
Son 2 dakikaya doğru gidilirken şu an hala bir kill çıkmış değil.
Just able to play behind that Talon shield on the windows with a little bit of safety. You need to be careful on those windows. You can get hit from inside of sight.
On top of the wall then to keep that electrified off, just in case there's a hard breach pushing through, but I guess really
that's the risk. I don't know why you do that.
He knew Dots was at the long angle.
Wallbang denese mi acaba Wallbang? Daha yeni gördük ikinci roundda bir ulti geldi. İlk kill de Dost takımından geliyor.
Yeah, going to have another Talon shield just applied to those windows, making it very, very difficult for Scars to move around. They may need to consider a little jump out to take the Ossa down. The problem is that with the Ossa being able to play right up onto that window, almost certainly going to see it coming. Still in a phase of trying to get information gathered here.
Son bir dakikaya doğru gidiyoruz.
Any rush to push themselves on into sight. Scars are just holding every angle that they can here, but the thing is, every angle is being slowly eroded as Dots goes in, and it looks like he's probably going to think about getting that diffuser down.
Well, he's in. The problem is you try to plant
bir wallbang denemesi, daha doğrusu dolap arkasına sıktılar. Double kill geldi lobinden.
The Yokai drone still to worry about here, which is going to frustrate things at least for a short amount of time. But we've got to see them scramble here and make something happen.
Triple kill geldi. Ve ikinci roundun kazananı da Los oldu. Ekstrem bir oyun geldi Los'tan, yani daha doğrusu Los'un oyuncusu, şimdi ismini görürsem söyleyeceğim.
I won't even say a fighting chance, but a glimmer of hope, I guess. But you might just, something again to keep an eye on is that, the start of things to come. If they're going to be missing the shots, it's not going to bode well for Scars. They're up against a team that have got a real good mechanical ability about them, so they're going to get slammed if that's the case. So 1-1 as Lost managed to take a much more convincing second round. Did a great job of creating that space inside of the site, getting in, opportunity to put the diffuser down. It was just, it was good all round from Loss.
It was. And now we go towards Tellers. Don't really see this.
Lobinden ekstra 3 kill geldi. Takımına bir round kazandırdı tabii. Maçın başlarında böyle bir rahat oyunla round'un round'da galip gelmek önemli. Tabii defans tarafındaki Scars'ın round alması da hala dirençli, moral yerinde olarak tutuyor. Takım ayakta tutuyor diyelim. Evet, bakalım. 3. round başladı. Bir pik geliyor ama yani abi bir kill çıkardı oradan kameraman ama eğer Scars'ın diğer oyuncularına da aynı ayın üzerinde yakalasaydı çok ciddi bir kick olacaktı. Spawn kick olacaktı. Mauro hamlesi gelmiş Maya'dan. Bir şekilde lobinin üst taraftaki kata çıktı. Koyabiden bir arama gerçekleşti. C4 denemesi var ama geç kaldı yani. Hiç tutturamadı diyelim. Evet, birer kayıp var iki takımda da. Ama şu söyleyeyim mi? Yan yanalar ha, dip dibeler.
I just love the streak across the ceiling that you get whenever Ram's been used as well. Just opens up so much and invites so many gunfights to happen through these horizontally aligned bars. For sure he's got the right idea. There is a player
Bir tane sağ sık.
but I don't think he really 100% knows. And Dash wants to capitalize. Sees the man. Shots come on through. That's one more taken out.
3. kill Lost'tan geliyor. Dash EQ2 CEO'yu aldı. VQCO kendine kill ararken bir anda ölüyü bulmak zorunda kaldı. Rakibine avantajlı bir açı bıraktı çünkü.
Comes the march, Rek falling down as well. It's good round yet again from Lost, playing in steadily and slowly behind this Ossa. Monty taken away by Scars, they don't care.
Dion'dan bir hamle var.
Based operator, one goes down, Tayo. At least has regained control of the top floor, which does present a little bit of a threat to the attack inside here, but not off. Lobin yet again, right place, right time. Lost taking round 3.
Dikkatli davranan Lobin son anda hayat kurtardı.
A blip. Lost certainly looking more convincing in those couple of rounds, of flawless and then just very solid top floor control from them there. I think we've already spoken about this in that last game of G2's, just how how dominant you can be when you get above like that, get everything opened up. Something that can't be ignored. So that's going to take us into our next round then. Scars, they need to stop this getting away from them essentially at this point. We've seen it in almost every game of the Swiss so far. I think the Dark Zero and FaZe game was probably the outlier yesterday that went to overtime. Other than that, it's been one team being very dominant in the first half generally, and just sort of running away with things and creating a lead that's been too big for them to be reined back in. So Scars need to be careful of that.
Well, I did mention without the Kai ban that we might struggle to see them get hatches opened up in the basement, and Lost have responded. They've understood that's the assignment, that they've got to deal with some hatches to get yourself downstairs.
Evet, 4. rounddayız. 2-1'lik Lost üstünlüğü var. Anladığım kadarıyla ikinci maç da çok kafa kafaya bir mücadele geçecek. Tabii ilk maçta biraz G2'nun agresif oyunundan dolayı D Plus'a güzel bir, ya D Plus karşısında güzel bir galibiyet aldı. Eğer ekstra killer olmasaydı ilk maçta, oyuncuların ekstra performansı olmasaydı belki de hani bir 6-6, 7-7 görebilirdik ama en azından şu an ikinci maçta daha dengeli, normal bir oyun, standart bir oyun izliyoruz iki takım arasında. Bu arada kill'lere bakacağım. Şu an Lost tarafında 4'er kill'le Lobin ve Dash takımını taşırken kameramandan kill çıkmamış. Skars tarafında da 3 kill'le Rekin takımını taşıdığını görüyoruz. Tabi Skars'ın biraz daha aktif olması lazım defans tarafındayken. En azından çıkaracağı 2-3 kill daha. Yani Tayyun'un alacağı bir kill, 2 kill onları oyunda tutabilecek. Bir kill de şu anda gördüğünüz üzere Dishlike'den geldi. Ve bu round'un ilk killini de Skars alıyor. İkinci killini de Skars alıyor. Kameraman ve Dash'i kaybediyoruz. İşte bahsettiğim oyun bu. Yani Skars bir anda yaptığı iki hamleyle 5 vs 2. Aha, drone atamadı. 5 vs 2 kaldılar yani roundda. Oyuncu sayısı olarak.
So 2 vs 5 not going to be easy. Maya had a quiet day yesterday and looks, could be in danger of the same thing today, and we know how important he is to this team.
Maya'dan bir kill geldi. İkinci kill alamadı. 4 vs 1. Disirum'da ya da bankanın kasa bölgesindeki AV bomba. Bazen takımlar, oyuncular bulunduğu konumdan hızlı bir şekilde yer değiştirmek adına hedef haline gelebiliyorlar. Bu anda onlardan bir tanesi.
Really thought we had something exciting coming out from Lost there that they were cooking. Instead, they were trolling a little bit. Tim, even with the hatches being kept open by Skars to play through them and threaten from them, they still didn't try and push in and take.
Hadi kameraman, hadi. Güzel bir kill çıkar da takımına katkı sağla biraz.
But the ones that have been left open, you can still make use of. But they chose entirely to ignore them, send the Ostrin through garage entirely solo rather than trying to stack the team up. And Lobin for the longest time was alone inside a server as well. Everyone else being picked off by Wushoy, especially on the Roma thing. He got a 2K in that round. Fishlight got an early one too. Picked apart by the Romas, despite picking a team that wasn't really meant to threaten the second floor or the ground floor. Their whole thing was about lots of smokes, overwhelm the site,
get oldu.
Down, get out.
5. rounda gidiyoruz.
Bring that into effect. So again, not quite sure what the game plan was there. Hopefully this round much more improved.
Going to be moving into open area this time for the final site of the map. We've seen all 4 from Skars. We've seen Teller's Archives top floor previously as well, so this will lock it up. They're going to go for some top floor attention. They've got
bombası arşiv odasında ikinci katta. Yok, arşiv odası alt kat, pardon.
Sort of stock, keep that hatch closed, all the direct verticals above site that we would expect. So loss this time. I don't think you can ignore it. Cameraman went looking for them on the top floor last time.
Bir bomba denemesi geldi Lobin'den. Ama tabii orada bir rakip oyuncu yoktu.
Well, I like how this is the round that Skars has said, let's bring along the Kaid now. As we saw in the last round, they aren't really interested in playing that game against us, so let's just bring it and try and employ it. Now, there are some impact nades on the side, or impact EMPs on the side of Loss in the back pocket of Cameraman. Hasn't always had the best start to rounds so far, has been picked off in a couple, not been super ideal. So they want to make sure these impact EMPs are being used in exactly the right position. If they don't get a drone in there and figure out...
Bakalım son 2 dakikaya girilirken ilk kill hangi takımdan gelecek? 5'te bir drone tercihi görüyoruz. Oh. Onyx çok yalnız zamanda yakalandı. Ve Skars bir oyuncusunu kaybederek Lost da bu round'un ilk killini almış oldu. Aha, bizim halı makinesi çalışıyor gene.
Of them now bottled up inside a site, so there is a real opportunity here for Lost to find a few more kills.
Yes. It's about finding them is the problem, right? Sure, you can start off ahead with the one that you found to date, but it's got to be more than that as well.
Biraz daha dikkatli kırsan orayı. İkinci kayıp Lost'tan geldi. Scars'da bu round'un ilk kilini almış oldu. Son bir dakikaya girilirken bir diffuser kurulumu görebilecek miyiz oyunculardan? Onu da hep birlikte göreceğiz.
As I say, 3 of them bottled up now. This is all on loss to get themselves into sight, to crack the nut essentially. The 4th is just off to the
Diyor
side
ki Lobin,
around elevators as well. So
aç o duvarı. Hemen bir heal boost geldi Finka'dan. Yani Lobin'den.
He is playing inside of the elevators on the Valkyrie, and I'm not sure whether Loss are aware of him, and that could be a big flank potential, but he's maybe not going to get the opportunity. It could come from the door of Beepers though, depending where Loss make the push from. Is going to find a couple of kills. Maya Lobin will be the ones. Cameraman as well.
Ve 5. round'un galibi de Los oluyor.
After that first one goes down, everybody follows.
Hızlı bir oyun oynadılar. Ben bile yetişemedim yani, öyle düşünün arkadaşlar. Ben bile yetişemedim ya.
However, his team had already flooded the site and got all the kills necessary. So a bit of a smash and grab there. Scars looking a bit shell-shocked by that round. Not quite sure what happened.
Lobin'in ekstrem oyunu replay'da sizlere yansıyor zaten.
You could see the silhouette off near elevators, which was cameraman dealing with Fishlike, and they just had a really great read. Did Loss on where everybody was, pushed them all at once. It felt like a real sort of 3-2-1 go kind of push from Loss. Very well coordinated and got a good job done.
6. round'a gidiyoruz.
Leaders rather into round 6. Going to be our final defensive.
Hemen hero tercihlerine bakalım. Scars tarafında Valkyrie, Echo, Mute, Onyx var. Hatta ben fazla Fate var. Lost tarafında da Lion, Ace, Lava ve Zofia var. Ve o sayı görüyoruz. Bakalım atak pozisyonunda ne yapacak Lost.
I think last time around as well, it was Lobin inside a lobby who got a really nice kill onto, I want to say it was Tayu, who was trying to contest from Banana onto the Ossa plant going down just inside the window. And he got rid of the man at exactly the right time, Tayu removed, and that's when the plant could go down, because otherwise the Ossa was in a spot where when she gets into the plant animation, you'd be able to see a heal or a calf or whatever it might be, and it'd be an easy pick off for Tayu. It was more of a very slow grind through Scars, picking up 1 kill at a time, here, there, everywhere, before eventually they just had nothing left.
12 dakikaya gidiyoruz.
Cameraman just stealing lots of utility inside of the main lobby, mostly camera based. He gets himself a vault cam, gets himself a default cam, so it is going to leave Scars pretty much blinded on that side of the map.
Dronlar yok ediliyor. Ayından bir ulti geldi.
So the Valkyrie likely to try and continue playing Intel's and Archives for that potential vertical denial, but having been picked up, needs to think carefully about that, because I'm sure that Loss may look to head on in there and clear him out.
They will do. Again, for me, it's trying to look for that slow
Ve
grind
son
here, take
1,5
out these
dakikaya
outlier
giriyoruz.
players.
Hala bir
You've got Wreck hanging around towards Stock here. You've got Bushoy hanging up on Marble. You've got a couple
kill göremiyoruz diyecektim ki ilk kill Dost'tan geliyor. Maya kill'i aldı. Ve round'un startını verdi. Son 1 dakikaya doğru gidilirken User'ın kurulumunu görebilecek miyiz ki aktif olarak kill alan Rek'i de alt etmiş oldu Maya ve atak pozisyonunda avantajlı konuma çıktı diyemeden bir kişi kaybetti Los.
Joy snaking his way up.
Şimdi artık son 45 saniyeye geldik. Eko'nun bir hamlesini görüyoruz. Bir kill geldi DQ Steo'dan. İkinci kill geldi. Double kill aldı. Bakalım üçüncü kill gelecek mi? Ve bir anda round'un galibi Scars oldu. Skoru gene eşitlemiş oldular. Kafa kafaya giden bir maçta hala kimin yeneceği ya da kimin galip geleceği belli değil. Umarım hak eden kazanır.
Got him pinned down and dealt with, and guess who comes back to bite you? Wushoy in the final stages manages to get a double kill. It just wasn't aggressive enough from Loss in terms of dealing with that player. Had to be taken out and wasn't, and they paid the price.
For me, it was they missed the mid-step. They started out in stock, they got the clearance there, they got rid of Wreck. Great. They know that there's a player inside a janitor, that there's one inside a long desk, there's one on banana, and another hanging around on site. Yeah, really their kind of like push forward was coming in
7. rounda doğru gittirken durum 3-3.
Removed any bite they had in the attack. And the last thing they really had to do was just try and swing in through windows and hope for the very best, in which they're almost guaranteed to get C4 by Wushoy, if not for them already being cleaned up by Pion and by Tayu. So they missed out this middle step of trying to establish enough map control that they can make more happen. And truthfully,
ve 7. roundun başlamasına 2-1-0 saniye kalarak aksiyon aşaması başlıyor. Hemen bakalım bir hero operatör değişikliği var mı? Öz tarafında Vama'yı görüyorum. Flash görüyorum.
Yeah, fortunately for Loss,
bir de şu takım elbiseli çocuk ne acaba?
Which will make it a little bit easier for them
takım
to
elbiseli.
deal with, such as a blitz push on Tayu.
Ona
As
bir
we've
türlü
said, Clash
ezberleyemedim.
just able to directly confront those shields, deal with them. The electricity does damage them through. So whether it's a Monty, whether it's a blitz, obviously Monty is banned out here. But even if you're taking those alternatives, the Clash is going to make your life a little bit easier. Tayu looks to get straight down these blue stairs, but he's going to find out very quickly.
Evet, iki kalkanlı karşı karşıya, bir clash, bir blitz.
Doesn't want to overcommit on the Clash. Has now been forced back towards that server corner. Could be easy.
Elektrikler veriliyor Clash tarafından. Titretiyor ama. Titretiyor adeta. Loka'ya birden bir kaldırıma geldi.
Yeah, the difficulty in dealing with Cameraman is going to be that they've not got any nades on side.
Ve ilk kilde Garz'dan geliyor. Rek Dash'i avladı. Rek bankanın garajından hamle yapmaya çalışıyor. Tabii Silver'un da muhtemelen bombalar. Kameraman da Allah'ım, bir kalkanlı karşı karşıya, çok egzantrik bir round izliyoruz. Son bir dakikaya doğru gidilirken Clash hala A bombasına bir geçişe izin vermiyor. Nereden taciz ederlerse etsinler, nereden zorlasalar, sıkıştırsalar sıkıştırsınlar, açığı vermedi ve çok güzel ayakta kaldı. Çok ciddi bir zaman kaybı oldu defans yapan Loss için. Daha doğrusu zaman kazancı oldu. Varsa zaman kaybettirdi. Kameraman belki de takımına daha çok supportluk yaparak katkı sağlıyor. Tabii o kalkanı çekmesi sıkıntı oldu. Fishlight double kill'le 1 vs 3 kaldı. Dost karşısında tabii suratlar asık. Ve Scars tarafından bir galibiyet roundu daha geldi.
I think it was that repositioning where they forced the clash back enough, you know, constant flashes coming in. Every 10-15 seconds he was full white screened, and they've repositioned the Ossa through the smoke to get her in towards actual server rather than playing at the bottom of blue, and have managed to get that shield down with enough cover from the team where Lobin can't easily step up, and so no one could stop the plant actually going down. Again, paying the price for making use of those impacts early, and I'm pretty sure the C4 was held off in towards the other sites. They couldn't get inside of Orange to actually get the C4 down onto the Ossa shield. So really well read by Scars. Big work being done by, forget who it was, pushing up through Garage to separate that team in two and deny
Hemen bakalım.
C4
Evet, Hibanam gelmiş Scars tarafında. VQCO Hibana'yı almış. Ondan sonra Tayyu'yu Edge almış. Bir ondan bir eş hamlesi. Flashlight'tan da bir Ying hamlesi. Rek'ten de bir Finka. Güzel bir beşli olmuş atak yapan takım için. Ayo, Dokaebi var hala. Tamam. Finka'nın yerine Dokaebi almış Rek. Onun değişikliğinde yeni yansıdı ekrana. Kill'lere bakıyorum biraz da ciddi bir orantılı kill dağılımı var iki takımda da. Rek 7 kill'le takımını taşıyor. Scars tarafında. Dost da 7 kill'le Lobin takımının kill lideri. Bakalım. Eğer Dortz'la kameraman ekstra bir kill çıkarırsa bu round'da hanelerine galibiyet olarak yansıtabilirler. En azından defans pozisyonunda müsait kill alma konusunda Dost takımı biraz daha aktif olmaları, biraz daha agresif olmaları gerekiyor eğer maçı kaybetmek istemiyorlarsa ya da galibiyete ortak olmak istiyorlarsa. Bakalım. Son 2 dakikaya girdik. Dislike Diffuser'la birlikte Lobby'ye doğru yürüyor. Lobby'nin asansör bölümüne doğru. Scars'ın oyuncuları da rakip takımın oyuncularını arıyor. Belki bombayı ya diffuser'ı kurmadan önce ekstra bir kill çıkarırız. Tabii Dost biraz daha bomba başında ve Bodrum katta kasanın olduğu, bankanın kasasının olduğu bölgeden bir oyuncu gördüm, tutmaya çalışıyorlar. Biraz daha default'ta tutmaya çalışıyorlar kendilerini ki bir diffuser kurulumu gerçekleşmesin diye. It's more trying to look at what they can do with the Ying. For me, the Ying is really going to be the big orchestrator of how this is going to go. Deliberately using only one candela early on to force the gene ortalığı dağıtmış. Rakip oyuncuyu aramış bulamamış. Ve son bir dakikanın içine girdik. Hızlı bir round görebiliriz. İlk mermiyi kim sıkacak, atağı kim başlatacak? Birazdan göreceğiz. Çünkü zaman daralıyor Scars için. Rek'ten bir hamle bekliyoruz. İlk kill Dost'tan geldi. Dash piyonu aldı. Bakalım Rek sağdaki Valkyrie'yi fark edecek mi ama Valkyrie rakip oyuncuyu fark edemedi. 2 kill daha geldi. 3 vs 1 kaldı şu an. Son saniyelere girirken son kill alabilecek mi Los? 3 saniye, 2 saniye, 1 vs 1 ve bomba kuruldu. Uzaktaki kameraman güzel bir prefire'la bombanın kurulumuna izin vermedi. Ve Los'un gösterdiği son dakika agresif oyunuyla, kilo odaklı oyunuyla galibiyete bir defa daha ortak oluyor. Durumda geliyor. Tahminimce 5-5'e mi oldu? 5-5 oldu galiba.
I think showing that Scars had the right idea, everything was lined up for them, but Lost had a pretty good defense set up on site itself, and they, for playing that turtle style, really got rewarded for it.
This is what we love about Swiss, format in Phase 2. You look at yesterday, quite a few one-sided games. Not really any differentiation between Phase 1 and 2 teams. Some Phase 1 teams had great performances. Some Phase 2 teams had great performances. But one way or another, teams seem to be able to get on top of their opponents. However, we move into day 2 and already we're on match 2 and it's getting closer. G2 D+ was closer, 7-4.
4-4.
We come into this one
4-4 olmuş gene 8. roundda.
Just know as each day goes by in a Swiss format tournament that the matches just get tougher and tougher, closer and closer, and all that does for us is throw the entertainment through the roof, and this one is certainly delivering now.
Absolutely. Well, here we go for Tellers and Archives again. We saw it back in that first half. Picked up in, I think it was round 3. Has seen, well, assuming we find ourselves going into
9. rounddayız.
in the second half, then both teams will have played all 4 sites on the map.
Bir IQ hamlesi geliyor Skars tarafında. Dronların ve bombaların ve kameraların yerlerini bulmak adına bir hamle olabilir bu.
In goes the Bravo Clutch drone. Going to be grabbing much the same as cameraman did. Grab that default cam, so you can get a little bit of information. Actually, a very valuable cam if you're attacking onto Tellers and Archives. It's going to tell you a lot about this main lobby.
Bakalım oyuncular hangi hamleleri yapacak.
Cameraman currently positioned out in elevators. I'm not sure if they're aware of that or not. Fishlight just grabbing anything shiny and electronic as he passes one after another.
Yum yum yum yum. 3 things taken out.
Yum yum yum.
Certainly can't complain. Again, eyes really fall to the Ying in this round. Follow the Candelas. They seem to be the dictator of where the action is going to happen. So that's one I'm keeping an eye on. No hard breach in back pocket. It's smokes this time around as well.
Dronlar yerleştirildi, reinforce'lar atıldı ve round'un son 1 dakika 40 saniyesine doğru girildi şu an. İlk kill de Maya'dan geliyor, yani Los takımından. Hani bu round en azından maç sayısı için önemli. Alan takım, yani Los galip gelir, Skars galip gelir bu round'dan. Ama hangi takım galip gelirse gelsin maç sayısı için bir sonraki roundu oynayacak. Bakalım ikinci kill kimden geliyor ki Maya'nın canı da bir. Maya'ya üfleseler, hüf yapsalar belki de 4 vs 4 kalmak içten bile değil. Lobinin de killini görüyoruz. 5 vs 3 kaldı. Takım, hani Los 5 oyuncusu hala hayattayken Skars'ın 3 oyuncusu var ve bu bir Los adına büyük avantaj. İntihar etti resmen. Ben geliyorum dedi, çatıdan atladı. Hoş geldin hayatım. Evet, bir kill daha geldi Tayu'dan. 3 vs 1 kaldı. Bakalım Tayu'yu bulabilecekler mi? Tayu nasıl bir hamle? Yani o adamın orada olduğunu bilerek prefire çıkman lazım. Evet. 9. round'un sahibi de Los oldu. Ve bir sonraki round dediğim gibi Los takımı için maç sayısı olacak. Eğer o roundu da galip gelirse Los playoff'un ikinci roundunu da kazanmış. Bir dakika kontrol edeyim onu.
I think we once heard the golden rule of only assume information is good for a maximum of 5 seconds. Obviously, the closer to real time,
daha doğrusu ilk maçını da kazanmış olacak. Round 2'de Los takımı. Neden ilk maçın ilk galibiyeti olacak bu playoff'ta? Çünkü ilk maçta Los D+2'ya yenilmişti 7-2. En azından round aşamasında, playoff aşamasında Los'a ekstra bir enerji sağlayacaktır bu galibiyet. Tabii daha hiçbir şey bitmiş değil. Bu round çok önemli. Eğer Scars bu roundu almayı başarırsa maçta bir noktada uzatmaya gidecek. Eğer ki Los alırsa bu maçı, 2 farka çıkarırsa büyük bir avantajla final rounduna gideceğiz. Son 10 saniye var 10. round için. Ve aksiyon aşamasına geçildi. 3 dakikadan geriye saymaya başladı. Banka haritasında son roundlar, artık son 1-2 round oynuyoruz.
Only a single C4 though and only one set of impacts is a pretty big gamble that you wouldn't see the Ossa coming back out again. Otherwise they'd have exactly the same issues in this round that they had in the previous one in trying to deal with those shields.
Bakalım. Kill'lere bir bakayım ne olmuş. Fişlak vererek 8'er kill'le takımını ayakta tutmaya devam ediyor. Lobin de Los takımını 8 kill'le ayakta tutmaya çalışıyor. İlk kill'ler geldi. 3 vs 3 kalındı. İkişer oyuncu kaybetti iki takımda. Bakalım son 8 dakika kala agresif oyunu ya da ekstra oyunu kim oynayacak? Çok yakın oyuncular bu arada birbirine. Hemen duvar arkası. Maya rakibinin yan odada olduğunu gördü. Ona göre de Ayimini prosunu koydu. Bakalım hala bir kill yok. Oyuncular tarafından hala rakip takım oyuncuları aranmaya devam ediyor.
For them to force their way through. At least the Maverick stands alive, still in the form of fish-like here, so hatches can get opened up.
Olayı Los. Şu an maç çok ortada. Yani kill dağılımları da zaten hani 7 4 3 9 8 9 6 6 3 8. Hani Los'un en azından bu roundu da alması için kameramanın bir iki kill çıkarması gerekiyor. Defans pozisyonunda ki avantajı net bir şekilde ellerine geçirsinler. Tabii Scars tarafında da piyon var. Hani piyonun aktif alacağı 2 kill ya da bir double kill bir anda işleri çok farklı yere getirecek. Orada bir Maverick hamlesi gelmiş Fishlight'tan ama evet, son 20 saniye giriyoruz. Gene hızlı bir oyun göreceğiz. Ya o double kill geldi Dash'ten. Diffuser kuruluyor Fishlight'tan. 3 vs 1 Los büyük triple kill geldi bu arada Dash'ten ama
cameraman's aware, gets through the rotate and picks up the kill before the diffuser can be planted. That leaves us 6-4 now.
Hani bir son 5 saniyeye kala bomba, son 4 saniyeye kala bile bomba kurulabiliyor bu oyunda. Bombanın da kurulum süresi takriben 5-5,5 saniye. Ama fake atmak yerine diffuser'ı tamamen kurmayı tercih etti. Scars tarafı ve round'u kaybetti. Artık maç sayısına gidiyoruz Los için. Hemen round'un tekrarına bir bakıyoruz. Replay'e gidiyoruz. Kill'leri görüyoruz. Dash'in vektör ile aldığı triple kill takımını bir anda ön plana çıkarmasına sebep oldu. Günün eğer ki bu round'u Scars almazsa günün ikinci maçının son roundunu da oynayacağız ve belki de Los'un galibiyeti içten bile olmayacak ve mutlulukla ikinci roundu da kazanıyor olacaklar. İkinci roundu kazanıyor olacaklar ve hanelerine bir galibiyet yazdırıyor oluyorlar ilk maç kaybından sonra.
Go then, last chance saloon on that top floor. What's it all come down to? The blitz and the ying has really been a, I won't say a staple, but we've seen it float in and out throughout the half. This time they're really going to the Knights to try and get this one done. They've got the line and the DKB on side as well. The juice in from the Finker. Just everything to...
Robin'den bir push geldi yalnız çok dengesiz yakalandığı için canının %90'ını kaybetti neredeyse. %90'ı demeyelim, %85, %80'i diyelim. 20 canı kaldı. Grenade denemesi geldi Dots'a ama Dots tabii ki bunun farkındaydı. Şimdi piyon double window ve double window tarafından bir flash denemesi yaptı rakibi orada mı diye. Kars çok agresif bir oyunla giriş yaptı. Triple kill geldi bu arada. Hızlı bir oyunla Skarsgård bir roundu da hanesine yazdırdı galip gelerek. Ve Skars için maç bir round daha uzadı ve Lost tarafı için de hala bir maç sayısı. Bir maç sayısı roundu izliyor olacağız.
So good round, and they have the chance to get us through to overtime here, Tim, but it's going to need one more round.
Certainly is, and that's the big thing for me for Scars. If you said to me what has been Scars' biggest problem so far, I think consistency has been the answer. They've had the good ideas, they've had the ability to get in and win gunfights. They just haven't been able to do it consistently round to round to round. Winning 2 or 3 rounds in a row has eluded them at the minute. So having to get another one now, and like I said, I just don't feel like that site really suited. We saw a lot of the kills there at the end coming in, and Lost just weren't mobile. They were just sort of stood still in their position, and I just don't
evet,
feel
duvarlar kırılıyor.
They've done better when they've been able to
12. rounda gidiyoruz. Hala bir maç sayısı. Bakalım.
So being in open area this time, I think will suit Lost a little bit better. They should be able to play more extended towards that top.
Avantajı elinde tutan Lost ekstra bir roundda tekrardan yani maça galip gelir. Yani hani artık böyle bir kameramandan bir ekstra kill lazım. Yani takım oynuyor. Yetmiyor şu anda aslında baktığımızda. Los'un oynadığı oyun. Kameramanın oynadığı oyun birazcık pasif kalışı sıkıntı yaratıyor Los için. Norveç hoş geldin. Teşekkür ediyorum takibin için. Evet, hızlı bir oyun geldi. Gene son 2 dakikaya girilmeden 3 kayıp gördük toplamda. Bir kayıp Skars'dan geldi. Bir kayıp daha geliyor. Kameramandan double kill geliyor. Az önce dediğim gibi oldu. Çıkaracağı ekstra 2 kill kameraman Los'a galibiyeti getiriyor mu? Kameraman yapması gerekeni yaptı ve 3. kill'i aldı ve Los'a galibiyeti getirdi. Yani burada maç boyunca pasif kalmış bir oyuncunun 3 kill'le 4 kill'le teşekkür ediyorum, söyleyeceğim birazdan. 3 kill'le 4 kill'le oynayıp son dakika hareket katması bir anda bu roundu kazanmasına sebep oldu. Tebrik ediyorum Los'u. Son saniye kameramanın yaptığı double kill'le belki de playoff'taki en iyi mücadelesini vermiş oldu. Skars takıma da ekstra başarılar diliyoruz. Artık bu maçı da sonlandırdığımıza göre bir sonraki mücadeleye gideceğiz. Bir sonraki mücadelede bakayım hangisiymiş.
I think for both teams that's the story, and no team is ever a complete picture, right? There's always going to be more that you need to see out of any given team for them to really give you that belief that they can go on and win the whole thing. But this was definitely a scrap in the lower bracket. I think when you compare that to what we saw back
Bir
in
sonraki mücadelede Team BDS'te Geek Esports takımının arasında gerçekleşecek. Türkçe öğrenmeye çalışıyorum. Bana bir tavsiyen var mı? Türkçe sözlük oku.
It's just the
Norwich.
excitement of Swiss.
I mean, yesterday was a real quick day, so we'll see how today ends up concluding. But I hear the desk are ready
Türkçe
for us,
sözlük
so let's
oku
not
ve
go there now.
Türkçedeki kelimelerin ne anlama geldiğini öğrenirsen
Way better than day one. We got cameraman up to talk to us about exactly how this bad boy went down. Dude, first off, congrats. That went way better than yesterday. Talk to me about, were the vibes down and were they way better today? Or was it
kelimelerin
about the same
ne
as
anlama geldiğini öğrenirsen Türkçeyi çok rahat öğrenebilirsin.
Too much and maybe the
Türkçe ansiklopedi okuyabilirsin. Vallahi bildin hayatım, evet. Bu arada.
Games from September and they changed
Evet.
a lot. And
Röportajlar yapılsın reji tarafından.
So now we were expecting more real stuff and we played better too.
Ve ondan sonra bir sonraki maç MENA bölgesinin MENA liginden gelen, aynı zamanda Türk bir oyuncunun da olduğu Arabistan takımını, yani Geek Esports'un maçını izleyeceğiz. Tabii ki bir noktada Tristan'ın oynamasından kaynaklı bir tık gözümüzde pozitif ayırıyoruz Geek Esports'u. Ki zaten turnuvada güzel bir mücadele sergiliyorlar. Hemen şuradan bir onun da maçlarına bir bakayım. Geek'i ne yapmıştı? Geek'i play mücadelesinde NIP'yi yenerek playoff'a kalıp playoff'daki ilk maçında da V7M Esports'u yenerekten güzel bir başlangıç yapmıştı playoff'lara. Bakalım Geek Esports'un playoff'taki ikinci mücadelesi nasıl geçecek? Şimdiden Geek Esports'a başarılar diliyoruz. Yani yok edecek ortalığı muhtemelen gibi duruyor. Zaten playoff mücadelesinde de 5. sırada ikinci roundu oynamadan önce kalp. Norvik nereden katılıyorsun aramıza? Öğrenmeye çalışıyorum. Bana bir tavsiyen var mı demişsin?
Last question. Obviously, you're still trying to see if
Where are you from?
And you got a win today, which means hopefully you should be able to bounce up pretty quick. Are you thinking about SI at all right now, or is it just focusing on the immediate future at the major?
I like the mindset of step by step. Like, tomorrow is a new match, is a new opponent, and.
İngilizce konuşayım bari.
Yeah, sounds good. Anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go?
Where's it? Here?
Yep.
Okay. I want to thank you all. Can I speak?
Go ahead, yeah.
Queria agradecer aí todo mundo aí que tá torcendo pra gente, torcida da Lousa, da Laranja aí. A gente tá melhorando a cada dia. Ontem não foi um dia muito feliz, hoje, graças a Deus, a gente conseguiu aí o resultado que a gente queria, mesmo com um pouco mais de dificuldade do que eu esperava. Mas eu acho que a gente tá muito preparado para terminar aí 3-1 ou 3-2, enfim. O importante é passar pros playoffs. E pode ter certeza que a gente vai chegar muito forte e só evoluir daqui pra frente.
All right, we're gonna pretend that you understood everything that you just said, right?
We definitely understood that, yeah.
Awesome. Congrats on the win. We'll see you tomorrow. Obviously, really good situation for you guys to find yourselves in. So now you just sit back, wait and figure out who your opponent is tomorrow. And for right now, you just kick back and relax. We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
See ya.
All right.
See you later, Reji. Sonraki maçta
Much better game. Just from a scoreline perspective, and obviously somebody had to win given how weird of a game it was that they played yesterday. But how impressed were you about the performance? Because it was still a tight matchup anyway.
görüşmek üzere diyelim mi? Tabii kaç dakika sonra tahmini olarak bir 15 dakika sonra, bir 10 dakika sonra ikinci mücadeleye geçeriz diye düşünüyorum.
That was today's objective achieved.
Well, and we also talked about in the beginning that, this is just a game. Those games yesterday, they just have to wipe off, come in today. And we talked, I think they pretty much nailed every point that we said that we wanted them to touch on. This was a game that was back and forth. They were really going at each other's weaknesses and their strengths.
each other's.
I mean, what more can you want from a game like that and a bounce back? Regardless of even Scars losing, like you can come back from this and be like, okay, like we're clearly playing how we need to be playing. And then I think this is also what we expected from both teams and what we wanted to see.
That's the challenge we set out to both teams.
Evet, birazdan Reji'nin de sohbeti muhabbeti biter. Biz de bir sonraki maçın kaç dakika kaldığını göreceğiz. Şimdi izninizle maç arasında bir mola verelim ve diğer maçta görüşelim. Hemen diğer 5-6 dakika olur muhtemelen. Kaç? 36 geçiyor. 8 dakikamız var en azından. Ayranlarınızı, çaylarınızı, kahvelerinizi tazeleyin. Bu arada yayında olduğunuz sürece 3 saat boyunca, 5 saat boyunca, 6 saat boyunca sevgili Twitch'te olanlar Twitch drop'unuzu bir Rainbow Six e-spor paketini de almayı unutmayın. Görüşmek üzere.
If you do not have a nose on the board.
Well, I mean, you just saw
exactly
wall bangs.
All of the wall bangs blocking the bullets. So we're seeing.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Fallen one too many times, feeling like it never ends. Back again, square one. Tried to leave myself behind, looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save us, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed it. Didn't think I'd go this far, but here we are, the end. Now you're just a lesson learned, a slowly fading memory, so I can breathe again. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth, but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't cry, 'cause this time you crossed the line.
Just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. Can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it all.
America was fought on two fronts yesterday. An attack by Wolves was repelled by the Sonics, but BDS launched an attack against Space Station and was extremely effective. But now they find themselves meeting an unlikely opponent in the second round. The decimators of the dynasty, the blockers of the Brazilians, GK.
Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler. Ali hoş geldin. İyi yolculukların olsun. Sevgili Bakkal amca, sen bu mesajı okuduğunda ben çok uzaklarda ama bir o kadar da yakın yerdeyim. Şaka şaka, YT yeni hayat treniyle geliyorum. Hızlı trenle, yeni hayat treni yalnız. Hızlı trenle dönüyorum demiş. Hoş geldin. Sefalar getirdin. Evet, tekrardan selam. Günün 3. mücadelesindeyiz. Team BDS GK Esports mücadelesini izleyeceğiz. Yaklaşık bir 5 dakika sonra yaklaşık bir 5 dakika sonra da mücadele başlayacak. Banlar yapılacak, haritalar seçilecek, hero'lar banlanacak, operatörler banlanacak ve güzel bir mücadele bizleri bekliyor olacak. El ele gel. Samet hoş geldin. Gel bakalım İstanbul'da başına neler gelecek. Gel.
In stage 2 at all. Every other team in the world, literally every other team in the world has not got that accolade.
So wait, no, they're undefeated since August, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even in stage 1, they lost one game officially in competition. To Falcons.
In OT.
Exactly.
Holy crap, is this the winningest team we've ever seen?
Yeah, I think they have to be.
Ama Yahya Kemal Beyatlı değil, Bayatlı'ya sormuşlar. Bayatlamış Yahya Kemal'e mi sormuşlar Ali? Yahya Kemal Beyatlı değil mi o?
Falcons, when they made it to the Swiss, they didn't win a single series. So this is the furthest we've ever seen a group of guys like this ever go, which is super impressive just by itself.
Yeah, and you know, they've got another tough opponent against them, right? They played the team that was almost world champions yesterday. They played the current team that were the major champions from stage 3 last time today. It's going to be tough for them coming through. Obviously BDS as well, a lot to play for, right? We see this boundary SI status. BDS really hunting for that top 8. If they can make that happen, they'll be at the 6th Invitational more likely than not. So they've got a lot to play for. They're not going to come out without swinging against GK.
As a European, it's absolutely awful to watch this because if BDS get to the top 8, they get to the quarterfinals, they get 6th Invitational, but if they don't and Lost don't, then it's M&M. So yeah. For me, I'm kind of just like, at least just one of them, but I don't want to choose which.
I was like, you might want to root for your countrymen or your region at some point, but right now, M&M are GK's biggest fans, because whatever they can do to qualify for SI, because their fate is no longer in their hands, they really kind of have to do it at this exact moment. So let's start with BDS and what they can do. I mean, because we'll talk a big game about GK for obvious reasons, but for BDS specifically, these guys are the expected powerhouse and are still the favorites in this matchup, and from what they did yesterday, they're definitely back in a big way.
Yeah, they were really good. They took out Space Station yesterday with some really fantastic plays coming through. We saw them really dominated in the early round. We saw
OBS dünyanın en güzel şeyi haline gelmiş. Çok kötüydü.
Was really impressive. Some big stats coming through from BDS. Yesterday they had an insanely good 78% entry. That's 100% on
muazzam bir şey olmuş. OBS stüdyodan daha stabil çalışıyor.
Of those opening picks that they got. They were extremely efficient at finding those. And obviously you're going to credit Shaiko. Obviously you're going to credit Likifac. But I really want to credit Bride because his drones enabled so many of those opening picks. He really opened up and gave the information to BDS.
Sezer hoş geldin.
They knew about it.
High quality hocam, selamlar. İyi, güzel. YouTube'da da düzgün gözüküyorsa görüntü kalitesi bozulacak diye çok korkuyordum ama korkmacayla faydası yokmuş. Bir sonraki tur daha da kaliteli basacağım.
Is that Likifac's trying to play that second entry. Likifac has been
Yayını
known to
bu
be one
arada.
of the best lurkers. You know, when he came in, when they won the Inchbig Major, he
Ne var
was
ne yok Sezer, ne yapıyorsun?
playing off the back of Shaiko's plays. Likifac is now
Nasıl geçiyor günler? Nasıl?
Stage 1. So now he's trying to be that second entry alongside Shaiko to try and make themselves like a dynamic duo. And it's a very small and intricate change, but it shows if they're getting better entries and they're converting it better, that this whole team has made that change to address that weekness.
Hani bayatlamış Yahya, bu arada Ali bayatlamış Yahya Kemal'e sordular diye düşündüm ben onu gerçekten.
I think it'll be consistent, and I think he can say through the operator selection because we saw Likifac play a lot of Thinker yesterday. Whereas, you know, it was always Shaiko on Ayana. Now, obviously,
Yani
the name
iğrenç
changes
bir
have come
düşünce
in,
biliyorum.
that affects that.
Espri
But Shaiko will
mahiyetinde
remain
iğrenç
comfortable.
bir...
Played a bit of Nomad. You know, the gun that he likes, and then Likifac will take up that aggressor position, especially with those grenades.
Yeah, and I think also we have BDS. They've only played one game so far. It was against Space Station. SSG is a team that likes to fight you in the early rounds. They're going to make those rounds happen quickly. And I think GK as well, they're not exactly the same style as SSG. SSG, there's no team in the world who's got the same style as SSG.
Ve maçın başlamasına son 1 dakika 50 saniye.
When a lot of teams might go for anchor plays on basement defense, bomb sites. Really GK do love
Kar yağıyor mu bir yerlerde ya?
So if BDS were doing a good
Bir
job
yerlerde kar var mı ya?
against Space Station, there's a good chance to come out and again they're going to be strong in that area against GK.
All right, well, let's talk maps real quick between these guys because I think for GK, there's plenty of maps in their pool because, yeah, they've been undefeated. They've been able to get a whole
Dedim
bunch of
gelip
practice in the
selam
region, not too
vereyim,
much
kafa
internationally, but again,
dağıtayım.
they've yet to drop one, so you got to find a way to knock off the unbeaten beast.
Fener maçını
And
izledim, çok
apparently
çok
the
sinirlendim.
answer is
Ne oldu,
letting
Fener
Night
yenildi
slip
mi?
all the way
Fener
down.
yenildi mi? Fener
Yeah,
yenildi
so
mi? Ne
Night
oldu?
was a really curious
Ezen
one
ne
for me
oldu?
because
Fener yenildi mi?
basically yesterday when GK played, I said, oh, I don't know about them taking W7M to W7M's favorite map, and they knocked them off it. Now, Nighthaven is BDS's #1 map preference. They love it. They battered Heroic on it in EUL. They absolutely had the flow of them. And GK have gone, do you know what? Big show of confidence. We'll do W7M
Artık
on their
yenilsin
best
Fener
map.
de
Now
biz
we've got BDS on theirs and we'll do them
ligin
again.
And we've praised GK on their map pool in the past.
lideri
They've
olalım.
played a ton
Yeniliyoruz
of
şu...
7 maps so
Ne?
far throughout stage 2. This will be their 8th. They've never played Nighthaven Labs in official
3-1 mi?
competition or in unofficial competition. BDS undefeated through one match so far. They took out Heroic early on in
Wow.
the stage. Every single team in Europe abandoned this map against BDS.
Hem de Trabzon'la
I
oynuyormuş.
think that's it. We don't really have much else I want to say. I just want to see whether GK can get any of that magic from yesterday going into this game against BDS. Is it going to be 2 straight ego challenges, I think, for GK to get this one done? Or is BDS finally about to give them a reality check? And we're going to get the American...
Sinirlenmekte haklısın be kardeşim.
It's good to see you boys.
Well, I'll tell you this, after the fun showing we saw from GK in Group A, and the disappointment we saw crushed, unfortunately, 2 underdog stories, one of which
Bir
fell
puanla
to
lider
GK
olacağız.
after ego challenging W7M on Clubhouse yesterday, won, and they've decided
Yani
to
senin
ego
o kadar iyi
challenge
anlıyorum ki
BDS
Sezer.
on a map that
Kalbim
no
yüreğim
other
seninle.
EUL team, even some of the best in Europe, wanted to challenge them on.
Yeah, very interesting prospect that we have on our hands here because, as you were saying, BDS, a team that inside their own region, they played this map a single time up against Heroic and stomped
Evet.
them. It was not even close.
Nighthaven'dayız. Nighthaven haritasındayız.
But now we're here.
Ve ben orada sizinle sohbet ederken kaçırdım galiba harita banlarını. Bu arada sosyal medyada yapılan ankete göre %69 Team BDS kazanacakmış. Kazanır diyorlarmış. %31 Geek Esports'a vermişler ama Geek Esports ilk maçtan beri izleyerek bir yorum yapayım. Yani güzel oyunlar oynuyor. Özellikle Heşam ve XK'nin ekstra oyunları var. Evet, hangi operatörler banlanıyor? Ona bir görelim. İlk banı Geek Esports yapacak atak operatörleri arasında. Sledge banı geldi. BDS'ten atak operatörlerinden biri banlanacak şu an BDS tarafından. BDS kaybedecek. Vallahi benim de işte istediğim o şu an. Bir Doka'ya banı geldi. Doka'ya de en çok tercih edilen oyuncu operatörlerden bir tanesi. Şimdi BDS defans tarafında bir karakteri banlayacak. Var ya 2 günden beri Azami'yi banladılar da banladılar. Banladılar da banladılar. Bak bu ekstra oluyor yani. Ekstra bir ban bu. EK Sports defans tarafında da Fenrir'i banlıyor. Hop, şimdi de buradayım. İki tarafa da hoş geldiniz. Sevgili Twitch, YouTube'a yayınları likelamayı unutmayın. Sevgili YouTube, siz de Twitch yayından takip etmeyi unutmayın. Yani Twitch yayınına gelin, takip et butonuna basın ya. Evet, hero'lar seçiliyor. Bunu da yapayım.
But then we have Sledge as that very starter band that was banned out by GK. How are you feeling about this? How does this work into the strategy?
Aha, yine mi gitti? Ne gitti?
The Sledge is surprising, at least for one facet, because that's an operator Key has been playing quite a bit of, and him and Hasham have really been the big standout performers.
Tabii Twitch ve YouTube aynı anda yayındayız. Evet, günün 3. dördüncü mücadelesi. Pardon, dördüncü mücadelesi. Evet, günün dördüncü... Lan üçüncü mü dördüncü mü? Kafam karıştı. Evet, günün dördüncü mücadelesindeyiz. Ve ilk round başladı. 3 dakikadan geriye. Buradan da selam. Selam. Hoş geldin, hoş geldin, hoş geldin. Teşekkür ediyorum. Takibin için. YouTube ağırlıklı çift tarafta online. Online'ız, yayındayız artık. Evet. Hemen hero operatör tercihlerine bakıyoruz. GQ Sports tarafında Muzi var, Mute var, Valkyrie var, Legion var. BDS tarafında da Finka görüyoruz, Hibana görüyoruz. Gridlock görüyoruz.
And that's a huge stop here from GK, and again showing the muscles of this roam and what you have to try.
Bakalım günün oldu mu hiç? Helal. İlk kill BDS tarafından geldi. İkinci kill de GK Sports tarafından geldi. Birer kayıpla son 2 dakikaya girdik. Trilix bir kill daha aldı ve İki maça hızlı başladı. GK karşısında oynadıkları oyuna devam ediyor diyebilecek miyiz? Bakalım.
Seeing what they can do up against a team that has so much talent, especially mechanically.
Double kill geldi Haşim'dan. Evet, Geeky oynadığı, bir önceki maçta oynadığı o agresif oyununa devam ediyor. Diffuser'ı da düşürdüler bu arada BDS'e. Triple kill geldi Haşim'dan. Ve Haşim belki de ultra kill'i kaçırmış oldu. Biraz daha sakin kalabilseydi. BDS'te, Team BDS'te bombanın yerini gördü ama tabi ilk round'un galibi GK Esports'tan geliyor. Bu arada günün 3. mücadelesini oynuyoruz. Onu da düzeltmiş olayım.
And so to start on the first round in the drone game, specifically on clearing out Hasham on the top floor, Tricked as well to a lesser extent up top.
Ve kaldığı yerden devam ediyor. Dedim yani şu an yapacak bir şey yok.
Really not much done by BDS to deal with him, and maybe that's a little bit of first round nerves. Okay, we're gonna make some mistakes early on in the game because it was incredible against SSG yesterday on Skyscraper, a map that's very difficult to attack and necessitates the attack to be.
Evet, ikinci round hazırlıkları yapılıyor.
They want to get a huge amount of rounds in that half. Nighthaven's very similar, not necessarily in structure, but in that you need to have that drone game on point. So big mistakes from BDS in round 1. They let GK, who, if you give them engagements, Hasham will win them. He has been the big defensive player so far inside of Phase 2, albeit only after the first map yesterday. But if you give him that space to roam,
he's confident. He's confident in it. You know what I mean?
Reaksiyon aşamasına geçilmiş durumda.
And it's working extremely well for him. You know, that pressure around the window was
bir oyun deniyor BDS bu sefer. Rakibinin yerinin farkında ama Geeky kaçırmıyor, yani Needle da kaçırmadı. Ayışım da kaçırmadı. Hanesine 4. kill'i yazdırdı. Evet, kaynak makinesi gene tercih edilmiş. Vay vay vay, ne güzel sahil. Tatile gidesim geldi arkadaşlar. arkadaşlar biliyor musunuz denizi görünce, denizin güzelliğini görünce. Şu an atak tarafında olan BDS 2 kayıp verdiği için biraz daha büyük bir dezavantaja sahip. Bakalım 3 kişiyle karşıdaki 5 rakip takım oyuncusuna karşı nasıl bir oyun oynayacaklar ya da üstün gelebilecekler mi? Ancak görünen o ki Eşim'in kaldığı yerden devam etmesi bir noktada BK Sports'u ikinci raundun galibiyetine daha yakın pozisyonda olduğunu gösteriyor. Eşim'den bir kill daha geldi ben bu cümleyi kurarken ve 5. killini aldı Eşim. Double kill'i görüyoruz. Bakalım yani o lider'a bir headshot geldi. Tek one shot attı. Elem'den bir kill daha geldi. Double kill geldi bu arada. Çok ince headshotlar görüyoruz. Şu an 3 vs 2, 2 vs 3 defans tarafından söyleyeyim. 3 vs 2 kalmış. Yani 2 rakip oyuncusu var GK'nin roundu alabilmesi için. Kaynak makinesi gene çıktı. Çok ince bir pick bekliyor, yapmaya çalışıyor ve çok güzel bir arayı açtı yalnız. Brit bu avantajı koruyamadı. Yani o delikte alabilirdi onu. 2 oldu kaçırdı. Flash geldi. Brit hala zorluyor ama Heşim'den triple kill geldi. Bir de triple kill Elem'den geldi. Ama tabii ki Elem'in bu triple kill'i yetmedi round almasına BDS'in. GK Sport'ta bir roundu da hanesine galibiyet olarak yazdırdı. Güzel bir Heşim, güzel oyun oynadı. Takımını taşımaya devam ediyor. Eğer bütün maç böyle oynarsa işler çok farklı yerlere gelebilir. En azından ilk 4 roundda, ilk 5 roundda 3 sayı fark görebiliriz. 3 sayı fark görebiliriz yani. Bir baktığınız zaman daha round 3. round ve Heşim diyorum ama Heşim diye de okunuyor. 6 kill'de takımını taşıyor. İki tarafta kill alamayan var mı? İki Sports'ta herkes kill almış ama Team BDS'te hala like Fact'le Brit hanelerine kill yansıtamamışlar ve GK Sports 2-0 önde. 3. roundun başlamasına 5 saniye kala hatch'ler açılıyor, reinforce'lar örülüyor. O kadar masraf yaptığımız duvarlar kırılıyor. Bunu da ben anlamıyorum işte. BDS could completely shore up that mistake, but when this is the one map you're playing, you need to make sure that it's on point, and that Dokkaebi ban seems to be hurting them a little bit.
Yeah, the clear is feeling awkward, but I think it's mostly feeling awkward because they're very spread across the map right now, and that's all well and good, but when you start losing bodies left and right, benim su içmem lazımdı. Peki de aldınız zaten. Bakkal amcanızdan. Things get really volatile very quickly, especially on a map like this, because it requires so much heavy lifting. You need bodies, you need guns. So to see if BDS can try and fix this up. They're already going to break glass in case of emergency, slapping Breed on. Evet, bir Montaign hamlesi gelmiş bu arada Team BDS'ten. Baktılar ki giremiyorlar, bomba kuramıyorlar. Montaigne'in o bütün vücudu kaplayan kalkanın avantajını kullanalım demişler. Ama o nasıl bir hata? Frost göremedi onu. Şahakö'den double kill geldi. Frost'un yalnız büyük bir hatası oldu orada. Yani Montaigne'i o kadar büyük kalkanla görememesi. Hani GK'yi bir anda sıkıntıya düşürdü. Gereksiz kayıp oldu bu arada orada. Tabii Montaigne'i avladı ama they're worried about how this is going to go, man. You can definitely tell, especially with that interaction with Bride and that Monty, just getting a little over aggressive when Shaiko is actually.
Şimdi B bombasına yakın hiçbir GK'li oyuncu yok. Muhtemelen bir diffuser kurulumu göreceğiz.
pick up their first round, but it's going to be a tall ask. Kashom has been gunning for this team so far, but he's been
Elemden bir kill geldi. Dördüncü killini aldı. Renshiro'da Noodle'ı aldı. Tabii 2 roundu kaybettikten sonra çok kritik bir rounddu Team BDS için ve avantajı ya da moral kaybetmemek adına roundu hanesine yazdırarak durumu 2-1'e getirdi. Bakalım yeni roundda başından neler gelecek.
That's way easier on a site like Kitchen because, as you said, once you open up that wall, it sees the entirety of the bomb sites. It's completely free. That's why they brought the OSA as well, because let's say it's a 5v5 or 4v4 different round, they'll move in, place the talent shield. They've got someone who can plant the bomb and an attacker or 2 attackers behind her that can just cut off anybody that tries to rotate up, C4, smoke, kill, or whatever.
I mean, what do you need on that site, right?
Exactly.
You need meeting upstairs and you need lobby. That's it. That's literally it.
And ultimately what happened was, even though it was a 3v3, BDS were able to take down most of the roams, save for one Solus up top. So once that fell, it's so easy to push.
Let's go, let's go.
Big problem with the bomb site, as you said.
Yeah, and definitely one that in a perfect world, I wouldn't see any professional team go to.
Yes,
but,
I agree.
Hey, it is what it is. You know, people got to try things out and see what's going on. And if it works for them, then it's working for us, as I always say. So, GK, you're going to try and shift gears and go back downstairs. This is the fantastic roam that we saw them start off with, but that also begs a BDS response.
Dördüncü rounda gidilirken bakalım hangi operatörler tercih edildi takımda. Team BDS, Thatcher, Termet, Finka, Ace ve Nomad'i alırken diğer tarafta GK'de Muzi, Mute, Volker ve Legion'ı almış. Biraz daha ne çok agresif ne çok sakin bir oyun izleyebiliriz Team BDS'ten. Elemden bir drone görüntüsü izliyoruz. Volker'ın yerini tespit etti. Ama doğru bir pick gelmedi Elemden ve bir oyuncusunu kaybetti Team BDS. Şimdi sıradaki kill'i bekliyoruz. Bir ekstra bir bomba kill'e deniyor Şihayko. Ondan da sonuç alınmadı. İkinci bir bomba grenade denemesi. Görmedi mi merdivende? Çok ince bir kesiş. Evet, Şihayko'dan kill'i gördük. Heal boost'u geldi Şihayko'dan. Umarım sağ odada bir oyuncuyu görür tahmin ediyordur. Who've moved down to the middle floor now, or at least are in close proximity to a rotation down to it, who are forcing this vertical control to be a fight for BDS to take. Leaky Fax now hopped in. Nobody again directly around him, but it's that passive threat. Bakalım sıradaki kill hangi takımdan gelecek? Bir Eşim'a bir bomba denemesi geldi ama yeterli seviyede etki etmedi. Son 1 dakikaya girdik. A bombasının başına diffuser kuruluyor. Bir C4 kill geldi Noodle'dan. Team BDS bombayı koruyabilecek mi? Son 36 saniye 2 vs 1. Şu an oyuncu sayısı bakımından Geeky önde ve tüm takımı ortadan kaldırarak diffuser çözüyor. GK are just winning so many of these fights. I mean, right there, that was a 1v1 given to Shayko. If they lose that 1v1, we're sitting here saying, oh, why would he peek him by himself? There's nobody to play his trade. The defense has to react in time. And hey, maybe that happens. But still, the fact that they're able to win these fights, the GK are going frag for frag, player for player, with a team like BDS, who
won a major a year ago. Major champions. They might have had a bad stage last time, but they've come to play as the runner-ups of EUL this time, and GK are meeting them wherever those players want to enter the map.
Oh, Carter, they're making them sweat right now.
They are.
The fact that we saw
Tekrara gidiyoruz round'un tekrarına.
from the rest of BDS doesn't even seem like a BDS thing to do to me. The fact that Shaiko is actually downstairs and just not active in that same moment is so very awkward. And that's where you lead to these coin flip gunfights where if leader's got the right angle, you just
Ve 5. rounddayız. Bakalım. O GK tarafında Jagger, Bandit, Smoke, Frost ve Mira görüyoruz. Değişik bir defans olacak bu. Özellikle Mira camının etkisi büyük olabilir defans tarafındaki GK'ye.
They've just been killing him quicker. They've just been getting the opening pick more often. 4 rounds now.
Team BDS'te de değişiklikler var. Ace, Twitch, Finka hala Finka'yı oynamaya devam ediyor. Bir bug görüyoruz ve Maverick var. Kaynak makinesini kullanacak muhtemelen gene. Brit hala hanesine kill yazdıramadığı için 4 asist var ama yani şu an 5 kille, 5'er kille oynayan Shaiko ve LMZJ'nin takımı taşımasına yetmiyor. Yani ekstra killer görmemiz gerekiyor. Birlikten ve Renshiro'dan. Zaten ülke 3-1 önde olmasının takımın verdiği katkıyı killerden de görüyoruz. 3-7-3-2 yani herkes aktif olarak oynuyor. 2 kaldığı yerden iyi performansına devam ediyor. Evet, kaynak makinesi çıktı.
It was, but one that also GK worked to a 3v3, and then BDS had to work with minimal resources. It was still one where GK, a very active force in this round. BDS minute 15 in. Trying to gain some activity, struggling to open the IT breach at the moment, but they were so focused on that shield. The burn comes in, they destroy it. Now
Halkanı patlattılar.
Maverick
kaynak işlerine devam ediyor.
They don't open it. They're not playing the shield whatsoever. It's just meant to scare BDS and waste 10-15 seconds here or there.
And it did even more than that. That's half the round there. And yeah, they've gotten some bodies in. Shaiko's in up top, but he's very low right now. I think it was a something of the sort. Don't exactly know what happened through there, but either way.
Rakip oyuncunun orada olduğunu biliyor. Bir drone deliğinden kill denemesi geldi. Ama başarılı olamadı. Finka'nın heal boost'u aktif. Son 1 dakikaya girilirken ilk kill Heishim'dan geliyor. Oyuncusunu kaybediyor GK Sport. Bakalım Leader ve Heishim neler yapacak? Leader'dan kill geliyor mu? Ama sık. Birlikten bir diffuse kurulumu göreceğiz şu an. Oyuncu sayısı olarak üstün şu anda triple kill geldi LMZ'den. Leader'dan bir kill geldi. LMZ'yi aldı. Ama tabii çapraz ateşi aldılar Leader'ı ve BDS sahnesine bir galibiyet roundunu daha yazdırıyor. Galip geldiği roundu yazdırıyor.
But that's really what convinces GK of that position. Like, oh, Shaiko's trying to enter from this side. They're going to want to try and take the IT breach, swing in towards leader. Not the case at all. They smoke the door, they plant on the back side and force them to retake the site. Masterfully done.
Sunarken biraz zorlanıyorum boğazımdan kaynaklı.
Literally sacrifice Shaiko just to gain a better position. I mean, that's chess at its finest right there.
Oh, it's my queen. Take it. Oh, wait, you lost the game.
Just a huge rotation from BDS. And if we see another round like that as GK are trying the second floor bomb site a second time, it might just get this. But another thing I was talking about with
evet, round'un tekrarını göreceğiz.
Crazy recovery rate when it comes to lost bomb sites. I don't remember the exact number, but it's in the 80% of when they lose a bomb site, they're able to recover. Now, obviously, small sample size. They've only played 3 rounds in Atlanta so far, but GK are a team that knows the mistakes they make and know how to recover. And right there, if they recognize as well that
Heishim Round'u neden kaybettiğiyle ilgili kendi kafasında ve program hemen yapıyordur yani. Evet. 6. rounddayız. 3-2 GK Sports'un üstünlüğü var. Yeni gelenler varsa Night Haven laboratuvarındayız.
But I digress. She is really solid when it comes to the roam game, not only because she has that impact, but she also is able to, like I was saying, get rid of all those drones and really open up the field for her own rotations. And any time that you can kind of be self-serving in that way with any operator, you're more than likely going to see a line up with something like that. It reminds you of like the old pulse plays, that kind of thing. So fantastic stuff. We'll see if Noodle be able to.
Noodle tarafından bir drone ya da bir mekanik alet arama derdi var şu an. Şimdi BDS az önceki tercih ettiği operatörler doğru hamle olduğunu düşündükleri için sadece bir eş değişikliği var. Like fact eşi tercih etmiş atak operatörler arasında. Bakalım Buck, Maverick, Finka, Ash ve Ace'li Team BDS 3. skorunu hanesine yazdırabilecek mi? Kaynak makinesi gene çıktı. Hala Birid'in kili yok. Birid'i izlememiz lazım aslında. Olacak. Eko'dan bir bomba denemesi, granate denemesi geldi ama gene bunu 2 seferdir deniyor. Muhtemelen 3.'sünde herhalde yapar ya. Yani
Are BDS baiting us with this push, or is it where they're actually pushing from? Trixt is now the only one playing off site, and Shaiko's worried about it.
Hişim ne kadar güzel yeri yapmış şöyle. Keyfi yerinde herhalde Hişim'in. Evet, ilk kill EK Sports'tan geldi. İlk kill'ini aldıktan sonra öldü. Evet, bizim BDS'de 2 kill gördük. K ve Noodle'ı kaybetti GK Sport. 3 vs 3 kaldı. Leader'dan bir kill daha gördük. Hishim'dan ekstra bir kill görüyoruz şu an. Takımını ayakta tutmaya devam ediyor. Bir C4. Hishim o C4'u tutturabilseydi çok güzel şeyler olacaktı. Orada double kill gördük Enshiro'dan. Birlikten bir combo kurulumu. Enshiro'yu zorlanıyor ve GK 6. roundunu
And BDS so very close to pulling the exact same thing that we saw in the last round. But those minor adjustments from GK, and I'm really happy that you referenced that as well in their playbacks, because right there, it was not a whole sweeping change of how they played out that round. Extremely similar utility, put somebody downstairs to recognize what was happening with the roam game, or rather roam clear, and then address things accordingly for the map pressure. And that was the key factor there, especially for Hisham. His patience around that rotation for Connector was unprecedented.
And even then, if BDS maybe win that fight with a
skor eşitlendi.
maybe they end up winning the round. But
skorumuz eşitlendi, vallahi eşitlendi, billahi eşitlendi yani.
Players in the world, Shaiko being one of them, but then also EFAC having a poor game so far. Bride 0-5 at the moment. He's obviously not the one getting the kills, but some BDS players aren't showing up at the moment. Whereas GK also a little lopsided, but Hisham in particular is playing lights out.
Yeah, Hisham is looking so very solid right now. I mean, we're only halfway through this game. 6 rounds in, the guy's already got 9 kills. Truly impressive stuff, especially up against a team that is so unbelievably talented. Like,
Şimal, ben mi yanlış anladım roundu?
Like, this just goes to show you how insane this major has been so far. Like, we don't even have a crowd yet.
4-2 olmuş. Tamam. Doğru, Geek'i almış. Doğru görmüşüm. Evet, 7. rounddayız. Hishim'dan yani GK Sports'tan bir Montaigne hamlesi geliyor. Thatcher'ı görüyoruz. Inka'yı görüyoruz. Atağa geçti çünkü İyi ki artık birinci roundda ace hamlesi görüyoruz. Catcher'ı görüyoruz. Bakalım ilk kill kimden gelecek? Son 2 dakikaya girilirken. Mira camını kırmak istedi.
They've played default comfort maps like Clubhouse where coordination is well known. Positions
Noodle ama başarılı olamadı. Pulse görüyoruz şu an S tarafında defans pozisyonunda. Bir C4 geldi. Bir like efektten. Like efektten bir C4 kill'i geldi. Artık yani bu tarz ekstra killer kıymetli. Bakalım Haitian Montaigne'le bir şeyler yapabilecek mi? İkinci kill'i göreceğiz. Drone deliğinde rakibini görmeye çalışıyor Elem. En azından ayaklarından vurmak için. Noodle'ın bir %20 canı kalmış. Bakalım Leader'dan kill çıkarabilecek mi? Leader kill çıkarabilecek mi? Neler olacak göreceğiz. Son 40 saniyeye giriyoruz. BDS çok güzel kapandı. Bu şekilde rakibine açık vermiyor diyecektim ama LMZ bir mermi yedi. Noodle kaybetti. Brit de hanesine ilk kill'i yazdı. Kayıplar devam ediyor GK Sports'tan. 7. round'un kazanımı da Team BDS oluyor. GK Sports'ta elinde bulunan avantajı harcamaya devam ediyor. Çok enteresan. Çok enteresan.
Jesse, what are you feeling about watching this game?
You know, at first I was a little bit nervous, Carter, because this was a bit of a rocky first half, but I don't want the viewers at home to be too concerned for BDS, because when BDS played Night Haven Labs in the EUL, they actually had a 6-0 defensive half. They were really, really strong on defense. Their rotation was basement into top floor, into storage. And we've seen the top floor here. What really worked for BDS last time they played this map was they had this Shaiko Likifac duo roam combo to really hold down the meeting hall connector side of the map, with Shaiko playing Legion and connector, and then we saw Likifac.
Hemen analist masasına bağlanıyoruz. Hocam ne diyorsunuz? Fatih Hocam.
Switched it up a little bit, but the idea of that strategy was still the same. I have to imagine BDS, they're still going to feel pretty comfortable on these defensive halves, and I think they're in a good spot to pull this game back.
Well, Jesse, to your point, we've got Likifac on the Solus right now, so thank you very much, and let's take a look at round number 8 to see how BDS, with that in mind, start what might just be a comeback on the defensive
side. Var ve 8. roundda başladı. Aksiyon aşamasındayız.
But Shaiko on the Cade, alone on the bomb site.
İki atakta Maverick, Glass, Gridlock, Bravo ve Ace'i tercih ediyor bu roundda. BDS de defans pozisyonunda Legion, Kate, Mute hero'larını tercih ediyorlar. Değişiklikler en azından onlar. Bir kaynak makinesi daha. Haitian Glass'da kill alamadı. Çok sekti silah bu arada. Durucu olmasa belki tek atabilir.
Indeed they do, and this will likely force a rotation from BDS. Maybe somebody pushing down the aqua stairs, moving down below just to support a potential bomb site hit. Not giving up the roam entirely, but just to make sure that Shaiko has some support. Thankfully though, this is a bit of a slow take from GK. Takes a lot of time.
C4 denemesi geliyor Shaiko'dan ve başarılı oluyor. Şayika bunu ilk round'dan beri dönüyor. İki grenade'den sonra herhalde dedi ki ben C4'la daha iyi iş yaparım. Ve ikinci C4 kilini de aldı. Vallahi helal olsun. Evet, 4 vs 4. Bir takımın da 4'er oyuncusu kaldı. Tabii junk bakımından biraz daha dezavantajlı Team BDS. Şayika'nın %40 canı bir ya da iki mermiyle ortadan kalkması takımını bir kişi eksik bırakması demek oluyor. Bakalım 9 kill'le Heşim. Keşke ekrana reji Heşim'i verse. Noodle'dan bir kill geldi. Zamanında gelmesi gereken kill geldi ve full canlı olan rakip takım oyuncusunu alt etti ve şu an biraz daha rahat oyun oynayacak. BK Sport. B bombasının arka odasındaki hatch açıldı şu an. İkinci hatch de açıldı. Grid'den bir C4 denemesi gelecek. Bu pompalı çok kötü bir iş. Eşimden bir kill geldi. Şayiko'yu aldı. Şimdi bakalım defans tarafı neler yapacak? Hani doğru kill çıkmıyor şu an Team BDS'te. 4 vs 1 kaldı. En az kill alan oyuncusu sona kaldı. Team BDS. Eşim büyük bir gazla oyun oynuyor. Ve hanesine bir galibiyet daha yazdırıyor sevgili GK Esports. GK.
And a timeout being taken by BDS here, Carter. And yeah, I totally agree with you. I am not a big fan of people taking tack timeouts when the other team has 6 rounds. 5 feels like really the last, point in time where you really want to cross that bridge. But either way, though, I think this is just a testament to how talented GK are. I mean, you guys heard it there first from Jesse Chick. BDS with a perfect defensive set when it came to their European debut of this map up against Heroic, and GK giving them enough pressure that it's forced the timeout.
Just a position that, I mean, once you're there, when you're facing that underdog, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I mean, we were rationalizing like W7M, they're coming
mola
in
geldi.
the map. But if you're BDS, you're thinking, we're not going to let that happen.
Tekrar round'a bir hızlıca bir göz atalım.
This was the true test, but if you're BDS, you're thinking, we're not going to let that happen. I mean, we're not going to make
Middle
those same mistakes. We've seen
rakibini
them play now. We're
backstep'le
not going to
avladı.
underestimate them. Then you always think to yourself,
Yalnız
it's just
Heşim
some
burada
game. Like, we should be able to win.
güzel yakalamış. Bir wallbang.
But that's the mentality. This team can no longer be underestimated anymore. They've proven themselves with their win yesterday over W7M, with their #1 seed in play-ins, and now, even if they lose, a 5-7 loss to BDS, that's a quality win in my book. If
Ve 9. roundda
BDS and make them shake.
15 saniye sonra başlayacak. Reinforce'lar atılıyor, hatch'ler kapatılıyor. Kırılıyor duvarlar.
We did have the blitz there for just a split second, so I thought we were gonna Key, I love you so much. Oh my, no! Go back!
Too late.
You're no
Beyond the
fun.
pale.
Dude, I was gonna invite him to the after party, but not anymore. Not anymore.
Oh,
I thought you were one of the cool kids.
Thatcher's fine, I guess.
I mean, if you want to be a loser. No.
Bir Jackal tercihi görüyoruz GK'den. Muhtemelen rakip takımın oyuncularını tespit etme konusunda güzel başarı yakalamaya çalışıyorlar ve oyuncuları tek yakalamak istiyorlar. Bir durum var. Hop.
Well, they break open the hatch while Hasham is standing on it to basically just
11 kill'li Heşam'ı izliyoruz.
sound cue of him dropping in case there's some player playing close inside a kitchen. Not many players around him, but there is someone relatively close by playing over inside the cargo area. Legion on the main stairs as well, or on the exo stairs, excuse me.
Mira şu anda Heşam'ın karşısında merdivenlerde. Bir bomba grenade denemesi geldi ve güzel bir bomba kili geldi Heşam'dan. Tebrikler 12. kill'inde hanesine de yazdırdı ve bu ekstrem bir kill oldu.
Not exactly the best bet, especially when you really don't have any utility to back yourself up. That's what leads to moments like this, and GK have already found the pick that they so desperately want for this opener. Now they can rotate back to their earlier efforts and try and get things to move in from delivery. Still have a couple of rotations to deal with up top. Have one over inside of Jen right now. It's Noodle working on this for the time being, but I think this is more than likely going to be a GK pressures downstairs, this guy roams, and Noodle kills him kind of situation.
Yeah, if Noodle plays patiently here. Oh, but the call goes out that their EDDs on that door. And does Noodle relay his position? Leaky Fack is stalwart right now watching that door. A nuclear bomb could not distract this man from his task. But GK, a minute left. They want this. They want this 5v3. They see this roamer. One player over on connector side, the other coming in from assembly.
It's so impressive. Just their patience, their willingness to return to the drone game and see what they can get done.
Evet.
Especially when you're trying to address a map like this, Carter, as an IGO,
tespit bekliyorum ben, hadi.
Eko'dan
Eko'dan bir tespit, hadi. Evet. Bir kill geldi GK Sports'tan. İkinci kill geldi. Kapkan traplerine dikkat etmek lazım. Hani Elem'in 10 kill oynayışı yetmiyor. Breed'in ve Likefake'in kill alması lazım. Bu arada DK'den son 10 saniye kala bir diffuser kuralımı görüyoruz. Ve Peşam Likefake'i aldı ve bir galibiyeti daha hanesine yazdı.
Explode on the match point. 3 rounds BDS need to stop GK from being on the precipice of greatness.
Peşam güzel oyununa kaldığı yerden devam ediyor. Yani şu an bu oyunla birlikte ben GK Sports'u galip geldi sayabilirim ya. Bu arada.
Is paramount to their success up against BDS. We've seen this before with BDS. When teams have the ability to fight back, the games get good. But right now, GK are doing so much more than that. They are dominating BDS at every single turn. Even in that round, BDS still had a moment where they could have been able to flip the script and bring this round back across the line. But GK had so many things in place, Carter. They had the entire site encompassed. They were using their own mirror windows against them. Truly incredible stuff as they were able to break down that entire map. Fantastic patience up top as well. Didn't really have to go for that clear or anything like that. Just keeping a proper mind and not doing too much. They're doing what is necessary.
Evet. GK Sports için maç sayısı 3 farklı yönde. Durum 6-3. Lion, Finka, Ace, Blitz ve Maverick tercihleri var GK Sports'tan. Ve günün 3. mücadelesinin son rounduna giriyoruz. En azından GK Esports için Team BDS'te bakalım bir round daha alıp oyuna kendini ortak etme çabasına girecek mi? BDS tarafı da defansta şu an ve defans operatörlerinden Mira, Legion, Bandit ve o üçgen ne ya? Ben Iro'nun adını bilmiyorum.
I'm never gonna wash it either. Just for the rest of my life. I'll get it tattooed. Full spiel. It's like we might be popping off here soon. Yeah, bullets in and is anybody gonna pay attention?
Blitz girdi içeri. One shot atamadı. Hızlı bir oyun yapmak istedi GK ama başarılı olamadı. GK'den bir kill geldi. Aynıdan bir kill gördük. Trilix'ten ikinci kill gelecek mi bakalım. Eşimi kaybetti GK. Leader double kill aldı. Maç sayısı mı geliyor?
win. He's got the case in the bomb
Wow.
site. He knows that a fuse is being planted, but Trix has put the bomb down. We're at a post plant, folks.
İki bombayı kurdu bu arada, difüzörü kurdu. Bakalım neler gelecek son saniye. 40 saniyeden geriye gidiyoruz. Likefake'in %30 canı varken bir tarafta da iki oyuncusuyla bombayı kontrol etmeye çalışacak GK Sport. Vallahi bir
Trix moves on in. He looks towards Jen instead. Trix pushes too far. Gun put down, leader. You just need
Likefake'den bir fake gelecek mi?
one more pull.
Ve 10. round'un galibi de GK Esports alıyor ve hanesine bir galibiyeti daha yazdırıyor. Tebrikler GK Esports. Her iki takıma da tebrikler.
Yes, Carter. The Falcons may have soared pretty high for MENA and showed off what that region could do. But GK, this is a goddamn rocket ship, and we are soaring, we are flying. And this isn't too close.
Team BDS için de üzülme vakti diyelim. Ve birazdan röportajlar ve analiz masasına uğradıktan sonra da günün 4. maçına gidiyoruz.
On a map that BDS 7-2'd heroic on, a team with international experience, a team with a pedigree, but a map that GK have not played up until this point. They have played 7 maps of their 10-0 scoreline so far. Number 8.
Günün 4. maçı da Virtus Pro Volves Esports arasında gerçekleşecek.
You can't just corner them at a veto strategy anymore. You've got to be worried about every map in the pool. This is public enemy number 1 right here.
Yeah. And the craziest thing is that they got 2 new additions, right? They got Leader and they have Noodle in from the EUL. Absolutely insane. It's just this story with this roster is so incredible.
And it's still being written. We've got Leader on the desk. You want to call key? Let's head back to the analyst desk and hear Leader's immense thoughts after that victory.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, somehow these guys have managed to knock off 2 of the top contenders in the world as a MENA team and with a substitute. So why not get the substitute in real quick to talk about how this thing went down? Dude, we caught you up a couple days ago asking about how much time you had actually spent with this team prior to jumping in. Exactly how much time had you scrimmed with this roster before you subbed in?
I scrimmed about 3 maps.
About 3 maps, yeah. Okay. Who was it against?
Yes.
And what map was it?
Nighthaven.
So perfect storm, literally, for you guys.
Yeah. Like, it's been unreal. Like, everyone in the team, like, they play so well with my calling. It's like, it's really good, you know.
How does that work on your interaction? Are you doing a lot of calling in the team? And
yeah, like, before they didn't have an IGL, so they're just playing, like, this crazy playstyle MENA, like, that we'd expect from those teams. But, like, with me coming in, I'm solely just, like, focusing on making sure everything gets done in the round and see, like, what the next step is, because that's what they couldn't identify before, like, the next step in the round to close out the rounds.
How motivated are you personally? So just a quick question about you personally, because obviously, you know, it didn't go too well at Koi and Heroic in EUL. But here you are at the major,
Vallahi LMG taşımaya yetmedi takımını. Bu arada sevgili YouTube hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, 6 beğeni olmuşuz. Umarım turnuva boyunca bir 50 beğeniye doğru yolumuza devam ederiz. Eğer ki videoları ya da yayınları likelayıp yorum yapmadıysanız lütfen yorum yapmayı unutmayın, likelamayı unutmayın. Aramızda yeni katılanlar varsa da abone olmayı, bildirim çarklarını açmayı unutmuyor. Ve sevgili Ubisoft'a da ekstra olarak teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu turnuva erişim sağladığı için varlar. Ve Twitch tarafı da eğer halihazırda turnuvayı takip ediyorlarsa canlı yayında edenler var, görüyorum. 3 saat boyunca benimle birlikte turnuvayı izlediğinizde, aşk partiye katıldığınızda Rainbow Six, bir Rainbow Six oyunun içinde bir e-spor paketi kazanıyor. Saatin sonunda ve ileride birkaç gün sonra da yeni sezonla ilgili ileride Rainbow Six bilgileri de paylaşmaya çalışacağım. Final mücadelesinde. Bakalım final mücadelesi genellikle Rainbow Six severler bilirler. Finallerde, turnuvanın finallerinde yeni sezonla ilgili bazen bilgilere denk gelebiliyoruz. Bakalım yeni neler olacakmış. neler gelecekmiş
Yeah, so I
hepimiz
just wanted to talk to you about Hisham, actually.
önümüzdeki hafta
So
sonu
he
görüyor
went off
olacağız
yesterday, he's gone
diye
off today.
düşünüyorum.
What's he like to play with as a player?
He's really good. Like,
düşünüyorum.
I tried to involve like 4 people in the push and then just let him do his own thing, you know. I let him find his
Düşünüyorsam
own
öyle
depth
var.
because
Öyleyse
he
var.
knows best, you know.
Yeah. So there's some clips coming in of him here. So I think it's just been, incredible because, like, I suppose people in terms of, like EU or even an international fan base, North America's Brazilians, won't know about some of these guys, that play in the Saudi League and play in MENA. So what makes them so good? Are they just so confident?
Yeah, confidence is key. Like, their aim is crazy and they're so confident with it.
Yeah.
They don't care who they're playing against. Like, you could be playing at striker, you could be playing against KZ. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they still have the same confidence.
Just like getting into a ranked game.
Yeah.
Last question before I let you go. You've beaten 2 world beaters at this point. You beat the current major champions. You beat the most recent Gamers 8, 2 years running Gamers 8 champions. Do you feel any pressure now at this point? Because you're top of the mountain with one team at the minute for undefeated teams, and that's G2.
Yeah.
What does that make you feel?
I mean, there's no pressure for us. Like, we came into this event like, I'm a substitute, They just wanted to get out of the group and then just see where it goes from there. And we've taken out 2 of the best teams, so who knows what can happen next.
That's sweet. Anything else you want to say to the stream before we let you go, dude?
Thanks to the fans. Like, the MENA fans are crazy. Yeah, just thanks for your support.
All right, dude. Again, congratulations. That game was insane. We'll get Jesse back in here to talk about that one too, because we were trying to find. I mean, it was round after round after round of. It felt very systemic from BDS, and then every time we saw Geek pop off, it was. This team is a joy to watch, dude. I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great to watch. I think there are certainly some flaws. It wasn't easy. They can make it easier on themselves, but this is what's ingrained into them, right? It was the aggression in the early doors. They were so aggressive against BDS, getting those entry kills, but getting them in an early, being explosive early on in the round when BDS were not expecting it. Now, there's a couple of times they gave it back because these guys, once they've got the kill, they kind of have this like hero play mentality where I'm going to get another one and another one and another one and don't stop. So sometimes it looks great when it works and doesn't look too great when it doesn't. But yeah, it's such a pleasure to watch them. They're so confident.
Yeah, and I think like we talked in the early game or in the pregame about how BDS did a great job yesterday about beating Space Station Gaming in that early game. I think the big difference between that match and this match is that one was on coming through Skyscraper, where it's very linear. They would go in through Exhibition, clear the top floor, and move on to the bottom floor. This is Nighthaven Labs. That's such a more difficult map to roam clear, and we saw them abusing that on the side of Geek. They were all over the place on the roam. They were making so many good moves. Yeah, maybe a drone would be in. Maybe the drone would even find a player, but there's a third player, a fourth player, somebody else coming in for the roam to help out that one player. So I really like that aggressive play style from GK. Eventually, BDS maybe started to adapt a bit, go for some more direct takes, but even then, they couldn't find the solid rounds to get it consistently, and that first half just seemed out of reach.
And so everything now for GK from this point forward is always for promotion, because now they're at that 2-0 phase. For BDS, you go back to the drawing board a little bit because you still have some more opportunities, but you drop one map in a best of one scenario. It's not really the end of the world, but think about what the magical run could be. It could be beating W7M, the current major champs. It could be beating BDS, the current Gamers 8 champions. And if, God forbid, somehow they draw G2 in that 2-0 game tomorrow, they could knock off the SI champs all at the same event.
And then 7 rounds away from main stage.
Yeah.
Well, not even just that, but like main stage, a MENA team. A team from a region, again playing with a sub, because both majors we've had a MENA team playing with a sub. If they make main stage, what does that say about this region?
All I'm saying is if you're seriously right now, you're fearing for your job a little bit because of how well these guys have been playing with Leader. Right now, GK Esports are the single greatest MENA team to ever exist, simply based on how far they've been able to get at an international tournament. Congratulations to them. For BDS, we'll see them both tomorrow, and we'll hop into Game 4 after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Evet, yaklaşık bir 6 dakika sonra günün 4. maçına gidiyor olacağız. Görüşmek üzere. Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, günün 4. mücadelesi. 1 dakika 45 saniye sonra başlıyor olacak. Virtus Pro, Volves Esports arasında geçecek günün 4. maçı.
Yep, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think if this is a team that you are familiar with on both sides, you know what each other does. There isn't going to be a whole lot that should surprise you from what team does. So if you are going to pull out some, it should be against your own region to really throw them off because they're going to already be reading into what you're doing.
Yeah, and this kind of familiarity is something that
Bakalım hangi harita tercih edilecek bu maçta? Hangi takım atak başlayacak, hangi takım defans başlayacak, hepsini göreceğiz.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When the matches have mattered most, VP always win. The record between these two teams, it is relatively even, but when the pressure's the highest, Wolves have yet to really find success this year.
Yaklaşık bir 45 saniye sonra
you can wipe off the first round, you can wipe off that first game and just focus then now on this next game. So I have no doubt that both these teams can put up a big performance against each other.
İki takımın da başına neler gelecek göreceğiz.
All right, let's figure out maps if there's such a really big issue for this game. Where are we going in this bad boy?
Bu arada map tercihi bakıyoruz. Oregon haritası seçilmiş Virtus Pro tarafından ve atak.
Border was actually the decider map between these two teams when they played in the EUL. It was a 2-0.
Atak tarafında olacak Virtus Pro. Hemen hızlıca bakıyoruz. Volves bankayı banlamış, kafeyi banlamış, kaleti banlamış, border'ı banlamış. Virtus Pro tarafında da Skyscraper banlanmış, Night Haven banlanmış, Consulate ve Clubhouse banlanmış. Tercihi de Virtus Pro yapmış. Oregon haritasında en çok oynanan haritalardan bir tanesi. Oregon haritası. Birazdan da hangi atak operatörleri arasında ve defans operatörleri arasında hangi hero'lar banlanacak onu da göreceğiz.
All right, well, let's figure out which of these two European normally powerhouses are able to dig themselves out of this current winless streak, and which one of them is going to get sent to the O2 matches as we go tomorrow. It'll be Stokes and Lakes with the call.
Artık sunum masasına gidiyoruz. Ve bu maçın sunumunu bu gördüğünüz iki cengaver yapacak. Herkesin hayranları bol olsun.
Haven't looked too good at all, and the more these losses weigh on Wolves' mind going into the best of threes if they lose this game today, they have just been down and out this event.
Yeah, it has not been looking too hot, but here's the key thing about this. You have a comfortable matchup walking into this. Yes, it is a best of one, but it's on Oregon of all places. This is a bread and butter map for practically anybody in Rainbow Six Siege. It feels like home, right? It's like that in Clubhouse. Those two, it's just a staple of competitive Siege. So,
evet, sosyal medyada yapılan ankete göre Virtus Pro %65 kazanır demişler. Volves Esports'u %35 ile kazanır demişler. Playoff mücadelesinin ikinci gününde bakalım sosyal medyada yapılan anketler ne kadar geçerli olacak. Ki az önceki maçta GK Esports'un oranı yanlış hatırlamıyorsam çok düşüktü. Ama kazanan GK Esports oldu. Operatör banlama aşamasına geldik. İlk banı atak operatörleri arasında Volves yapıyor. Bakalım ilk ban ne olacak? Nomad banlandı Volves tarafından. Virtus Pro atak operatörleri arasından banını gerçekleştiriyor. Ink banlandı. Volves şu an pardon özür dilerim, Virtus Pro şu an defans operatörlerinden bir banlayacak. Yine bir her maçta olduğu gibi azami banı görüyoruz Virtus Pro tarafında. Şimdi de Volves tekrardan bir ban yapacak defans Ubisoft operatörleri arasında. Bakalım hangisi banlanıyor? Kate banlandı. Güzel bir mücadele. İki takım içinde geçsin. Başarılar diliyorum. Bir tarafta Joystick'den Pasha Always Shepherd, diğer tarafta Deadshot, Mowgli, P4, Bibo ve Shinka. Bir önceki maçta round 1 maçında Mowgli'nin oyununu izlemiştik. Tabii Mowgli'nin oyunu yetmedi takımı taşımaya ve Always Esports ilk maçını kaybetmişti, round 1 maçını, playoff round 1 maçını. Şimdi artık ikinci maçta her iki takımda Virtus Pro'da işin açıkçası Skarza değil NIP'ye kaybetmişti. İki kaybeden takımın mücadelesini izleyeceğiz. Round 1'de iki kaybeden takımın mücadelesini izleyeceğiz şu an. Geri sayım devam ediyor. Atak aşamasına geçmeden önce duvarlar kapatıldı, reinforce'larla hatch'ler açıldı ve atak başlıyor artık Virtus Pro tarafından. Bakalım Oregon'un galibi kim olacak? Ahmet Sarıkaya, hoş geldin. Selamlar. Evet, hero tercihlerine bakıyoruz. Operatör tercihlerine bakıyoruz. Virtus Pro tarafında Gridlock var, Finka var, Sledge görüyoruz, Hibana ve Flores görüyoruz ki Hibana benim her zaman söylediğim gibi best hero'm, severim. Golwest tarafında da defans pozisyonunda Clash görüyoruz, Vamai görüyoruz, Mira görüyoruz, Jäger görüyoruz. Deadshot'ın aldığı hero'yu hala ezberleyemedim. O da benim mutluluğum olsun. Evet. Günün 4. maçının ilk roundunun ilk kili hangi takımdan gelecek? Tabii oyuncular arasında benim en çok favorilerimden bir tanesi Deadshot. Always tarafında ki play-in maçlarında da güzel bir performans göstermişti. Virtus Pro tarafında da Pasha. Bakalım bu maçta takımını taşıyacak oyuncu kim olacak, onu da bu vesileyle görüyor olacağız. Good cadence, working through the motions and motions that we will more than likely see repetitively throughout this game. Bombalar patlıyor. Bombada Oregon haritasının çamaşırhane bölümünde Hibana'nın birini kullanmasına izin vermediler bu arada. Golwest tarafı. Bakalım son 1 dakikaya doğru gelinirken açılışı kim yapacak? Virtus Pro mu? Golwest mi? Benden bir grenade denemesi gelecek. Clash'i avlamak istediler ama ikinci bir bomba denemesi geldi. Sonuca ulaşamadı. Orada Novgri'nin canı 1. Finka'dan bir heal boost geldik. İlk killer Golwest tarafından geldi bu arada. Ve Clash'ten bir hamle geldi. 2 vs 1 kaldı. Virtus Pro Golwest karşısında. P4 bakalım neler yapacak. Flash kalkanını çekti. Bir diffuser kurulumu geldi Shepard'dan. Bakalım Clash elindeki kalkanla neler yapacak. Tabi rakip oyuncular nerede olduklarına dair bir bilgisi olmayabilir. Geri sayım yapılırken bir fake geldi. P4'dan bir kill daha geliyor. Eğer farkındaysa diğer oyuncunun Miracam'ın orada olduğunu, geliyor. 10 saniye, 9 saniye, 8 saniye, 7 saniye, 6 saniye kuruluma geçti. Always'in pikini gördük. Tabi artık 5 saniye kala. Hani tekrardan fake atamazdı. Ki attığı fake'i doğru değerlendiremedi P4. Ki aslında ikinci fake'inde kill çıkarabilirdi P4 ama tabii doğru hamleyi yapamayınca ilk roundu Virtus Pro'ya, özür dilerim, Virtus Pro'ya değil, evet tam doğru, Virtus Pro'ya hediye ediyor Volves e-spor takımı.
Yeah, I see P4 taking off his headset right now. Look at you, you perceptive fellow.
It's the ADHD, bro. Don't give it to me. My brain is just silly.
Literally, I'm listening to you in the green room. You're talking about like the minuscule impact of a mouse pad on your movement. I'm like, dude, I just play the game. Like, I got my
Bir hemen taktiksel bir timeout geldi.
that Larch gave me. Like, I'm just trying.
I got 10 mouses at home and 15 mouse pads. Now, here's the thing. I'm not one of those weirdos. It's like, oh, apparently P4 was having issues with his sensitivity, so user error.
Yani alabilirdi aslında P4 onu.
Make sure to check your settings before you play a professional.
Yani gerçi elinde de pompalı tüfek var
There
ama.
might be, listen, don't.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
There might be a technical issue.
Yeah.
Lord knows I've never played in this competitive.
Me and P4 are actually the same person. He's like, actually, this is off by 1 millimeter, so we can't be playing with this, dude.
Please open up the command file so I can.
Dude, no, he's actually me. Look at him. He's literally just moving everything on the desk. He's like, this isn't right. No, I should have clutched that route. If my monitor was exactly 1 inch further back, that was all me.
Listen, if you're competing at this level, you got to have an eye for the details, okay?
Hemen ikinci rounda geçildi. Aksiyon aşamasına geçmeden önce 30 saniyeleri var tarafında hazırlık adına. Evet, Volves e-Sports'ta bakalım ne görüyoruz? Vama'yı görüyoruz. Yine bir clash hamlesi var, değişmemiş. Onyx'i görüyoruz. Deadshot Onyx tercihinde bulunmuş. Virtus Pro'da sadece evet 3 değişiklik var. Pinka, bakayım doğru mu yanlış söylemeyeyim. Aksiyon aşamasına geçildiğinde tam net belli olacak. Evet, Ace, Gridlock ve Finka tercihi görüyoruz Virtus Pro'da. Biraz daha hızlı bir oyun oynamak istiyorlar anladığım kadarıyla. Özellikle Finka tercihinin yapılmasında heal boost'un kattığı ve enerji boost'un kattığı farkı kullanmak isteyebilirler. Eş hızlı karakter bilenler, Rainbow severler bilirler. Ve reinforce'lar atıldı, hatch'ler kapatıldı, açılması gereken hatch'ler açıldı ve aksiyon aşamasında son 2 dakikaya doğru gidiyoruz. Bakalım ilk kill hangi takımdan gelecek? Açılışı hangi oyuncu yapacak? Başaran bir temizlik gördük. Şu an Deadshot 2 kill'le takımını taşıyor ikinci roundda. Ama Virtus Pro tarafında da kill dağılımı muazzam. 2-1-1 Dan kill alamamış. Ama diğer oyuncuların hepsi hanelerine yazdırmışlar. Virtus Pro bomba bölgesini tespit etti. Şimdi Bibio'dan bir rakip oyuncuyu bulmaya çalışıyor, kill almaya çalışıyor. Ama tabii daha oyuncular evin Oregon haritasındaki evin içine daha girmediler diyebiliriz. Yani şu an biraz daha bomba site'in dışında tutmaya çalışıyor iki oyuncusu. Volves'in. Bakalım bomba denemeleri geldi. Mowgli'nin %50 canı kaldı. Finka'dan bir heal boost gördük. Eş bir demeçiydi. Paşa'dan bir ekstra bir performansta bomb grenade kill'i gördük. İkinci kill geldi. Virtus Pro'dan hemen peşinden Deadshot'ın Paşa'ya almasıyla 3. kill çıktı. 4 vs yani 4 vs 3 kalan Virtus Pro atak pozisyonda avantajlı konumda. Always'ten bir kill, Joystick'ten bir kill. Güzel bir temizlikle Virtus Pro ikinci roundu da hanesine yazdırmış oldu. 0 öne geçmiş oldu. Vallahi Virtus Pro gene ilk maçta olduğu gibi agresif oynamaya çalışıyor biraz daha ama bir önceki maçta kaybetmesinin en büyük sebeplerinden biri ilk 3 roundda 4 roundda oynadığı agresif oyunu devam ettirememişti. Hatta özellikle rounddan sonra devam ettirememişti. Hatta kime karşı olduğunu da hemen söyleyeyim. NIP'ye karşı devam ettirememişti. Derslerine çalıştılar mı bilmiyorum ama en azından eğer galip gelmek istiyorsa Virtus Pro playoff'un ikinci günü mücadelelerinde, ikinci round mücadelelerindeki galibiyeti almak istiyorsa kayıptan sonra güzel oyununu devam ettirmesi gerekiyor. Volves bu arada benim için bir hayal kırıklığı oldu. Turnuvanın başından beri Avrupa takımı olmasına karşın Avrupa'dan güzel oyuncular görüyorduk. Volves çok dengesiz bir oyun sergiledi. Atakta doğru atak yapamadı. Son saniye ataklarını bitiremedi. Defansta varlık gösterdi ama maçları kazanmaya maçları kazanmak için yeterli gücünü göstermedi ki zaten Volves'te play mücadelesinin teyit ederek söylemek istiyorum. Play mücadelesinin de A grubunda lower bracket'ten playoff'lara katılmaya hak kazanan takımı. Evet. 3. rounddayız. 2 dakika 30 saniye son 2 dakika 30 saniyeye girilirken bakalım ilk kill hangi oyunculardan ve hangi takımdan gelecek? Deadshot 3 kill'le takımını taşımaya çalışıyor. Tabii Volves biraz daha ağırlık göstermek istiyorsa Noglin'in bir önceki maçta gösterdiği 5 kill'lik 6 kill'lik performansına ihtiyacı var. Aynı şekilde şu an Biobo için de geçerli. Çünkü daha hanelerini kill yazdıramamışlar. 3. round. Ama her şey daha yeni başladı. İleriki aşamalarda ya da bu rounddan itibaren onlardan da kill görebiliriz. Bakalım Virtus Pro nasıl atak yapacak, Volves Esports'a nasıl bir defans yapacak hepimiz göreceğiz. Son 1 dakika 40 saniyeye giriyoruz. Bombalarla hatchler açılıyor. Before denemesi gelir mi diyeceğim ama defans tarafında bir before mevcut. Bir tane var gibi duruyor. Evet, bir tane var. Tabii onu da P4 ne kadar etkili kullanacak göreceğiz. Virtus Pro biraz daha organize olmaya çalışıyor. Yani Finka, Gridlock, Sledge, Hibana ve Flores tercihinde Hibana'nın skilliyle oyunculara açılacak bir görüş alanı bir anda Volves Virtus Pro'yu avantajlı konumuna düşürebilir. Great flashlar geliyor, frag grenade'lar geliyor. Ama hala son 45 saniyeye girilirken hala bir kayıp göremiyoruz iki takımda da. Hızlı bir oyun göreceğiz. İlk kill P4'dan geldi. Yani Volves'ten ikinci kill'i de Virtus Pro alıyor. Always'in Deadshot'ı öldürmesiyle. Üçüncü kill P4'dan Shepard'a geliyor. Volves aldı. 3 vs 2 kaldı. Virtus Pro bir üstünlüğüyle önde. Eğer 20 saniyeye kadar bir diffuser kurulu gerçekleşmezse diyordum ki Always diffuser'ı kurdu. Artık 3 vs 1 yani 3 vs 1 bakalım Yani 3 vs 1 olarak bombayı koruyabilecekler mi diyordum ki korudular ve Virtus Pro hanesine bir galibiyet daha yazdırdı. Round galibiyeti daha yazdırdı ve 3-0 öne geçti. Bir taktiksel mola bekleyebiliriz şu roundda. Volves Esports tarafından. Çünkü 3-0 ilk 3 roundun kaybedilmesi avantajın ciddi derecede Virtus Pro'ya geçmesine sebep oldu. Bakalım neler olacak yeni roundda ya da taktiksel bir mouse taktiksel bir mouse yalnız taktiksel bir mola görebilecek miyiz? Joystick çok kötü yerden demeç yemiş sıkamadan. O da bir anda ölmesine sebep olmuş olabilir. Evet, bir mola görmedik. Şu an Volves daha dirayetli davranmaya çalışıyor. Ama 5 kişilik bir takımda 3 kişinin oynaması takıma katkısı olmuyor gördüğünüz üzere. Yani hala bir kill yok diyor böyle Novgili'den. Novgili zaten dediğim gibi ilk maçlardan bu yana düzgün bir performans gösteremiyor. Ben görmedim. Görenler varsa da bana anlatsın. Ondan sonucuma ya da söylesin. Paylaşabilirsiniz. Öteki tarafta da Virtus Pro'da da joystick var 5 kille. Hatta 6 kille de Always var. Totalde bir 11 killik 3-0 11 kill alarak 3-0'lık bir galibiyet var. Artık Volves bu roundu da kaybederse ciddi bir fark olacak 4-0. Çok büyük bir fark. 4. roundu kaybettikleri andan itibaren bu bir moral bozukluğuna sebep olabilir. Yani bir toparlanmaları gerekiyor. Eğer ki atlarını bir sonraki aşamaya yazdırmak isterlerse ya da önümüzdeki hafta sonu 11 ve 12 Kasım'da oynanacak çeyrek final, yarı final ve final mücadelelerinde boy göstermek istiyorlarsa birazcık aksiyon göstermek.
They'll get the kill even though the OSHA shield there. Really great stuff from Wolves. And on the offsite too. Now if we can see those on dorms on
Evet, herkesten özür diliyorum. Yayın makinesi sesleneme 1-2 yayın makinesi bir mavi ekran verdi. O yüzden hızlıca bir tekrardan geri geldim. Bir yayınları kontrol edeyim. Tamam, Twitch'teki yayın aktif. YouTube'daki yayında aktif olması gerekiyor. Yayınlar kapanmadan tekrardan geri geldik.
Definitely, and it's rounds like that start to power the engine, right? You want to have something under your belt, give you a little bit of confidence going into the later rounds, and this could be the kickstarter for Wolves. Able to pick up that very first offensive round. As you said though, I'm going to go back to better waters, I would say. A little less choppy over here. We're going to head.
Şu an sıkıntı yoksa tamam, problem de yok. Kaldığımız yerden devam ediyoruz. Teşekkür ediyorum Ahmet. Güzel bilgilendirmen için. Ne diyorduk? Evet, Volves'te bu sırada ilk round galibiyetini de almış biz mavi ekran yediğimizde. Hemen bakalım. Dediğim gibi bakın, yayın kopmadan önce dediğim gibi Movgili'nin 2 kili, Volves 2 kili, hatta Bio'nun da 1 kili. Volves'e 4. round galibiyeti getirmiş.
Down below that freezer hatch, Wolves have been running this defense 2 times now, and he knows there's somebody inside security. The plan now from VP, pressure P4, push him down that hatch into Dan's waiting arms.
Göreyim. Evet. Şu an 5. roundda son 1 dakika 40 saniyenin içine girmişken İlk kili hangi takım alacak? Bir joystick'ten bomba denemesi gördük. Halbuki ikinci bir bomba denemesi göreceğiz. Halbuki oyuncu orada değil. Biz reji tarafında rahat gördüğümüz için söylüyoruz. Paşa rakibinin farkındaymış bu arada. İlk kill, hatta 3 kill birden geldi aynı anda. Güzel bir takımın aynı anda piklemesiyle 5 vs 2 kaldı. 5 vs 2 kaldı şu an. Virtus Pro rakibine karşı kayıp vermemiş oldu. Shepard'dan bir diffuse görebilir miyiz dedik. Shinka'dan bir Paşa kili geldi. Paşa'yı aldı ve bir anda 2 vs 4 kaldı defans tarafında Wolves. Eğer hani canları full, eğer iki oyuncu da yani Biobo ile Shinka ikişer kill çıkarırsa round'u olabilir. Ama oyuncu sayısı fazla olduğu için Virtus.pro'da herhangi bir hata round'u kaybettirebilir Wolves'e. Evet, şimdi refaylar devam ediyor. Shepard Lee'den Doka'ya en güzel bir kill geldi. Virtus Pro 5. round'u kazanmış oldu. Kazanmış oldu ve hanesine bir galibiyet roundu daha, round galibiyeti daha, adına her nasıl söyleyelim, yazdırmış oldu. Bazen burnumda köpek gibi çok kocaman bir burnumdaki yamış bir etten dolayı bazen kelimeleri kurmakta, kelimeleri söylemekte, cümleyi kurmakta zorlanabiliyorum. Haberiniz olsun bana. Kızmayın bana. Evet, Virtus Pro'nun 4-1 üstünlüğünü görüyoruz. Bu arada 6. round başlamadan önce bakalım tercihler ne olmuş? Oyuncular tarafından Wolves'te bir Onyx tercihi görüyorum. Mowgli'de bir Legion, P4'da Kapkan, Shinka'da da şu iki karakterin ismini bir türlü ezberleyemiyorum ben ya. Neyse artık biliyorsunuz o modu görüyorsunuz ekrandan. Virtus Pro'da da Gridlock, Brava, Dokkaebi, Leon ve Flores tercihleri var. Bu birazcık daha rahat oyun oynama tercihleriymiş gibi geliyor bana. Çünkü 3 sayılık bir fark var iki takımın arasında. Virtus 4-1 önde. Biraz daha relax, rahat oynayalım. Yormayalım kendimizi bir sonraki maça diye de düşünüyor olabilirler.
Shepard's just going to focus his fire downstairs and trying to get rid of some of this utility, especially some things high like the dreadnoughts here. The fear gas thingies that I can't remember the name of right now.
I got you. Red mines.
I got you.
Thank you. Either way though, those things definitely.
Son 2 dakikaya gidiyoruz. Hala bir kill yok ortada.
Swinging in and being blinded. For the rest of Virtus Pro, just trying to get a read as to where the
Lion skillini kullandı. Rakibinin rakiplerinin yerini tespit etmek için ama herkes çok sabit. Şu crosslar koyuldu. Dokkaebi tarafından telefonlar çaldırılıyor, titretiliyor. Always kaçırması kötü oldu onu. Ama Always o ince açıdan kill almayı başardı. Bakalım Deadshot'a da aynı hamleyi yapabilecek mi diyecektim ki yapamadı ve Deadshot Always'i alıyor. Birer kayıplarla takımlar son 1,5 dakikaya giriyor. Deadshot'tan bir Paşa kili geldi. 4 vs 3 kalındı. Son 1 dakikaya gidiyoruz. Bakalım Shepard'dan bir user kurulumu görebilecek miyiz?
Big distracting measure here from Virtus Pro. They had to address this entire take. Rather hold Wolves.
Ve son 1 dakikaya girdik. Bir bomba denemesi geldi. Joystick'in yarı canı gitti ama joystick Bio'nun orada olduğunu biliyormuş. Güzel tespitle bir kill daha hanesine yazdırdı ve 8 kill'i de 8 kill'le takımını da taşımaya devam etti. Yani 7-3-2, 8-2-2 biz dağılımlarına bakarsak her şey neredeyse eşit. Bir versus two. Son 25 saniye hızlı bir bitiş görebiliriz. Hala bir diffuser kurulumu göremiyorum. Bir ekstra kill geldi joystick'ten. Bomba frag grenade kill'i geldi. Virtus Pro hanesine 6. roundu galibiyet olarak yazdırıyor ve 5-1 öne geçiyor. 5-1 öne geçiyor. Yani 4-1'di, 5-1 oldu. Paşa da iyi hıslanmış ha. Ölünce
and they're just kind of waiting to get shot at, really. I mean, especially with the frag grenades rolling in there from our good friend Joystick. That's just not a situation that you want to see the Wolves get themselves into.
Droplar
And then they just start
aktif
losing
mi?
bodies left and right.
Bir
Nothing's really
kontrol
tradable.
edelim.
They can't play off of each other in a moment like that. Virtus Pro fully exploiting
Sıkıntı olmasın. Eğer Twitch'ten izliyorsanız yayını da aktif 3 saat süreyle izlediğiniz zaman bir adet e-spor paketi kazanacaksınız Rainbow içinde. Haberiniz olsun. O yüzden de aynı zamanda sevgili YouTube tarafından da yayındayım. Eğer Twitch hesaplarınız varsa oradan da takip edin. Yayını izleyebilirsiniz. Ve ne diyoruz her zaman? Abone olmayı, yorum yapmayı, bildirim çarklarını açmayı unutmayın. Daha nice Ubisoft oyunları ve turnuvaları ve hikayeli oyunları görmek istiyorsanız da kanala desteğinizi esirgemeyin. Nasıl bağırıyor paşa? Niye? Boğazına bir şey kaçmasın Allah'tan, yani bir şey kaçmıyor. Hemen şöyle bir kill dağılımlarına bakıyoruz. Virtus Pro tarafında 9-3-5-7-3 7-2 3-1-2 killleri alan Volves Esports takımı. Yani artık Volves bir ekstra bir oyun sergileyebilir mi? Yoksa Volves ikinci roundu da kaybedecek bu gidişle. Evet, tabi bu saatten sonra artık Volves atak yapacak. Virtus Pro'yu defansta göreceğiz. Volves'in ilk aşamadan beri yaptığı işte durum, yani yaşadığı durum. Atakta oynarsa defansta oynayamazsa atakta oynuyor. Atakta oynayamazsa defansta oynuyor. Bugün de defansta oynayamadı. Bakalım nasıl bir atak performansı gösterecek bize Volves. Hemen bir operatör tercihlerine bakıyorum. Bir defans tarafında Vamai, Mira, Jäger ve Smoke görüyorum. Atak tarafındaki Volves'te de Gridlock, Twitch, Hibana, Flores ve Capitao'yu görüyoruz. Bakalım Deadshot gene takımını ekstra kill'lerle taşıyabilecek mi? Ama Deadshot'ın bu oyunu, Deadshot'ın bu gameplay'i takımını round getirme, galip olarak roundu kazanma olayını tek başına getiremiyor. Bu belli bir mevzu. Twitch drone'uyla kameralar temizleniyor. Tabi A ve B bombası Oregon haritasının çamaşırhane bölümünde. Çamaşırhanenin üstündeki hatchlerden bir kill denemeleri geliyor Volves'ten. Son 30 saniyeye gidiyoruz ve hala ortada bir kill yok. İlk kill, hatta 2 kill birden geldi Virtus Pro'dan. 3 kill geldi. 4. kill de Joystick'ten geldi. 4 vs 1 kaldı. Ve Virtus Pro çok hızlı bir oyunla bir puanı daha, bir roundu daha hanesine galibiyet olarak yansıttı. Tipe bak. Tipe bak.
People have had this issue for years, Carter. Literal years. And once again, Wolves running into that same exact brick wall that has claimed name after name after name throughout the last 5 or so. So kids' dorms potentially our last sight here as Virtus Pro are making this easy breezy beautiful so far. A 6-1 score line for them. Joystick double digit kills right now.
6-1 önde. O klavye güzelmiş ha.
So always like react very.
Kendime klavye almak istiyorum ama hala karar vermiş değilim hangi klavyeden al.
Dan still has the same Bionicle.
Klavyem e-spor klavyem eskidi.
That's the boy right there. I might cry right now. Oh dude, that's so cool. I love that.
Evet 7. rounddaki görüntülere tekrar geri dönüyoruz. Paşa çok ince bir kill almış burada smoke arkasından. Bir double kill gelmiş Paşa'dan.
Aren't able to find these frags, and credit where credit's due for Deadshot on that defensive side. He was finding some important kills to try and keep the man advantage, but even then, I think it's been important for the rest of the team in terms of the frag department is really not showing up.
Yeah,
temsilcisinden.
And that's really been the key issue is that Virtus Pro have found points across the setups of the Wolves and has been able to exploit them to a very high degree. A lot of these fights seem completely unwinnable for the Wolves. Really, the best set of kills that we saw was Deadshot taking those peeks inside of Attic, Carter. That's really been it. Past that, it's been Virtus Pro.
Evet, Wolves tarafındaki operatör tercihlerine bakıyoruz. Bir B'yi görüyorum ben orada. Ace, Flores, Finka ve Gridlock tercihi var. Virtus Pro tarafında da Vamai, Frost, Vision ve Split var. Bakalım oyuncular karakterlerin özelliklerini kullanabilecekler mi?
Do have the Grim on the board finally. Talked about at the beginning that VP do like to run that Grim, but it's actually Wolves in round 8. Team to bring that out first on dorms, maybe to try to just completely flood. Honestly,
Diffuser'ın Shinka'da olduğunu görüyoruz.
Go for a hop in, you could flood trophy and kind of concrete, go for a plant there. A lot of different options for where they could go.
Yeah, no, it's so good. And if you guys have been watching any of Dark Zero's games for the last, couple of months here, you will fully see why Grim is a very solid
bir oyuncuyu görüyoruz.
Yeah, so annoying. Yeah, exactly.
Büyük tower'da da bir oyuncu var. Joystick.
And the bees will plume in such a way that it makes it practically unplayable unless you want somebody to know exactly where you are for the majority of the time that you exist there.
Aslında o tarafta oyuncu göremiyorum. Reinforce atamamalı mıydı sorusunu da sormak lazım. Bu arada ilk fight gerçekleşiyor. Son 1 dakikaya doğru girilirken hala bir kayıp yok. Finka boost'u görüyoruz Wolves tarafında. Kapışmayı destekler seviyede ve ilk knock, kill değil de ilk knock Wolves tarafından geliyor. Bakalım bir bomba demesi geliyor ve Deadshot Wolves'i bomba killiyle ekstra bir kille alıyor. Ve Wolves Paşa'dan mükemmel bir pick geldi pencereden. Deadshot ve P4'un ansız olarak yakalayaraktan bir anda dezavantajı avantaja çevirdi. 3 vs 2 triple kill geldi Paşa'dan. Paşa bir kill daha alırsa ultra kill olacak. Bakalım Paşa neler yapacak Paşa. Ve bu maçın galibi büyük bir farkla Virtus Pro oluyor. 7-1 farkla Virtus Pro kazandı. Tebrikler Virtus Pro. Yani Wolves bu maçta hiçbir şey yapamadı Virtus Pro'ya karşı ve turnuva başından beri en azından play-in mücadelelerinden bu yana belki de en kötü performansını göstermiş olabilir. Evet, sıradaki mücadeleye gideceğiz. Günün 5. maçı olacak. 23-53.
Muhtemelen
sıradaki mücadelemizde V7 Sports Space Station Gaming arasında olacak. Bir sonraki maçta görüşmek üzere diyorum herkese. Abone olmayı, yorum yapmayı, takip etmeyi, bildirim çarklarını açmayı, Twitch droplarınızı almayı unutmayın. Nereden baksanız da zaten totalde 3 saatlik yayında doldurmuş olabiliriz. 6,5 son 4 saatlik 4. saatin içindeyiz. Benim görüşmek üzere sonraki maçta.
Well, that bad boy was over before it really had the chance to get started. VP actually stands for very powerful, as Joystick and the rest of the crew evidenced in that game. Dude.
That the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a roll. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah. Let's all take a walk. Savannah. I'm coming home. Savannah. We'll never be alone. Savannah. The beauty of the world. Savannah. Let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though you don't have to.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can run away. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky.
Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler. Günün 5. mücadelesine gidiyoruz. E7M Space Station'a karşı oynayacak. Bakalım mücadelede yine başımıza, takımların başına daha doğrusu neler gelecek. Yaklaşık bir 6 dakika sonra ya da bir 5 dakika sonra yine mücadele başlamış olacak. Karşınızda sunum ekibi ve sohbetleri, muhabbetleri.
I'm willing, I'm a very reasonable guy. Yeah. I'm very willing to say, hey, this is just, the first game, getting warmed up into the tournament. And if it is just a case that communication wasn't on point, made a few mistakes, that was the difference, then I'll take W7M on face value with that one.
For sure.
I got to chat with Ashen. Lovely. I do think that a lot of people are watching Ashen. There's a lot of eyes on him. I think might be targeted possibly. Will the rest of the team be able to compensate if that's the case?
I mean, yeah, they should. I mean, you shouldn't rely on your new player to be the star player. If he does end up being so, great, awesome. But that still leaves the 4 other players that need to be stepping up, need to be giving a reason why they picked this rookie and also teaching him the ways. So again, you just can't put everything on Ashen. And also to Ashen's credit, you want all eyes on you. It gives you way more opportunity, gives you to really showcase your talent. And then also playing with the roster that he is, that alone gives him a lot of reason and a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm looking over my right shoulder here and I'm seeing some of NA's best players. I'm seeing world champions. If the new Wonder Kid is targeted, they definitely should have enough. And especially with their playstyle, it's very all at once. It's very gung ho. Yeah. So you would imagine that they would still have enough, even if he does get targeted.
Okay, so do you think that SSG will be able to pick up the slack though, if they are not able to perform, if Ashen's not able to perform?
Yeah, I think so. I think they got it wrong yesterday. I think for the most part when they played yesterday, I think they got the wrong approach in terms of their map bans. I think they got the wrong approach in terms of the game strategy and trying to counter BDS. I just wanted to see SSG play their style, the kind of iconic brand of SSG that we know and love, and we've seen them play and try and implement. I want to see them go back to that and just trust their own gameplay and don't worry too much about what their opponents are doing, at least before the game starts.
For sure, and I love that you touched up on that they did try to play that counter game against BDS, because I did actually talk to Kala and ask him, what were the problems in that Skyscraper game, and he said that, they had the prep, they had the idea, the vision that they wanted to, but they got thrown off how BDS actually played, and they sped up their pace. So going in today, he said that's going to completely change. They're going to speed up their pace from the slow pace that they had against BDS.
Because we've both been there before as well, where you've done counter prep on a team and you get in the server. I've never actually been in the server, you have, but as a coach,
it's easy to see.
Yeah, and you just get in the game and these guys are doing nothing that we expected, and you get a bit head lost, and that's what can happen.
Definitely.
And that's why I want to see them go back to their roots.
Okay, we got to talk about W7M a little bit, and I think the big question is, how do they bounce back now? What are they mentally telling themselves?
Well, like I said, their coach said it was the communication errors were the biggest thing here, and that's where he said they're going to heavily focus into this. And then, what me and Fresh have said, with these teams that have lost, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. It is their first loss. They do have more chances, but that if you keep that trend of not improving, that's where the issues are. So again, I have no doubt, and I'll take at face value what the coach has said, that they're going to fix that communication, they're going to fix that trade game, and play the W7M that we all know and love.
And Clubhouse yesterday played a huge part of that, right? Because when
Evet, son 3 dakika kaldı. Birazdan harita tercihleri, harita banı pikini görüyor olacağız. Onun keşke sabit durmayı başarsa. Sonrasında da hangi atak operatörlerinden hangisi banlanacak? Defans operatörlerinden hangi takım hangi operatörü banlayacak görüyor olacağız.
And speaking about maps, we are ready to move into the map selection process. We are
Ve map tercihleri de geldi. D7M bankayı, Nighthaven'ı, Consulate'i, Oregon'u banlamış. Space Station'da Cafe, Calet, Border ve Skyscraper'ı banlamış. Border ve Skyscraper'ı banlamış. Ve Clubhouse map'i Space Station tarafından tercih edilmiş. Defans başlayacak Space Station. Atakta da B7M'i izleyeceğiz. Bakalım günün 5. mücadelesinin kazananı kim olacak?
All right, well, let's get to predictions, and we have a little bit of time, so we can deep dive here.
Oh.
Your face is making me nervous.
Umarım keyifli bir mücadele, biraz dişe diş kana kan mücadele izleriz. Şu ana kadar en iyi maç, yani en iyi takım olarak en iyi performans gösteren Virtus Pro oldu. Çok agresif bir oyunla etkisiz Wolves'i yendi. Bir de böyle etkili olan bir takımın karşısına aynı etkili bir takım gelse, fightlasa tadından yenmeyecek bir maç olacak.
I just gotta say this. I'm not an NA hater. I was convincing myself, by the way. And also, you saying that you making all the points is like making me like it makes me feel a little better about what I'm about to say. But I'm not an NA hater. But I do have to go with W7M. I do believe that they are going to fix those mistakes. Not to say that SSG isn't going to fix their mistakes either. I think it's still going to be a relatively close game. But I am going to have to say W7M.
Performansı üst seviyeye çıkaracak takımları da ikinci round 2 mücadelesinde görmek istiyorum ben de. Herkese tekrardan iyi seyirler.
The lovely duo, Dez and Ace. Jackie, stick to hosting, don't write poetry. That's my best advice.
Sunum masasına geçtik şu an. Son yorumları aldıktan sonra mücadele başlayacak.
Maybe. But at that point, you're kind of extending it a bit far, and I don't know. It's like people write like a massive poem, and it's about 20 lines long, and only the first and last line. Actually,
she must have ended the last sentence with like place or face or something.
It's definitely didn't say
I'm trying,
like that,
Jackie. I'm trying.
He's trying to save you. I'm just like, just don't write poetry. What a game we got coming up between us, though. This one is going to be a good club. Again, it seems to be the.
Evet, dediğimiz gibi Clubhouse haritasındayız.
The truth is, for both of these teams, it's their second highest rated map in terms of map preference. So with how things stack up, this could be a real slog, and I don't think anyone can get away.
Sosyal medyadaki ankette %67 E7M Sports kazanır demişler. %33'te Space Station kazanır demişler. Bakalım galip kim olacak bu aşamada.
Yeah, 100%.
Are you thinking about that poetry?
Just trying to wrap my head around the rhyme. We know how good W7M have been in the past. Like you said, for me, this is two teams that have been great on Clubhouse. Now I want to see if one of them still is. You know,
İlk ban SSG'den geliyor, Space Station'dan geliyor. Atak operatörlerinden birini banlayacaklar. Karşı takımın oynamasını istemediği bir operatörü banlamak istiyorlar. Kapitao banı geldi. Değişik bir ban oldu. Görmedim ben çoğu izlediğim maçta. İkinci ban V7M'den geliyor. V7M'de atak operatörlerinden birini banlayacak. Ve bir Doka'ya bir banı daha görüyoruz. Bu mütemadiyen oynanan 4 maçın 3'ünde Doka'ya bir banlandı. Şimdi V7M defans operatörlerinden birini banlayacak. Bu maçta da bir Valkyrie banı gördük. Sırada SSG'nin defans... Wow, Bandit banlandı. Bandit banlandı. Enteresan bir ban geldi SSG'den.
Church wall electrified, CC wall electrified, jacuzzi wall electrified, or even single construction wall electrified. Time will tell how the teams adapt to that one. It's SSG starting on the defense and W7M on the attack. Nice, thanks.
It's like a fish of some sort.
What on earth is that?
I love that this is turning into like the sort of fishing major. We just seem to have fish cropping up everywhere.
It was Bleed, wasn't it, with the massive fish that they found on the base shop.
Now we've got pictures of fish.
Günün 5. maçının ilk roundundayız. Maç başladı. 25 saniye sonra aksiyon aşamasına geçilecek. Tercihlere bakıyoruz bu arada. Defans tarafında olan Space Station'da Smoke, Vamai, Jaeger, Mira ve adını hatırlayamadığım karakter operatörü seçmiş. E7M'de atak pozisyonunda Sledge, Termit, Ying ve Ash ve Hibana var. Bakalım bu maçın ilk kili Hangi takımdan gelecek? Round'u hangi takım kazanacak? Genellikle Clubhouse'da bir tık atak pozisyonları avantajlı oluyor. SSG'den bir bump denemesi oldu ama tabii kimseyi göremediler. Bombada Clubhouse'un en alt katında. Felipo ilk kill alabilecek mi? Alamadı. C4 kill'i denemesi var. Sledge yerleri dövmeye devam ediyor.
They've got plenty of hard breach to play with here, not just in the back pocket of the Ying, but also in the form of the Thermite and the Excaros of the Hibana. So all these hatches should be opened up, and any walls they want opened up, pretty much guaranteed to be just that, Tim. Starting with the tunnel being opened up by Nate.
Yeah, Nate's going to give that option. If the defenders know that Dirt's open, it obviously becomes a little bit of a focal point as well, which they will, because Forest is right on the breach. I tell you what, though.
Forest'ın önde push'unu görüyoruz tünelden. Bodrum katına giden tünelden. Bakalım. Önde piklemesi sonuç getirecek mi? Şu an iki takım da son bir dakikaya girilirken kayıp vermedi. Bir rakip yeri tespiti var. Drone geldi. Drone'u almaya çalışıyorlar ama zorlandı biraz oyuncu. Evet. Noodle'dan çok güzel bir pick geldi. B bombasının başında. Ve birinci round'un galibiyeti V7M oluyor. Evet, güzel bir double kill'le round'u başlatmış oldu.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Forest was doing. There was no problem with him being up there. At the end of the day, the W7M just rushed in from bar hatch, just dropped straight in. Boom, Nade gets a double kill. There's nothing really that you can do about that. It's just one of those gunfights that you've got to win really. So
1-0 önde atak tarafındaki takım.
Much freedom. So this time from SSG and in future rounds, I'd like to see them maybe just with a little bit more presence out there in the map, because W7M obviously recognizing where that space is available very quickly and taking advantage of it. So the more that SSG sit in sight, I think the more quickly W7M will work, the quicker the pressure will build, the more they'll get themselves into those positions to isolate.
İkinci roundla
So for me, SSG,
ikinci roundda 10 saniye sonra aksiyon aşamasına geçilecek. SSG'den bir kapkan, Amavi ve Eko Vamai tercihlerini görüyoruz. B7M'den bir de Montaigne hamlesi var. Nate Montaigne avantajını kullanmak istiyor. Eğer doğru bir atak sergilerlerse Montaigne'in kalkanı arkasında diffuser'ı kurabilirler.
In the game earlier on, we had things like the Grim joined up with the Lion, joined up with the Decabi that just made life absolute hell for the defenders. So even having two of those three in combo here, going to make things really difficult if SSG do choose to try and get out around the map or to anchor on site. If you sit still, then Bs are going to detect you anyway. The only way I can really put this, Tim, is you are...
TV92'nin TV92'nun drone'unu avladılar. Ve ilk kill SSG takımından geliyor. Yani Space Station'dan geliyor. Bayından bir görüyoruz. Defans oyuncularının yerini tespit edebilecekler mi diye.
Do you clear those two operators from catwalk? And at the minute, it looks like W7M don't have an answer. They do, however, have an answer to Forest.
Nate Montaigne'le yürümeye devam ediyor. Oo! Eşin Filippo'ya yakalandı. Eşin.
Will say though, Tim, look to your top right corner of the screen. Drone-wise, only 2 halfway through the round remain standing for W7M. They have put a lot of effort into trying to get this west side of the map. This Monty is going to be critical to keep alive, because he will be their primary source of information as they line up for an execute inside of Cash and CC.
I like that SSG are using this hold against W7M, so having their...
Wow, G90'den çok güzel bir pick geldi. Az canı olan Hurts'ü avladı. G90'den double kill geliyor. Hurts'tan bir C4 kill'i gördük. G90'den de bir triple kill geliyor.
Behind that bomb chassis, peeking through the long angle into bedroom, stepping out into construction, and J9O has just done it absolutely beautifully. SSG using what I would... pretty sure memory serves me right, was something I saw first crop up in LATAM against the LATAM team and making it pay dividends. Really well played, SSG.
Absolutely beautiful. Just very calm and collected, at least in that round. J9O in particular, the one that I'm looking at when I make that statement. Happy to just spin on his heels a little bit and collect kills across the map. At long range, at short range, it didn't really seem to matter. Wasn't really phased by seemingly anything. There's the one literally steps one step to his right.
Kill dağılımına bir bakacağız.
One out towards the window and then gets out of dodge, starts looking back in towards construction and swings in for another. All too easy for him there.
G90 3 kill almıştı ve roundu takımına kazandırdı. Evet, 3 kill'le takımına kazandırdı ve durum 1-1 oldu.
Yeah, it was great. Great for J9O. Really commanded that area, and that's what you're looking for on defense. You know, you're looking for players to sort of have those areas where they can just be like, "Oh, I've got this on lock. You guys worry about everything else." You know, and when you get that within a team like SSG,
3. roundun aksiyon aşaması da başlamış oldu.
They can think about the catwalk. They can think about the cash wall. They can think about everything else that they need to. So, round 3. Here we go. Ashen is out on the roll this time. So, Church and Arsenal was where I said last time around that W7M were given a little bit too much, maybe respect, maybe just time, but SSG didn't play out into the map. They turtled up on site and it just really didn't work for them. W7M had far too much time to get on the drones, spot the space, drop down the hatch and just charge on into site and start.
Son 2,5 dakikaya girilirken hala bir kayıp yok iki takımda da. Casey düşmanın yerinin infosunu almış olabilir.
Case wanted to try and match them, but the impression they bring is when you start trying to roam against them, unless you're willing to stack at 2-3 players out on a roam against them, they will very happily close you down with Herds, for example, or have someone just drive by Ferrari peek you like, I don't know, probably Herds in this case or KZ and just absolutely dome you wherever you may stand.
SSG bu Bodrum'a giden dışarıdaki yolu çok kullanıyor. Kullanmak istiyor herhalde. Oradan kill çıkarmak istiyor. İlk round'dan beri en azından bunu deniyorlar. Forrest oradaydı, şimdi Fultz orada. Sevenem bile bombanın yerini tespit etti drone'la. Sledge'den gene dağ taş tepe ahşap mahşap bırakmıyor.
Yes, he had. So he was just moving away from kitchen. Fultz was there ready. The position that Forrest played last time around, and I commented that, you know, there's no problem playing that aggressive up dirt tunnel. You can just hold on to that position for a while. It looks like W7M are going to be going for the same that they did last time, which is the drop of bar hatch and straight into sight.
Nice drop as well.
Nice, güzel bir atlayış geldi. Ört'ten Hetan Cold'u aldı. Buraya çalışan. Ink flash'ı geldi. Avami öldü. Double kill geldi Hertz'ten. Nate eşini temizledi. Eşin Casey'i temizledi. Jade. Bir takımında sırayla kayıpları gerçekleşti ve son kill alan bir B7M oldu. Ve round'un da kazanmış oldu. Ve durum skor kaç oldu birazdan göreceğiz.
Just had plenty of time to stack up and say, right, yeah, we've got the drones, we've got the info, this is where we're going to go, and there's just they're not forcing them to think about enough. Like, W7M aren't worrying, for example, about a flank. They just stood in bar waiting to drop that hatch, 3 of them for 20 seconds. No concern.
Skorda 2-1 oldu.
No concern that there's anybody else in the map that can do anything to
B7M
yeah, for that
bir öne geçti.
SSG, I think just needs to pay attention to.
4. roundda sizlerle.
I think really it reminds me a lot of BDS from 2 years ago, when BDS used to be the sort of team that would be executing on site downstairs with 70 seconds still left on the clock. Is they'd be so quick at getting themselves in position around hatches to go for an execute and not really having to deal with any roamers around them. I'd be like, right, well, we haven't got to wait another like 30 seconds. Why don't we just go now? And if things go awry, then we've got a whole minute to course correct and figure something out. And it feels the same watching W7M here, is they're being so quick and effective about clearing a map that SSG is largely giving up for free that it's really hard to see much.
Aksiyon aşaması başlamış oldu. Kill dağılımlarına bakıyoruz. Şu anda iki takımda da hala kill alamayan oyuncular var. Horus 0 kill oynuyor SSG tarafında. W7M'de takımında da özür dilerim. GV92 hiç kill alamamış. Bakalım bu iki oyuncudan hangisi ilk killini alacak. Ama her zaman söylediğim gibi ki GV92'den geldi ilk kill. İlk killini hanesine yazdırıyor. Ve açılışı da V7M takımı yapıyor.
Too badly. They're still coming up at 4 versus 3.
Not the end of the world, I think. Like you say, if he gets that kill, he's a hero. If he fails it, then it looks a bit silly, but at least he's trying, and that's
you got to give it a go.
Absolutely. And that one's out towards main breach.
Absolutely.
Across the table. And as I said, there are still these lines of defense that they can work with here, and really it's about anyone who's out on the right.
Evet. Killer alınmış.
To strike anyone playing below. For Leapox may well be that identified target that they want to hunt down.
Şimdi garajdan bir giriş görüyoruz. Atlamalı çatlamalı.
Now then, if his teammates can create a little noise potentially, he might be able to clear out these track stingers without giving too much away. For Leapox is just going to double down on that, which is going to make the life a lot more difficult. But he's certainly thinking about how far he can push up here, and I don't think
Buz etrafında drone aradı.
Leapox will get picked up, but he manages to scurry away to safety through stock. But the bigger problem is that they still have.
Orada Forrest da ilk killini almış. Ama her zaman ilk alan daha kıymetli oluyor. TV92'dan sonra Forrest da killini almış ve birer killleri hanelerine yazdırdılar. Orada Forrest Manı'nın yerini gördü ama çok o kadar ince kesmeye çalışıyor ki kill alabilir mi diye düşünürken Helipo'dan bir grenade kill'i geldi. Bak grenade kill'i geldi. Double kill geliyor GV92'den. Bu round'un MVP'si olabilir. Tabi sağda değil, solda bu arada. Bir triple kill geldi GV92'den. Bir kill daha gelirse keşke bomba kursa mıydı acaba diye düşünmedim, değil ama bombanın yerini nerede düştüğünü göremedim şu an.
He just bided his time, just waited for what he knew.
Ve round'un galibi
and keeping himself alive late into the round proved to pay dividends for Fultz. Really well played. SSG level things up.
SSG oluyor. Ve durum 2-2'ye geliyor.
My only real concern here for SSG is this is the only site that they find themselves falling short on. Everything else they've done pretty well on. Maybe they're out of options at this point, having played those sites and thinking,
evet, operatör tercihlerine bakıyoruz. 7M tarafında Gridlock, Termite, Ace, Ashe ve Thatcher var. Atak tarafında, yani atak yapan takımda, defans yapan takımda da Amavi'yi görüyoruz. Mira'yı görüyoruz. Hala ismini ezberleyemedim. O daha var. İnşallah onları da bir gün ezberleyeceğim.
It's not going to be the end of the world if they have to take 60 seconds to go and kill a roamer or two.
Probably not, but it'll be interesting at least to see if what I've been asking for a couple of rounds ends up paying off or not. We'll see whether SSG managed to get it done this time. Hotton's just waiting down in the oil pit there, nitro in hand, ripped and ready so he doesn't give it away with an audio cue. Ashen it will be to kick things off though, and look at that, Des. He's out in the map.
İlk kill Ashen'den geliyor, SSG takımından.
Put at least the best foot forward for SSG here, taking nade off the board, and it's the thermite. They've still got the Hibana in the
Flashlar havada uçuşuyor. Bakalım ikinci kill hangi takımdan gelecek. Bu arada rakibini avlamak isteyen bir oyuncu görüyorum. Hurt. Teyzeden bir kill geldi. Çok ince bir kill geldi J90'den. 4 vs 3 kaldılar. B7M karşısında SSG. Şu an oyuncu sayısı olarak üstte oldukları için bir tık daha rahat savunma yapacaklar. Yani bu roundu ya hot and cold'un ya da Forrest'ın ekstra kill'i kill'iyle kazanabilir SSG takımı. Ve Foots'un bir kill'i geldi.
Onto for Leapox. SSG now in a 4v2 can sort of just sit back and wait for
GV92 neler yapacak? Hatch'ten atladı. Cross'unu da duvara koydu. Güzel bir shot gördük GV92'dan. Eten Colt'tan da bir kill geldi. Bu vs 1 kaldı GV92. Bakalım bir kill çıkarırsa bir anda round'a ortak olabilirler. Son 25 saniyeye giriyoruz. 3. round'da. Ve GV90 bir kill daha çıkardı. 1 vs 1 kaldı.
Can he complete this 1v2? He's going to get the diffuser in hand. 10 seconds left to go. He sees the movement. He knows exactly where they're going. JV92 is going to try and get the diffuser down here.
Diffuser kurulumu gerçekleşiyor mu? Gerçekleşti ve atak kazandı. Atak takımı W7M son saniye mermisiyle, yani son saniye saliselerle kazandılar yani. Öyle saliseyle, çünkü şeyi gördünüz de önce, Space Station'ın böyle oyuncusu böyle bir kazandık falan diye yükselirken bir anda Atakers takımının, yani atak takımının galibiyetiyle sonuçlandı round. Evet, bir roundu daha hanesine yazdırdı W7'den. Şu an güzel dişe diş, kana kan bir mücadele izliyoruz. Tekrara gidelim hemen. Attığı o bıçak 10 saniyede demesine engel olmuş. Belki de yanlışlıkla attığı bıçak, yani atmasaydı o bıçağı muhtemelen kaybediyor olacaktı. Çok kritik bir hamleydi. Saliseler içinde sonuçlanacak bir hamleydi. Ve 7M'den bir Montaigne hamlesi görüyoruz.
J9 was just trying to give himself that little bit of an advantage and maybe catch JV92 without the gun in his hand and without the ability to challenge. But either way, W7M come away with a nice round for them. It looked against them all the way. 3-2, they're going to be looking for a 4-2 attack in half.
Bakalım 6. roundda neler olacak? Bir SSG galibiyeti görebilecek miyiz bu roundda?
Maybe there's a default cam still up. Not that they care. Gonna keep a barrier that window and just get it locked off.
Just going to open up with the upside down rappel. Does leave a little
Ve
at the bottom. That's one
B bombasının duvarı açıldı. İlk kill B7M'den geliyor. Montaigne'in avantajını kullanıyor. Rakip takımının oyuncularının nerede olduğunu çok rahat işaretleyebiliyor doğal olarak gördüğü için. Bir C4 hamlesi görecektik ama Forest vazgeçti. Penceredeki dediği C4 hareketini yapamadı. Reinforce'a takıldı.
AE1D ringing out and not really giving anything on the side of W7M to gain, to be honest. If nothing else, Fultz is still left here.
Tam bir kill görüyoruz.
These two gadgets together can be so powerful. All getting them working alongside drones, but as we're seeing yet again, W7M's drone count is just whittled down so aggressively by the side of SSG that they are having to go in blind in a couple of
Son bir dakikaya doğru gidilirken
stacking up can be so effective. And as much as they're trying to force this player off catwalk, SSG are capitalizing big time. They're down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half.
Station güzel hamlelerle durumu eşitledi.
Get Fultz out in the map on the Solis, and he generally has a very good time of it. And those have been the rounds where SSG have been better. Finish the half 3-3, not the end of the world for either side. I feel like W7M, if anything, may have felt like they could go better than that. Attack on Clubhouse isn't always the end of the world, so it could be a good start.
İşte maşallah. Verenlerin çok olsun. G90. Hemen analiz masasına gidiyoruz. Son roundu bir analiz ediyoruz.
Obviously you guys are good on it as well, but what was the thought process in taking them to such a key map in their arsenal?
You know, we really just looking at the map pool, considering some of the other maps, it was kind of a pick or poison moment, and we felt really good on Clubhouse compared to some of the other maps, and we feel pretty strong on it ourselves, so we weren't really too swayed by the fact that they're also good at it. Knew it was going to be a
ve muhteşem bir yağmur başladı.
Pretty confident regardless.
Mango, we've just seen a couple of rounds there where W7M flexing the mechanical skills a little bit. How much can that impact the team round to round? Do you just sort of brush it off when you lose a round like that to JV92?
7. rounddayız. Durum 3-3.
You know, I mean, we could definitely play
ve V7M tarafı defansa geçti. SSG'de atak yaptı. Şu an çok ortada bir oyun geçiyor. Bakalım yer değişikliği sonrası takımlar oyuncular hangi opsiyonları tercih etmiş? Fultz'tan Ace gelmiş, G90'dan Eş gelmiş, Forest'tan bir Dayıç hamlesi var, Eş'inden Thatcher hamlesi, Etankolt'tan da Bak hamlesi var. Defansa geçecek olursak Mira, Smoke, Vamai ve neredeyse izlediğim tüm maçlarda 9 Hero'nun 9'unu da görmüşken 10. Hero operatörü görmedim. Adını da bilmiyorum. Adını da bilmiyorum.
Skill on the side of SSG, of course, but when you're going to get yourself into those positions and you're winning in a round and it just gets spun on its head because, well, JV92, it's kind of like playing against Shaiko or any of these other like really high skill players when it comes to the aim. It must just be so, taxing over an entire game for a team to get into those winning positions and then boop, kill.
B7M'den geliyor. Etankolt gene erken safhada 12 dakikanın içinde kaybedilen oyuncu oldu SSG tarafında. Eşinin bir kill çıkarma, bombanın üst katından yer ahşaplarını kırarak ekstra bir kill çıkarmak istiyor. Ciddi bir görüş açısı edildi şu anda orada. SSG'de bu arada bombanın yerini de oldu. Neyden bir damage yemesi durumu var orada.
Hopefully, fingers crossed with SSG, take out a couple of players.
Bakalım son bir dakikaya girilirken hangi kişiler alınacak? Hangi takım galip gelecek? Hızlı bir bitiriş izleyebiliriz iki takımdan da. Oo, Nade'in double kill'i var. Örts'ün double kill'i var. Ve hızlı bir bitiriş. Dediğim gibi hızlı bir bitiriş oldu ve 7M bir roundu da hanesine yazdırmış oldu.
W7M have read SSG's game plan like a book there and taken a very convincing first round down in the basement. Let's not forget, W7M won that downstairs attack a couple of times. Like even in the third time, they absolutely crushed SSG. Whereas in the first attack there, SSG have been completely shut out. 4 players left alive for W7M. Complete and a different story to what we saw in those first 6 rounds.
Going to be heading into round 8 then. W7M. Sorry, I called it as 5-2. It's actually 4-3. I've mistakenly written down 4-2 at the half, but it was 3-3. So SSG. I know. Can you imagine? Rookie mistake. SSG. Still plenty in this. They're going to be attacking onto CCTV this time around. It's again, you know, it comes back, and this is why I asked the question. You're going up against a team, and it must be so taxing. You know, Herds is just going to step out, headshot, and within a breath.
Ve 8. rounddayız. B7M'de Mira, Smoke ama bir Vision'ı görüyoruz. SSG tarafında da Ace, Ash, Termite, Finka ve Sledge'i görüyoruz. Bakalım nasıl bir atak yapacak SSG.
Would have been searching skywards to find whatever else that he might have dangling underneath in case any drops into logistics. Ash came a little bit later on. Ashen inside the bar has already got himself in pretty quickly and comfortably, and Herds has been caught completely unawares 40 seconds into the round.
He's just setting him.
Saw that bit of drone behind him and ignored it. There is a drone on him inside of Jim, so they know that he's there is now the only concern.
Yeah, certainly needs to be aware of that. I don't think he's seen this. Taking pot shots at no, he's just going to be attacked from the window, trying to play in behind the Kiva barricade. But KZ seems to just be unaware of that drone in behind him, holding on for the time being, gets himself into bathroom. Filipok's just trying
Filippo rakibinin nerede olduğunu bilerekten ilk bu round'un ikinci killini almış oldu ve 4 vs 4 kaldı takımda.
By the time he probably actually loads up the drone is when he's being swung and he's guaranteed dead. So really good response there by W7M to keep things at 4-4.
Hot and Cold just using those angles opened up in the garage wall, hoping for a rotate on catwalk, hoping for any sort of movement.
SSG diffuser'ı bıraktı.
Looks a little bit like hands are off keyboards at the minute. We're comfortable with where we are. We've got a minute left to go, so we're just going to wait this one out. There is one on blue stairs at the minute. JV92 on catwalk does manage to pick up Hot and Cold, who was watching for that angle, but gets hit in reverse. Fultz just trying to open up that CCTV.
Son 50 saniyeye girilirken yine bir hızlı oyunlar. Round'un galibi kim olacak? Forrest'tan 3. kill geliyor. Kendisinin 3. kill'i.
He gets it done. 3 versus 3, Tim. At this point, 20 seconds on the clock. They've really got to get a shifty on. They're barely even looking inside a garage at the moment, and JV92 is still sat up on high. He's still got goo mines to play behind. They're going to run out of the clock here, Tim.
D90 gene killlerine devam ediyor. 8. killini aldı. Forrest da bir kill daha yazdırdı hanesine. Son 1 saniye kala defans takımı yani W7M İki farklı öne geçiyor.
And a couple of clutches along the way, Tim. You know, KZ there in that 1 versus 2, JB92 earlier on. Without those, this could have been 5-3 to SSG. It could have been a 4-4, somewhere split down the middle. It's just one of those games where it's quite neck and neck between the two and hard to see which way it's going to fall. Gym, bedroom, going to be the next site we head into, will be that third site before I imagine we go through the same 3-site rotation. If W7M win this round, do anticipate we'll see a tack timeout coming in for SSG. I say it all the time, if a team goes down 0-3 at the start of a half, chances are they'll take that pause just to reset momentum, look back over those last 3 sites they've played, knowing they're going to play all 3 of them again.
Round'un tekrarına gidiyoruz.
Another 0-3 coming into the following 3 rounds. So well played by KZ here as well. Just cool, calm, collected.
KZ'den de double kill'i görmüş olduk bu vesileyle de.
Not too aggressive, keeping his cover, just waiting for Forest to make the move really. And I think given the time on the clock, I don't know, maybe KZ has a little check of the clock, sees that there's only a couple of seconds. He knows that Forest doesn't really have time to circle all the way around those shelves, so there's only one side that he needs to concern himself with. Pre-fires it and ends the round pretty well. W7M
9. rounddayız. Aksiyon aşamasına giriyoruz. Bu roundu alırsa eğer biz B7M artık maç sayısına gidecek, yani 10. rounda gidecek. İyi gider mi gidecek? Duruyor. Evet, duruyor, doğru duruyor. Bir Clash hamlesi gelmiş B7M'den. Bakalım Clash katkı sağlayacak mı? Geçen maçta biliyorsunuz, bir önceki maçta bayağı aktif olarak oyuncular kullandı ve takımlarına yarar sağladı. Clash'e yani neydi, bir bomba denemesi geldi. Frag kill gelebilir miydi? Bir frag kill denesi. Etankot bombayı kendine attı resmen. Finka'nın heal boost'u da Etankot'u hayata geri döndürdü. Yani bombayı o kadar çok bekletmemeliydi. Biraz daha sağ atsa Forest belki de kill alacak ama yemedi. D4 denemesi geliyor. Eşin KZ'yi öldürdü. Unity'den gene bir kill, bu roundda da bir kill gördük ki takımını 9 kill'le taşıyor şu an. Birlikte. Eşinin canı az, bir elektrik şoku verelim dedi. EKG'ye sokan just so much room to try and take on there. SSG still running around with this one, but they have got 3 players that have taken a fair chunk of damage. Bu arada killer devam ediyor. W7M'den son saniyeye girilirken double kill gördük, yine Giant triple kill'i gördük J90'den. Ama işte J90'nin iki rounddaki oyunu güzel, triple kill'ler, double kill'ler geliyor ama yani birazcık da kendini korumalı, çünkü iki eldir roundu kaybetmesine sebep oluyor o kadar heal'ı, o kadar kill aldıktan sonra. Bir anda durum farklı 6-3'e geliyor ve bir hemen taktiksel bir mola geliyor, 1 dakikalık. Yüksek ihtimalle W7M için artık maç sayısı olacak. Önümüzdeki round'u alırsa yeni galibimiz 5. maçın galibi, round 2'nin 5. galibi de belli olmuş olacak. Oh.
I think that's why SSG, are really costing themselves in these attack rounds, because that's 3 attack rounds lost now, is because it has come down to so late on time, particularly that CCTV attack, where 2 guys are walking in garage, both getting hit by a goo mine with, 15 seconds left, and you're forced basically to just carry on pushing through the goo mine, and eventually, obviously got downed on the garage stairs. So I want to see them really try and take some more risks and increase that tempo in their attack.
Anything from you, Tim Tam?
I don't think so. He's covered it extremely well there.
Can I just stay fresh?
The man's a professional.
Your outfit today.
Ah, thank you. I saw what Laxon was wearing and I had to kind of match it. He's got a black jacket and a grey t-shirt, so I've got a black t-shirt and a grey jacket.
Not too bad, mate. I guess really the good question then, you spoke a little bit around the kind of timing piece there.
Yeah.
We're going into a basement site for this potential last round. What do you really want to see SSG get right in the first 60 seconds?
I think in terms of, you've got to win, each part of the round, right?
I think they've got to win fresh, yeah.
Yeah, no, obviously they've got to win, but they've got to win each phase of the round. So I think it starts off with those drones. Make sure you can, even if you're just putting drones in zones that you can clear from prep phase, have somebody just holding them, clear the top floor, clear the mid floor, whatever it is. Try and get that information, try and get good information at the start of the prep phase, and then play off that. Because if you can remove some of the times, SSG would have won some of these rounds if they had 30 seconds. It's just that they didn't.
10. round başladı. Aksiyon aşaması devreye girdi.
Relies basically all on their drone work.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Fresh, thank you very much, Mr. Professor. We'll catch up you a bit later on, mate. There we go, the fade away. See you soon.
11 kill'li görüyoruz bu arada J90. 11 kill almış, takımını taşıyor. B7M'de çok dağınık. Daha doğrusu dağınık dediğim, yani her oyuncu oynamış ve kill'lerini almış. 9-6-8, 9-5. Yani önde olmak, önde olduğunu kanıtlayan bir kill dağılımı var takımda. En azından ekstra birkaç rounda da ihtiyacı varsa ki SSG'nin var. Hetank Cold'un ve Forrest'ın ekstra killer çıkarması gerekiyor. Belki de eşinin bile. Eğer galip gelmek istiyorlarsa.
Just opted to rotate out as we've seen now. May have to try and work his way back in though, as really his task is control of main stairs.
Fultz just working his way across that top floor. W7M really looking to defend the entire map to begin with, but have got themselves back, and there's just sort of a lot of almost sort of phantom pressure then because of that presence out in the map. SSG feel a need to get it cleared out completely, and as Fresh said, they like to play aggressive, like to play in the faces, and this is just going to burn a lot of that time that SSG have, and it's potentially going to deny them that opportunity when they do get onto the attack at the end.
İlk kill, maç sayısı round'un ilk kill'i B7M'den geldi. Hetank Cold'u gene kaybettik, eşini gene kaybettik. TV92 Forrest'ı avladı.
He's been fantastic so far. 10-6 on the game. Has hit some absolute beauties and continues to do so on main stairs. J90 has had a game himself, to be fair. 11-8. He's going to move down and try to rescue SSG's hopes here as he moves in through blue. The Pox
J90'den bir kill daha geldi.
Shots like that, Hurts gets taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and that's something W7M have done so well through this game, is keep on top of the trades.
Ve günün 5. maçının galibi de W7M oluyor arkadaşlar.
They brought a whole arsenal to this party. Now, then moving forward, up and getting another one for SSG. Things start looking a bit precarious, Tim.
They do. Of course, the way we look at Swiss is you've got 3 lives, 3 losses, and you will be out. So SSG now 0-2. They are going to be looking at a tough decider match tomorrow.
They will. We'll find out, of course, who they play against a bit later on today once all the games are concluded, because Swiss is all based on seeding. But obviously, I think we know at this point that we're starting to see the clear separation. The teams all falling into these brackets of being
Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler.
So in case you are wondering, tomorrow we do get the best of threes underway to see who starts going home, Tim.
Yeah, that's it. Decisions start getting made from tomorrow onwards. We'll have the answers to at least some of the questions, not all of them.
Versus
W7M for the
2.
time being, they keep themselves fighting for one of those Phase 3 spots. They've got themselves now 1 loss, 1 win. And I've got to say, W7M look much better than they did yesterday. Really comfortable, really confident. As I say, I'd love to go back through and see how many of their kills were headshots in that match, because they were just hitting them left, right and centre. Very difficult to play against today.
More of the old school ferocity I felt on the attacking side. The kind of like ruthless efficiency is probably the best way.
Bir sonraki mücadelemiz
is they'd just be so good at getting control of the map and focusing around the execute and most critically.
Bakalım.
We're about to go to this, but we aren't just yet. An interview will be ready with Felipox in just a couple of minutes, so we can look forward to that one. But again, for me, it's seeing them warming back into it. Things are looking good, Tim.
Yeah, I think those 1-on-1 teams who play each other tomorrow, we're going to have some really great matchups come that point. You know, there is some big names in there. You've got BDS now 1-on-1, W7M 1-on-1. Some really big names falling into that mid group, and I can't wait for the draw.
Bir sonraki mücadelemizin adı Face Clan ve NIP mücadelesi olacak. Enteresan bir maç. 2 takım, 2 güçlü esport takımı bir araya gelecek. Bir sonraki maçta görüşürüz. Kendinize iyi bakın diyeceğim demiyorum. Tabii gitmiyorum bir yere. Sadece ara veriyoruz. Birazcık da yavaş yavaş artık yorgunluk da gösteriyor. Sevgili YouTube, abone olmayı, yorum yapmayı unutmuyorsunuz. Beğeni bildirim çarklarını açmayı unutmuyorsunuz. Tıklamayı unutmuyorsunuz. Sevgili Twitch'te drop'unu almayı unutmuyor. E-spor paketini almayı unutmuyor. 3 saat boyunca takip edenler özellikle alsınlar. Tabii Ubisoft hesabınızla da Twitch hesabınız birbirine bağlı olması gerekiyor. Haberiniz olsun. Bir sonraki maçta görüşürüz.
Passive, like not playing our game. So we talked today and said that we were going to scream and shout and do everything. We should play like we play, like we smile and everything. So yeah, today we could play our game.
Inside of me, you better watch out if you ignite me's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force. Departed, if you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Adrenaline pressure, it's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Is it clear that I still wanna be? I see you denying when I know that I made it clear. I want you to know that I'll be close through the darkest when the sky is getting bright. I'll hold you and never let you go. When you're falling, I'll be closer.
Take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I can't wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get enough.
To the straight to the to the to the brain, brain, brain, brain, brain. Straight to the brain, brain, brain, brain, to the brain, brain, brain, brain. Straight to the brain, brain, brain, brain. Straight to the to the straight to the to the to the straight to the to the to the brain, brain, brain, straight to the brain, brain, brain, brain. To the brain, brain, brain, brain. Straight to the brain, brain, brain, brain. Straight to the to the straight to the to the
Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, günün 6. mücadelesine gidiyoruz. Yanlış söylemeyeyim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Evet, günün 6. mücadelesine gidiyoruz. Kameralarımızı, yani ekranlarımızı FaZe Clan NIP maçına çeviriyoruz. Bakalım. Bir maçta daha başımıza neler gelecek? Yaklaşık bir 5 dakika içinde yeni mücadeleye geçmiş olacağız. En azından benim için de günün son maçı olabilir, çünkü daha yarında maçlar var. En az bir 4-5 maç yarın da var. Elimden geldiğince bütün maçları sizlere sunmaya çalışıyorum. Özellikle best of 1'leri.
And obviously Nip ended up winning it out. They're a very smart team, and if you cast your way back, your mind back all the way to Copenhagen, they kind of
Tam beri de yayındayız. Toplamda bir 6 saati bulacak yayınımız.
Was I surprised to see Nip beat VP yesterday? No. But I can certainly see why people thought VP would come out of the
Arada bir yayınımız koptu ama mavi ekran verdiğimiz için yayın makinesi. En azından günün 6 maçını sunmuş olalım. Ki daha bunun önümüzdeki hafta sonu çeyrek finali, yarı finali, finali var. Asıl maçları o zaman izleyeceğiz.
Yeah, I'm just going to roll.
Tell us what's
the
happening.
Clip should be FaZe. Yeah, here it is. So the clip for FaZe, and now what I want to talk about is FaZe, is how they create phantom pressure and how they can understand and adapts to their opponent's playstyle. So this is on Nighthaven. This is a basement defense. I know we're showing a lot of the top floor. But
o maçlara da gücümüz olsun. Yarınki maçlara da gücüm olsun. Rahat rahat sunalım. Sunayım, siz de izleyin. Notlarınızı alın.
But FaZe have got an instantaneous reaction, and I'm saying instantaneous. As soon as those walls are open, right, we now hit sight. And you can see this is the ram that's hitting sight. This is Souls. So their original plan was to go above. But however, they've spotted the opportunity, they've spotted that gap, they've had a great read into their opponent. Souls walks in, gets a kill. Vita King manages to get the plant down, and then Handy takes an opportunity to lurk his way in the midst of the chaos and hold a long angle onto a plant spot. And this is what I think FaZe's biggest strength is as a team, is having the read into their opponent and understanding instantly and communicating that instantly of how to adapt and beat that setup. And it's all on the fly. This was not predetermined, because you can see by the operator lineup that they were expected to clear top floor and then breach. Predetermined. Goes out the window once they see something, and bam, they've hit sight and they've won the round, and that's one of their biggest strengths.
Yeah, I think FaZe are an extremely scary team on attack. You know, the way that they get in, they had a 100% conversion rate against Dark Zero yesterday on their opening picks. They can be very, very explosive when they act, but they also are all over the place. They really do create that phantom pressure. I think it's a great point that you made. They're a very top team for sure.
So strong on attack, but then defense again. Do you think that that's a concern for them, or you're like, nah, they got that in the bag?
I think FaZe are the real deal. I think they proved that through Brazil. And I do like what they've got going. They seem to understand every way of playing Siege. They understand how teams are going to play against them when they're playing very default. They understand how teams are going to play them when they're playing very split. And they understand when teams might try to rush or do something a little bit funky. And they seem to have an instantaneous answer and understanding of it. And it makes them all round a very solid team. Where, you know, you see some other teams where when they're presented with a problem where it's quite different, they can't overcome it. FaZe don't have that problem. That's what makes them a strong team.
Yeah, I picked FaZe to go 3-0 in this group, right? We had the predictions at the start, or, you know, in the Swiss stage in general.
Doing with that?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, FaZe are doing well. D+, yeah, overcame. But listen, I think FaZe are a very strong team. Yeah. I think going up against a team that they're so familiar with here, what we saw in Europe were when these two teams went up against each other, Virtus Pro, we had Wolves going up against each other earlier. That familiarity really favored the better team, the team that has historically done better in the region. I think we're going to see something similar, right? FaZe Clan have historically been a stronger, more consistent team than FaZe or than NIP, and I think we're going to see these two teams again go into somewhere where they're familiar familiar, and I think FaZe Clan, they will have the edge here.
Okay, gentlemen, I believe that we are ready to move into
Evet ladies and gentlemen'ı son bir dakikaya giriliyoruz ve bakıyoruz banlara hangi harita seçilmiş. FaZe Clan atak pozisyonunda Skyscraper haritasıyla başlayacak. Bu maçımız konuşamadım artık yorgunluktan. Onu da artık verin, yorgunluğuma verin. Ben arada duş falan da aldım geldim yani. Yorgunluğumu alsın diye, size maç sunabileyim diye. NIP, Nighthaven, Oregon, Clubhouse ve kafeyi banlıyor. FaZe Clan'da Khaled, Consulate, Border ve bankayı banlıyor. Efendim bakalım atak pozisyonunda başlayacak. NIP.
But you did rhyme this time, Jackie.
You just actually did a rhyme.
No rhymes this time. Honestly, I give up.
Neler yapacak? Neler yapacaklar iki takım? Merak ettiğim iki takım.
We've got a great game coming up. Skyscraper, one of my favorite maps until Nighthaven came along. Sorry, Skyscraper, but it's still.
Ayranlar hayatım, ayranlar.
I do. It's one of my top 3 maps. Still really
Skyscraper haritası. Bir Asya haritasındayız.
Little bit of a dream. Can't wait to see how the region approached it as well. Truthfully, haven't seen too much of LATAM on this map. I guess Brazil are more.
Sosyal medyada yapılan ankette FaZe Clan %56 ile alır demişler. NIP de %44 ile alır demiş. Bakalım nasıl bir mücadele izleyeceğiz. Bir tarafta KDS, Sandy, Vitaking, Cyber Souls, bir tarafta Pino, Wizard, Psycho, Cons ve Muzi. Ki NIP'de lower bracket'ten buralara kadar geldi. FaZe Clan'da playoff'un ilk mücadelesinde Dark Zero Esports'u yenerek güzel bir şimşek çaktı. Dark Zero'yu yenerek ilk galibiyetini, round 1'deki galibiyetini aldı. Bakalım ikinci galibiyetini alabilecek mi? FaZe Clan atak pozisyonunda. İlk ban Ying, ikinci ban Montaigne, defans operatörleri arasında. Azami yine banlandı. Azami bu arada Avami değilmiş. Azami banlandı. NIP FaZe Clan tarafından defans operatörü olarak. NIP de şu an defans operatörü olarak. Bakalım hangi operatörü banlayacak? Ve bir Valkyrie banı geldi. FaZe Clan'ın tercihlerini görüyoruz şu an. Bak Doka'ya bir Ashe, Finka, Nomad geldi. Legion, Mute, Fenrir, Frost ve Arun'de NIP tercihleri oldu. Senin tercihleri oldu.
Alrighty, let's get into this and see how the LATAM showdown goes here on Skyscraper. As I said, starting out on that east side of the map. Does mean you're going to see an extension of some kind up towards Shrine and out towards the west hand side, or west hand, that's not really a thing. The west side of the map.
Günün 6. maçının ilk roundu.
For example, coming through Shrine, there'll be some pressure in towards Terrace and around Dragon itself, and probably even a little bit through the display window around site itself. But the main focus for NIP again is running that clock down and seeing FaZe really stall out.
Ve aksiyon aşamasına geçiliyor.
NIP are that slobber team. You see this sometimes as well, the barb as well being got down.
Fenrir Ay bak yine kızın adını unuttum ben ya.
It's more someone punches it, the sound effect is there, and it's like, well, if I swing on you now, where can you go? And the answer is nowhere. You can lie down, and that is about it. You are guaranteed dead if they get the chance. So you'll see some teams burn things like frag grenades just to clear that.
Bu maçın ilk kili kimden gelecek? Hep birlikte onu göreceğiz.
Upper balcony just outside of Shrine, drawn immediately into a mute jam. We're going to be hoping probably that it landed just outside of the door and not inside, otherwise that one might be lost. Handy instead will be checking out meeting before potentially going in. Just going to open
Hibana, Hibana ne ara geldi? Ana arada ne ara değiştiriyor bu ataktakiler hero'larını ya? Ben mi yanlış hatırlıyorum acaba? Beynim alışmadı. Bir drone'unu hatta 4 drone'unu birden kaybetti Face Clan.
Scared in the way that's playing there. Same reason why you can't play Shaiko on Oregon Basement, for example, just north of E-Box in the basement.
Ponduz mute'la bir pompalı kili arıyor. Inka'dan bir heal boost geldi. Hatta enerji boost, heal boost.
So it has ensured that at least for now,
Bir
the
arada.
west side is in control of FaZe. That said, there is still one player side karaoke and T and one around drum as well. So
İkinci heal boost'unu da kullandı. Ah bombayı atsaydı patlayacaktı, havaya uçacaktı ve ilk kill Face Clan'dan geldi. İkinci kill de NIP'den geldi. Karşılıklı kayıplar var. Kokoyebi yine titretiyor telefonları.
Not too worried about stopping that phone ringing whatsoever. At the end of the day, they know where Wizard is. He's confident in the backup he's got from Pino and holds on to that position. Well played, NIP.
This now looks a bit strange because Vida King is out here entirely by himself, and he's the one with the diffuser. The other two members of NIP, of FaZe, are off elsewhere by the looks of it. So Vida King has got to do this basically all alone to bring the diffuser in with 30 seconds on the clock. He really needs backing up, and sure enough, now you can see Handy joining in on towards Shrine balcony. You've got the Thermite of Soul stepping in back where we just saw Vida King push through a couple of seconds ago.
4 vs 3 kaldı. Bir kill daha geldi Face Clan'dan. Yavaş yavaş ilk round'un galibi belli olacak. Eğer Vita King'den bir diffuser kurulumu gelmezse son 10 saniyeye doğru giriyoruz çünkü. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, double kill geldi Psiko'dan ve defans tarafı round'u kazanıyor. Yani NIP.
Extremely slow really from FaZe there. I mentioned that it's normally NIP you see associated with slowness in the LATAM region, but FaZe there just didn't really look to get a whole lot done. As mentioned, once we had the initial kind of
Bu arada şunu fark ettim. İnanılmaz bir Brezilya'dan oyuncu var çoğu takımda. Oyuncuların hepsi Brezilyalı. Çok enteresan. Yani nereden baksak nereden baksak bir 26 tane Brezilyalı oyuncu var. 1, 2, 3, 4,
FaZe of course had a tough game yesterday against Dark Zero, the only game of the day that went to overtime.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Evet, 26 tane Brezilyalı oyuncu var. O enteresan.
You know, by the time you've got packed up, got yourself back, it reduces the amount of time that you can prepare for today's match. NIP notoriously good at those sort of quick turnarounds and rapid preparation. So it could be a tough prospect for them today. NIP starting off well. Going to head across then to the other side. It's going to be karaoke and tea for them. So they're going to try for more of the same.
Ve ikinci roundun aksiyon aşaması başladı.
A mirror image of what they had last time, which is going to be holding on to Shrine, holding on to Drum, and just preventing that movement across the top floor.
And probably a wider extension out towards Exhibition Office as well. It's having a couple of players in VIP and Exhibition just looking to challenge onto the soft wall that leads out towards the balcony on the south side.
Eş tercihi görüyoruz Handy'den.
Pressure onto the attack inside. And it's about these layered defenses that you fall back through as you lose the kind of like most weakly defended outer line. You have a midline.
Bir rush'a karşı önlemini aldı.
Heavily stacked up. That's the sort of thing you're looking for here. And again, given how FaZe completely ran out of time in the previous round, for NIP, I would just keep on playing that playstyle at this point.
Muzi gonna be the one out in that extension. Gonna drop back now. 50 seconds done. Obviously deciding no more is required. Gonna play up behind the shield. As you said, drop backs to that second line. Plenty of Womai magnets out there as well to protect that shield. It's gonna take at least 3 pieces of utility plus the nade that would try to
Son 2 dakikaya girilirken
definitely think about that defense.
daha bir kill göremedik iki takımdan da.
The clash, Fenrir, lots of denial that they can sit behind here. So again, this is why you've got this extended hold going on, was really to burn that clock down, force FaZe into the final 30 seconds where they've got to push forward aggressively without really too much consideration behind the push itself. I just feel that could well be the end.
Arada bir hedge patlatıldı. Bir bomba denemesi geldi KDS'ten. İkinci bir bomba denemesi gelecek mi? Ve ilk kill Cyber Zero'dan geldi. Muzi'yi alt etti. Double kill alabilecek mi?
Clearing out Shrine, it gives them the opportunity to work up and get in behind this clash. It could be dangerous times for Pino if he tries to move back too far.
Clash tercihi gördük.
Cyber at the wrong angle, he's going to die. And I think he knows it's here like he's doing now. But this really is where you want the call to come in for Handy to be pushing him from the other side and shooting the clash in the back.
Karşılıklı killer gelmeye devam ediyor. 3 vs 2.
To keep on moving back. Overall, really smart stuff coming out from NIP on the whole, and Handy has got to make this work on the push on through.
Tinka'nın heal boost'unu görüyoruz. Ve FaZe Clan ikinci roundu alıyor.
It was much better from FaZe this time than last, particularly the kill onto Muzi as well from Cyber. You know, that was the sticking point really last time in the first round, was getting across the top of the map. They got themselves in, but were unable to ever really approach site. But with about a minute left on the clock, Cyber took out what could have been a difficult position behind the shield, behind the Womai magnets, everything that Muzi had going on for him. A bullet still found his head, and Cyber got the job done, and that really opened things up because it, again, as we said at the time, it makes it difficult for the clash, it weakens other positions, and NIP were always sort of fighting on the back foot from that point.
You probably see it here in some of the outlines, but it was a real heavy push coming in from the east side of things for the attackers. And I think when NIP ran a bit heavily into there, you over-indexed for it, and this is the position that Souls got into in Geisha box, and just got 2 of them basically shot in the back there. No real big contest coming through at all. So a bit too much attention being focused on drum side, and well, they pay the price for it. 1-1.
Ve durum 1-1 oldu. 3. rounddayız. Ofis bölgesinde bombalar.
For the beginning of the round at least, prevent those verticals being used against them. You don't want to give up that superiority to the attackers. So for now, that's where the initial meetings will be, I think.
Reinforce'lar atılıyor. Geçler açılıyor, kapatılıyor.
Wonderful 1v2 that he won out with the Kite sniper pistol, and a great C4 to close things out at the very end as well. One of my favourite moments of the competition that we've had so far. Can't imagine we'll be requiring a clutch of that caliber in this game, admittedly, given how proficient these two teams are across the board. Nor do I expect rounds will necessarily come down to that sort of situation in the same spot again, but you never know. As we start things out, top floor. At this point,
top floor.
Defending the downstairs. If you can't defend it laterally, you move upstairs and hold that area and look to play vertically. So it's not all that different to attacking in towards a karaoke and T defense here for the side of FaZe. It's why you've got things like these castle barricades on the upstairs, why you've got barbed wire around. No doubt why there are things like magnets and potentially Fenrir dread mines. You can see one above the door, also locked in place.
11 dakika 45 saniyeye gidiyoruz. 5 saniyenin içindeyiz. Bakalım gene ilk kill hangi takımdan gelecek?
King are still trying to push across the top floor from the exhibition office side. They haven't really got themselves established inside of Shrine yet. They're halfway through the round, and let's not forget, Karaoke and T are not the target. They're not the site. You've got to clear this out to then have that next step to do. So getting into Karaoke T and having a minute left on the clock like they're going to do any second now is not really quick enough, because you're then going to have to go another step if you want to put that diffuser on the ground. And so for me, FaZe really need to speed up a bit here.
Down to that last 60 now as well, and in a spot where at least some pressure is coming through, but no one really on the defensive side has been forced to get too, fall back to defensive position right now. Sure, they've let go of the shield. Now they've lost gold bars. And Cyber's found another. That's the
Evet, ilk 2 kill Cyber Zero'dan Face Clan tarafından geldi. Bakalım 3. kill alabilecek mi Face Clan? Aldı. Triple kill geldi Cyber Zero'dan ve bir öne geçti Face Clan.
Great stuff by FaZe. It looks a bit slow, but once they pull the trigger, as soon as someone finds that opening, in this case it was Cyber downstairs, the rest of the team just kicks into action off the back of it.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I know I said I was a little bit concerned about how much time they had left. 60 seconds left to go. They still didn't have top floor control, didn't have a kill, didn't have anything else, and 10 seconds later they've won the round. And that was, pretty much the positioning was, lined up face to face with NIP. So they've done great there to get in and win those gunfights and turn it around so quickly. That must send a message to NIP here, really, that they need to be very, very cautious about what sort of appears comfortable to them. Cyber just managing
Cyber's the problem.
Yeah, he is. How many times have we said that over the years? Cyber just being able to walk on into site like
Körkem
that.
kill
NIP
gelmiş.
taking their eyes off the ball. They were too concentrated on that top side potentially. Think about the fact they've got the verticals upstairs. They could fight Cyber from there, but the rest of FaZe was keeping them busy up there. So just really smart play.
I think really it's the second out of 3 rounds though for FaZe now that we have seen a player get backstabs in some form. It was Souls coming in through Geisha and then Geisha.
Ve 4. rounddayız.
In this one, it was Cyber working his way in downstairs. And whether it's a lack of attentiveness or they're just flat out losing these gunfights, because Cyber was down on half HP, they're still letting these backstabs really dictate what goes on, because these backstabs are removing the backline. Oddly enough, it's why it's called a backstab. Removing the backline out from the defensive side, so all they've got left are these players out in slightly more aggressive spots, like the Clash out in Drum, or in that round, 2 or 3 players still hanging around up on the top floor as 2 or 3 players all push in towards them. Now, I've seen that Clash run out. This also brings me back to another memory. We used to see this back in APAC, I believe it was Sandbox used to do it all the time. Would just frustrate the living hell out of people because you try to get anywhere near the balcony.
Aksiyon aşamasına geçmiş bulunmaktayız. Son 2 dakika 20 saniye girilirken
Yeah, it's very difficult to get an angle on, like you say, particularly if there's a little bit of protection from that throwable. It's not the case for the Clash here, but I don't think that's really going to matter too much. But certainly want to give a try if you've never done that.
Alamadım mı o kamerayı gerçekten ya?
Awful lot of time out there, take an awful lot of attention away from the attackers. But FaZe, they're not going to take their eye off the ball here. They're straight in, they're underneath, they're going to work up house stairs and look to challenge from that angle instead.
Obviously, the big frustration with that Clash is you don't know if a second player is going to swing out behind them. There's no fresh notification of enemy defenders being outside the building. They'll just swing behind the shield and collect a kill quite comfortably. That's why you have to force them away. At this point, Pina, though, has gone searching for something else in life. Clearly a little bit bored with staring at a very bland grey balcony. Wants something a little bit more colourful, and has worked his way back in towards hallway here. Dug inside, trying to find information on what's going on the itself, looking in towards sights. And at this point, I think we're probably also starting to feel the pressure as we've got attacks from all angles starting to bubble in.
Cyber's going to come head-to-head around this corner, but he's just quicker. Cons getting taken down.
Cyber Zero'dan double kill geldi. Çok hızlı bir triple kill geldi. Ultra geldi mi? Ultra. Ace görebilecek miyiz? Quad kill geldi Cyber Zero'dan. Bırakın adamı Ace'i. Ace'i adamı bırakın. Adamı Ace'i bırakın. Ace'i kaçırdı.
What a round from Cyber. What a game.
Cyber Zero, Cyber Zero daha doğrusu neler yaptı? Gerçekten alkışlamak gerek.
So going fantastically well. He's one of those players. Once he gets going, he's been like that for the longest time when he was on MRBR, when he's been on FaZe. If he just gets momentum, he's practically impossible to stop. He's an absolute nightmare. Moves it for the time being. I think just looking for some stats here. He'll see whether he can get a kill or two. He knows that the time is gone. He can't disable the diffusers anymore, so he's just playing for a little bit of target practice.
I think they all are at this point, a little bit of stat padding, but it's only
Face Clan bir roundu da hanesine yazdırıyor.
I
wouldn't quite call that one a backstab, but it was the flank coming from underneath by Cyber that again opened that round up. I mentioned that the Clash were starting to feel a little bit threatened, and I think once they realised that, hey, there's someone potentially playing on Karaoke Window, we've got the KB coming in through Shrine Balk, and there's someone coming up below. I need to take a firefight on one of those angles, just so happened to choose the one that Cyber was on, and not too many have come off too well against Cyber in this game so far. Really dragging his team through a couple of rounds that, although could very have easily been won anyway, he certainly made it far easier for FaZe.
Yeah, they need to find a way to deal with Cyber, is the top and bottom of it. It's difficult when Cyber's on the
nice
attack.
shot,
It's always
volley.
difficult to sort of target attackers, really. You know, when you move on to the defense, obviously, you know, you're going in against a team that you've done a lot of odd reviews on. You know roughly what the defensive setups are going to be. So you have a good idea where players are going to start or which operators they're going to use. So you can say, right, Cyber's having a great game. You know, years and years ago, in the sort of
5. rounda giriyoruz. FaZe Clan'ın 3-1 üstünlüğü var. Ama şöyle bir killleri kontrol ediyorum. 9 kill'le Cyber Zero şu an takımını taşıyor. Öbür tarafta 3 kill'le Psiko takımını taşımaya çalışıyor ama NIP bir yok oluş sergiledi round. Bir önceki round çok enteresan oldu.
Very difficult because you don't know where he's going to pop up. You don't know where he's going to move in from. I mean, at the minute, my guess would be Cyber's going to walk into sight. That would be the place to start if I were NIP.
Pretty fair to assume he'll be behind you at any given time. It's like punching shadows sometimes. It's not always going to be able to catch them. Here we go, let's start things off.
Ve yeniden bir
turning towards the impact EMPs and saying, nah, that'll be
yine bir roundda karşınızdayız. Bir bomba geldi.
This time round it will most certainly be disabled and off should go the wall.
Yep, 50 seconds in, wall open.
Duvar açıldı. Bakalım Pino ve Bizart'tan ekstra bir oyun görecek miyiz?
No more exothermics, but they do have the 3 Selma chargers. Wizard is playing right up against there. He's just gonna... No, he's actually playing on a separate wall, trying to keep that safe. It's the mute jammer at the minute that's present, just to deny the double wall there. So, we will see whether they manage to get that side wall open or not. But as long as it stays closed, then NIP are feeling pretty comfortable.
İlk kill muhtemelen bu olur. Üf yapar.
A lot to love, I think, in this setup coming out from NIP. Lots of denial. That is, of course, assuming again they don't get stabbed in the back by a member of FaZe just walking up a set of stairs somewhere or somehow to work their way into the middle of sight. For the most part, FaZe still focusing by the looks of it, though. At least for 3 of them out towards the west side. A couple of them, though, are gathered up around display, around VIP, and are just waiting for the call more than anything else to say, now it's go time, go and make it happen.
Wizard just waiting for that push that he thinks might come through drum door, but isn't going to at the time being. As you say, Cyber just working underneath, whether he's going to push up house stairs or come to try and challenge from behind. We will see. KDS manages to get one, Handy another, and yet again it's another round that's going in the
Evet, 2 kill FaZe Clan'dan geldi. Pino'yu ve Konts'u kaybettik. Muzi'yi de kaybettik. Bizart'la Psiko kaldı. 4. roundda muhtemelen FaZe Clan Bizart'tan triple kill gelerek FaZe Clan sahip olacak ama tabii ki FaZe Clan aldı.
It reminds me a little bit of old Wolves, and that sounds weird to say, but Wolves used to have a thing on Clubhouse, especially when tracking in towards gym and bedroom, and even executing into the basement sometimes, there'd be this very obvious 3-2-1 countdown, and then everybody starts moving. And you saw that there, really, when the first 2 kills came through, immediately Cyber is up through house stairs, is in through VIP, is joined by someone behind to play for trades as well, and they were pushing so aggressively in towards exhibition. And what that's really doing is soaking the attention of any players that are on the north side of those 2 sites, drawing them to look north rather than towards the south where the initial push started off. And so you've got a team in NIP then being pulled upwards, downwards, left, right, seemingly everywhere. Really being stretched there. Comms are no doubt getting really stressful as well because everyone's calling out different things at different parts of the map all at the same time. And it's a really good overwhelm tactic that FaZe are employing here. And so far, it's got them 4 rounds on the attack.
Sanki ismimi söylüyorlar ha.
Not at all. You've got to really worry for NIP at this point, to be honest. You know, get FaZe onto the defense, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle because not only are they just on top of things, they just hit shots at the minute. The Brazilian teams, W7M, we saw it against
triple kill takımına katkısını sağladı.
When it comes to the aim and just showing why they've got some of those, you know, some of the most sort of high skill players in the world, really. As many of the teams at the major do here.
Bakalım 6. round.
The Brazilians putting it on show today.
Straight to no doubt as well because Wizard just walked to 3K in that round.
Neler getirecek?
But he did indeed find himself a triple kill. Just one of those ones where it's kind of a meaningless kill, as they call them, where it's a case of you've got the kill, sure, but your team still lost the round, and it was more just kind of to show than anything else. Potentially could have brought it back for his team, but at the end of the day, those kills are worth nothing, unfortunately, outside of some stats for him on CGG. On we go, they're at 4-on-1 for FaZe, and NIP, they need something here, Tim. I feel like you cannot be going into the attacking side of this map, knowing that NIP can be quite a slow team sometimes, down 5-1.
Well, the
Çok iyi bir çaldırıyor.
is that FaZe only need to find one site that they can defend. You know, they can lose every other site that they go to. They can win that single site two
Çok iyi bir
times
çaldırıyor.
Sure, they don't want it to go to 7-5, but they're not really going to care. At the end of the day, if they get the win and go on to 2-0 in the Swiss, that's all they're going to be interested in because
bir bomba denemesi gelecek KDS'ten.
And they also get that additional chance. Anybody on 2-0
Bakalım geliyor. Geldi mi ama kill de gelmedi.
So there's you know, a lot at stake here particularly. So NIP really needing to hold on to this final defensive opportunity, I'd say.
Was fishing out Psycho from below there, which is why he's now got himself up on the display case. Fine piece himself, but in a spot where he doesn't want to get caught by any more of those nades, so already being restricted from below, from to the south, to the north, to the cavy calls coming on through. NIP really starting to feel the squeeze already, Tim.
Hala 5 vs 5, 5 vs 5. Dokaybi'nin bitiyor telefonları. Hala son bir dakikaya girilirken kayıp görmüyorum iki takımda da ve ilk kayıpta FaZe Clan'dan geldi. Pino ilk killini hanesine yazdırdı. Enteresan. Round 6. NIP agresif oyunuyla 5 vs 2, 5 vs 1.
Really just dug in on site here as well. 3 of them with a couple playing off-site, really in support on the other side of the map, just to keep again FaZe divided and chasing 2 ends of the same stick. It felt like not quite over just yet. Has been a king with the 1. Still 4 more to find, and I can't imagine that he will. He's sure.
Çapraz ateşte NIP işini garantiye aldı.
Yeah, much better finish for NIP there. You know, perfectly timed to have a decent round performance to push them into that second half. FaZe going to be moving on to the defense. Cyber certainly one to watch. You know, we quite often see that players will have a good half on a certain side. So, you know, they might come in and have a good attack and then just completely go quiet on defense, or vice versa. We'll see whether that happens for Cyber. The games where players have a 20 kill game or more.
20 kill game
on both sides of the half. So going to kick things off. FaZe on defense. It's going to be exhibition and office. We just have a look at the casual double from Muzi there, as he managed to get one in exhibition and then one over the stairs. He'd been waiting the longest time for that KDS kill as well. NIP showing good patience.
Hopefully we see that build something in the second half. Again, I always say it, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. I want to see what NIP do on their attacking side here for the first couple of rounds, just to see if this is going to be competitive or if maybe...
Ve 7. rounddayız. 4-2 FaZe Clan'ın üstünlüğü devam ediyor. Umarım ki yani FaZe Clan bu avantajı NIP'ye bırakmaz. Ummak değil de yani gün oyunu sergiler ve kendi avantajına olan durumu belki de Round 2'deki ikinci yani playoff mücadelesindeki ikinci maçını win'le alır, win yapar ve yoluna finale doğru emin adımlarla ilerler.
You'd surely hope not. I mean, now drones will probably be chasing him up. You can see there's still one more down there. And you can kind of see how it increases the proficiency of the Caveira, and you can really give a notice as to whether or not she's been spotted. And as you say, that really is what KDS is looking to do here.
Pino going to be getting back onto the drones. It just looks like NIP. We've mentioned, you know, the speed of NIP being a little bit limited sometimes.
Yo, oyundan düştü.
5 versus 4, and NIP still sort of outside of things at the minute. Cons does not want to go and collect that diffuser because he knows where the kill has come from. It's not a kill actually. It's going to be a drop out of the server, I think.
Server çöktü muhtemelen.
It did baffle me for a second as to why there was nobody on the kill feed, but there we go.
It's like a rehost coming into me, so we'll get that one sorted and get back into things as soon as possible. Keep you guys in the loop as we hear more. Didn't really get a chance to see too much because it was all about really the Caveira there and seeing what she was going to be able to achieve, but maybe it's the fact that the FaZe just, more that NIP saw that there was a cav and we're just like, we don't want to play this round anymore. Get us out. We're done.
They've had enough. We don't want to go face to face with that. We're not going in through closet window while Cyber's on the cav.
No, that's what many of us feel really going into a ranked game when we find this Caveira on the other side.
Any rank game.
It's like one of them like...
Serverlar çekiyordu. Turnuvalarda bile serverlar çekiyor.
Your Caveira is, I'm going to go out to a window and try and shoot someone to spawn people with a pistol. Yes. Yeah. And then on the other side, it's a sneakiest bugger in the world, kills all 4 of you. 5 interrogations. Interrogates the last one. You're just like, yeah, brilliant. Thanks, nice. Love this.
We'll get you back in as soon as we can. Quick technical pause then, whilst we just sort out whatever that issue was. 4-2 at the half then for FaZe. In all honesty, I think NIP can count themselves a little bit lucky there that it's not 5-1, to be honest, because FaZe were certainly the more dominant of the two teams in that matchup so far. So coming away with 2 rounds, not a bad effort from NIP, but they're going to have to definitely get on top of FaZe a little bit more. I think the problem is FaZe having a little bit too much time on the attack, you know, a little bit too much freedom for players like Cyber.
I think that's it. I mean, again, this attacking side we haven't really had a chance to see too much of, but we'll do want to get back into 2 or 3 more rounds of it. Imagine there's some deliberation going on at the minute around at what point in the round that disconnect came on through. We'll obviously give you more as we hear more about it. For now, we are as blind as you are.
Yeah, as soon as we know, you will too. But as soon as we can do as well, I'm sure these players will get themselves back in. But you know, what a day that we've had so far, Des. We've had some absolutely cracking siege. We've had some
kaynaklı bir teknik faul. Teknik faul ne ya? Yorulmuşum valla.
You know, coming in 2-0. I thought about it this morning. I thought, at what point? Because there always comes a point where you've got to stop saying it's an upset. There always comes a point where you've got to stop saying it's a surprise, and I'm sort of feeling like GK have maybe reached that point now. Their expectation levels are starting to go up.
Well, nothing is locked in, but I'm pretty sure there is a very, very high probability outside. Like the stars have to align with other results. They'll be playing G2 tomorrow.
Could be.
Imagine GK versus G2 would be one hell of a game.
Honestly, I think it'd be, from what we've seen performance-wise, it's 2 of the best teams that we've had at the Atlanta Major so far coming together. So yeah, it'll definitely be an enjoyable one. But yeah, it's
production. We're all good. We're just waiting for it to get back into lobby, as said. We'll get that sorted real soon.
Yeah, as I say, you know, GK coming along, and you just think there comes a point where you have to stop saying that it's a surprise. You've got to stop.
Yeah. I mean, really being honest, I think part of a surprise coming into the competition has been GT themselves. I think many, again, with the way they had to battle their way back in, we were a little bit like, are we really going to see them deliver to the way that we thought they would? Well, they did back at SI, for example. Had a couple of roster changes, for example. Obviously, Uno in now. Stage play wasn't the absolute best for them. It's one of those. And so far, they've been, probably for my money, the best team at the competition.
Yeah. They've been very, very good so far. The thing is, when teams come in and are sort of very good from the beginning, I said this the other day, I'm not, you know, wishing it on anybody, but inevitably, it is at least very, very rare that teams go for the entire tournament, just win every single game without a blip, no problems. And so I kind of put G2 in that bracket at the minute. There's always 1 or 2 teams for me that fall into that bracket, and I look and I think, oh, you haven't had a blip yet. You know, is it going to come at, is it going to come at an inopportune moment? You know, is it going to be a problem?
In a funny way, it's like it's not a running joke, but it's a running conversation I seem to have with Leland at most events, Coach of Wolves that is, and she's always like, Des, when are you going to start supporting us? And I'm always like, you know, when you guys start consistently winning? Because they're one of those teams that get to like a knockout stage, they'll come to quarters, and they will just fall off the face of the earth. So honestly, I think they're big braining it. If they play like crap early on, they'll absolutely fly later and win the whole thing.
Honestly, that's what NIP have done a couple of times over the years.
Exactly, mate.
Just
It's a
hit
tactic.
form at the right time.
It's a tactic.
It's so important. You don't want to burn yourself out and waste those good results. We just a minute ago saw Cyber giving us the ice-cold stare that he's been giving NIP so far. I certainly wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that in the server, put it that way.
Not quite sure what's going on the NIP side there. Just like rubbing things around in circles. Like, yeah, I'm
Rub some
pretending
paper on the
I'm
deck.
pretending I'm still in game. Just rubbing it around as if
Maybe
it
it's
were a
another
mouse.
picture of a fish.
So we are going to throw out to a quick break, back in about a minute or so. See you in a second.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Anam reji. Reji orada mısın reji?
Hello.
Merhaba.
Literal deep freeze. Get it? We are coming back into game in just a second. Now, to give you the update, the game is going to resume at 5 and 2. So, as you would have seen before the break, we were at 4 and 2. But because the players left the lobby without permission, they have then forfeited the round. So, we come back in at a 5 and 2 scoreline. Goes to show, don't leave without permission. That's the rule in competitive. So, at 5 and 2, there is still a lot of work ready to do here to keep on
5 and
rising
2.
on for NIP. Up that uphill slope now suddenly gets that little bit steeper. It's a bigger challenge to fight their way through. We'll see if they can do it once we get back into game, hopefully in a minute or two.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, it's...
You know what I've realised?
Fizz...
I kicked my box away, you kept yours. Which is why, for the first time ever, Tim is taller than me. This never happens.
Loving life. This has been the best bit of the tournament for me.
Piss off.
I didn't know what it felt like, to be honest.
You know what? Let's drag my box back.
I had absolutely no idea.
Enjoying life up there. The thing is, you know what I should have said to you then? How's the weather up there, Tim? Just said to Jackie like every single day, I don't do it enough.
I think if you never do it, I think you are doing it enough.
Nah. I've got to do it at least once, because it's the most cliche thing in the world to do.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's why it's funny. And that's why you've got to do it. We shall do at some point. As you can see, players almost ready to get back into things. But I imagine a bit of deliberation about the 5-2 thing, but it is what it is. That's the rules. Or them the rules. You can read it in the rule book if you so insist. So we'll get back underway with Skyscraper in just a moment. Sorry for the delay, and thanks for sticking with us for what has turned into a little bit of a silly, typical Desonace major podcast. It happens. We did have the 30-minute
It's not a major without, to be fair.
Yeah, it does need it at some point. We had the 30-minute one back in
Yağmur,
Mexico with Jackie.
yağmur taneleri buraya kadar geliyor.
Yeah, that was
saucepans on our heads and all sorts.
That was with no saucepans to hand, unfortunately. Or obviously it could have happened. Yeah, that was an interesting one.
We were talking about like glue and ladders and DIY and all sorts. It's one of them. So bizarre. That B stream was unhinged. It was. That's the only way I can describe it. That was also the tournament we had the craziness of needing the eventual champions Team 1 when Alama was back on that team, needing to win a 7-2 on Consulate, old Consulate this was as well, against CAG, to then have to go and face them in a tie-break game on Chalet, which they then went on to win 7-4.
Absolute classic.
But it was just
2:30 in the morning for us.
Oh, 2:30 in the morning. It was absolute bonkers. They had to get a 7-2, and that was after Anderton hit that mad drop shot on the Monty. And Monty players around the world, even pros, looked at that like, wait, you can do that?
What?
The man's got some mad tech. Just one of those players, absolutely bonkers. Well, I have just had another update. We're going to go out to a quick break while we get this fully resolved. Sorry about the wait, guys. Back with you in just a few.
Evet, bir 6 dakika mola geldi. Teknik bir sorunla alakalı.
I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this
6 dakika sonra görüşürüz.
In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. But I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time. But please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Ooh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night.
Evet hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, 7 dakika teknik bir problemden dolayı 7 dakika daha uzatmışlar. Demek ki FaZe Clan NIP maçının sonunu getiremeyeceğiz. Herkesin ellerine, kollarına, gözlerine sağlık. Beğeni atanlar, yayına gelip takip edenler, elinden geldiğince desteğini esirgemeyenlere teşekkürler. Artık bugün de sona gelelim. Artık bir dahaki turnuva, yani çeyrek final, yarı final ve finalde görüşeceğiz efendim. Önümüzdeki hafta 10'u, 11'i, 12'si. Tabii ki yarınki maçlar da var. Daha playoff maçları devam ediyor. İsterseniz Rainbow Six'in e-spor kanallarından, YouTube kanalından ya da Twitch'ten takip edebilirsiniz. Zaten bitiş sahnesinde de sosyal medyaları ve ekstra yayınlanan main kanalları da görüyor olacaksınız Rainbow Six ile ilgili. Herkese teşekkürler ve bu içeriğe bana sunan sevgili Ubisoft'a, erişmemi sağlayan Ubisoft'a teşekkür ediyorum. Sevgili YouTube, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, mahallemin gençleri, yeni oyunlar gelmeye devam edecek. Sizleri her zaman ne diyorum? Canlı yayınlar sonrası yorum yapmayı, beğeni butonuna tıklamayı unutmayın. Ve aramıza yeni katılanlar varsa da bildirim çarklarını açmayı, abone olmayı unutmuyorlar. Twitch'te ve YouTube'da tam gaz kaldığımız yayınlara devam edeceğiz. Hepinizi öpüyor. Kendinize iyi bakın diyorum. İyi geceler, iyi oyunlar diyorum. Bay bay.
Best to give me your loyalty. Best to give me your loyalty. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see.